One Piece of Minecraft Player. Chapter 101, The Strange Fruit 14. Fuck. 3. Fuck. 1. Fuck. 15. Marcus ran like his life depended on it, which it absolutely did. His sneakers slapped against the uneven forest floor as he dodged between massive trees, branches whipping at his face. Behind him, the sound of splintering wood and heavy breathing got closer with every second. The wild boar chasing him was a literal nightmare. 3 meters tall, 3 meters wide, with tusks the size of baseball bats jutting from its foam-covered mouth. Every step it took shook the ground like a mini earthquake. How the hell had he ended up in this situation? 15 minutes ago, he had been sitting in his cramped apartment, surrounded by empty energy drink cans and takeout boxes. He just finished an epic 20-hour Minecraft session, finally taking down the Ender Dragon after weeks of preparation. The satisfaction of returning to the overworld with his hard-earned experience points had been incredible. 32. He'd leaned back in his gaming chair, stretching his sore back and thinking about maybe taking a shower. That's when the world had gone black. 8. When he'd opened his eyes, he was lying face down in dirt that definitely wasn't his bedroom carpet. He'd pushed himself up, spitting out bits of soil, and found himself in what looked like a primeval forest. Trees so massive they could have housed entire families stretched up toward a canopy so thick it blocked out most of the sunlight. The air was humid and filled with sounds he'd only heard in nature documentaries. What the fuck? His second thought got interrupted by a snort that sounded like a freight train clearing its nose. 1. That's when he'd turned around and come face to face with the boar from hell. For a moment, they just stared at each other. Marcus, a pale 20-something who hadn't seen sunlight in months, and this absolute unit of a pig that looked like it could bench press a car. 7. The boar's beady eyes had narrowed. Its nostrils flared. And it was at this moment, he knew he fucked up. 2. He was about to become Bacon's revenge. 4. Shit. The chase had started immediately. He had never been athletic, his idea of cardio was running to the fridge during loading screens. But fear was one hell of a motivator. Pure adrenaline had kicked in, overriding years of sedentary lifestyle and launching him into a sprint that would have made his high school PE teacher weep with joy like a certain blue beast with bushy eyebrows. 52. The boar, unfortunately, was faster. Now, as he vaulted over a fallen log and nearly faceplanted on the other side, he could hear the beast getting closer. Its heavy breathing sounded like a broken air conditioner, and every few seconds he'd hear another tree getting demolished. This is not how I wanted to die. I was supposed to die from too much gaming, not get killed by some giant pig. 8. A low-hanging branch nearly took his head off. He ducked, stumbled, and somehow kept his feet. Behind him, the boar just plowed through the same branch like it was made of paper. His vision was starting to blur from exhaustion and terror. His legs felt like jelly, and his chest burned with every breath. He'd been running for what felt like hours but was probably not even a minute. That's when he saw it, a root jutting up from the ground. In a video game, he would have jumped over it easily. In real life, with his coordination shot to hell from panic and exhaustion, he went down like a sack of potatoes. The impact drove all the air from his lungs. He rolled, came to a stop against a tree trunk, and just lay there gasping like a fish out of water. Everything hurt. His ribs, his knees, his pride, especially his pride. 10. The footsteps behind him should have been getting closer, but weirdly, they seemed to have stopped. Marcus lay there, too scared to look back, waiting for the inevitable moment when those tusks would turn him into a human kebab. His heart was hammering so hard he could hear it in his ears. 4. This is it. I'm dead. Some giant pig is gonna kill me and nobody will ever know what happened. But seconds passed. Then more seconds. And nothing happened. The forest had gone eerily quiet. He turned his head to look behind him. The boar was gone. In its place was, well, that was weird. There was a massive crater in the ground, surrounded by fallen trees. And in the middle of it all was a woman who looked like she'd been hit by a truck. What the hell? He pushed himself up, his whole body protesting. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if the terror had finally made him snap. The woman was huge, and wide. Really wide. She had frizzy black hair, a face covered in what looked like acne scars, and was wearing some kind of ridiculous outfit that screamed pirate wannabe. She was unconscious, lying in a pile of splintered wood. 4. Alvida. 20. He'd seen that face before, in manga panels and anime episodes. This was Alvida, one of the first villains from One Piece. Which meant, no way, I'm actually in One Piece. The thought should have been exciting. After all, how many anime fans dreamed of getting transported to their favorite fictional universe? But right now, all he felt was a cold dread in his stomach. 2. The One Piece world wasn't exactly known for being safe. Pirates, marines, sea monsters, devil fruit users who could level islands. It was basically a death trap wrapped in an adventure story. 15. Okay, don't panic. Well, you're already panicking, just think. 1. He looked around more carefully, trying to process what had happened. If that was really Alvida, then something had sent her flying hard enough to take out a bunch of trees and knock her unconscious. Something that had happened right when the boar was about to turn him into mincemeat. As if summoned by his thoughts, something bonked him on the head. Ow, what the? A fruit had fallen from the tree above him. Not just any fruit, though. This one was perfectly cube-shaped, with swirling patterns covering its surface. The coloring was unmistakable, green on top, brown on the bottom. 13. It looked exactly like a grass block from Minecraft. 7. He stared at it, his brain trying to process what he was seeing. In the One Piece world, weirdly shaped fruits with strange patterns could only mean one thing. A devil fruit, just, falling on me. 1. He looked up at the tree, then around the forest floor. And there, not far from where Alvida was lying, he spotted another fruit. This one was pink and heart-shaped. 6. The slip fruit, he whispered. That's Alvida's devil fruit from the series. Which meant the cube-shaped one in his hands was something else entirely. He had read enough Isekai stories to know how this worked. Random transportation to another world? Check. Mysterious power-up opportunity? Check. Unconscious future ally/enemy nearby? Double check. The smart thing would be to carefully consider his options. Maybe do some research. Figure out the pros and cons of eating a mysterious devil fruit. 3. Instead, he looked at the unconscious Alvida, thought about the 3-meter boar that had nearly turned him into paste, and made a decision that would have made his gaming buddies proud. 3. Fuck it. I need all the help I can get. 13. He bit into the cube-shaped fruit. The texture was crispy at first bite, but soon an indescribably horrible taste filled his mouth. It was as if someone had mixed expired milk, rotten eggs, gym socks, and despair into the world's worst smoothie. Every taste bud on his tongue screamed in protest. 8. Oh god, that's disgusting. Tears streamed down his face as he forced himself to swallow. Why does it have to taste like death? Maybe this is a dream, and I'm in hell. But he kept eating. In for a penny, in for a pound. If he was going to get devil fruit powers, he was going to do it right. 4. By the time he finished the last bite, he felt like he was going to puke. He doubled over, trying not to throw up. His vision grew blurry. 4. That was the worst thing I've ever tasted. And I've eaten some nasty shit. He waited for something to happen. Some dramatic transformation, or at least a notification screen like in the games he'd played. Instead, he just felt nauseous and vaguely disappointed. Still the same skinny, bony body with barely any meat on it. Fucking hell, did that do anything at all? That's when he felt it, a strange tingling sensation starting in his toes and spreading upward. It wasn't painful, just weird. Like his body was suddenly aware of something it had never had before. 6. Without really thinking about it, he walked over to one of the massive trees and placed his hand against the bark. He gave it a light tap, more out of curiosity than any real intent. 6. Crack. A perfect cube of wood popped out of the tree trunk and fell to the ground. As it hit the earth, something incredible happened. The block seemed to compress into itself, becoming smaller and lighter, before zipping through the air and disappearing. He felt a familiar weight in his inventory. 4. He looked down and, sure enough, there was a small icon floating at the edge of his vision. When he focused on it, a grid appeared in front of him. A 3x9 inventory grid, exactly like the one from Minecraft. 1. Holy shit. Without hesitation, he pulled the wood block from his inventory and placed it in what he instinctively knew was a 2x2 crafting grid. 4 wooden planks materialized in the result slot. 2. Holy shit. This is nuts. He made a crafting table and placed it on the ground. The familiar brown block appeared in front of him. Using it, he crafted a wooden pickaxe and held it up to admire his work. 5. Holy shit. This thing actually works. 5. The survival instincts that had been drilled into him through hundreds of hours of gameplay kicked in immediately. Rule number 1 of Minecraft, punch trees until you have enough resources to not die. 11. But first, he should probably do some mining. Get some stone, maybe find some coal or iron. Just basic resource gathering. He found a suitable spot and started digging straight down, a cardinal sin in regular Minecraft, but what were the odds of hitting lava in the real world? 14. The digging process was weird. Not as instant as in the game, but not as slow as it should be in reality either. Each swing of his pickaxe loosened chunks of earth that then compressed into neat blocks and flew into his inventory. 3. After digging through what felt like way too much dirt, he finally hit stone. The satisfying click of his pickaxe against rock was music to his ears. Finally, time to get some actual materials. He mined exactly 3 blocks before his wooden pickaxe gave up the ghost. Tools break here too. Using his newly acquired cobblestone, he crafted a stone pickaxe and got back to work. He employed the tried and true fishbone mining pattern, digging a main tunnel with smaller branches extending out at regular intervals. 1. It was meditative work, in a way. The rhythmic thunk of pickaxe against stone, the steady accumulation of resources, the gradual expansion of his underground domain. For a while, he could almost forget that he was in a world where people regularly got into fights that could level islands. 3. When his inventory started getting full of stone and dirt, he decided it was time to head back to the surface. He'd been underground for, actually, how long had he been down there? There was no day/night cycle indicator like in the game. The climb back up his crude ladder of dirt blocks gave him time to think. He had Minecraft powers in the One Piece world. That was huge. But what exactly did that mean for his survival prospects? 2. On the plus side, he could build fortifications, craft weapons and tools, and theoretically dig his way out of most problems. On the minus side, this was still a world where people could punch through mountains and survive being blasted by cannons. 12. When he emerged from his mine, the first thing he noticed was that Alvida was still unconscious but definitely alive. Her chest was rising and falling steadily, and she'd shifted position slightly. The second thing he noticed was the pink devil fruit, still sitting where he'd left it. He picked it up and examined it carefully. In the series, this was what had transformed Alvida from a crude, ugly pirate into a beautiful woman. It had also, according to the story, made her less violent and more reasonable. Do I wake her up? Or just leave the fruit here? Before he could decide, the choice was made for him. Alvida groaned and started to stir. He quickly pocketed the slip fruit and stepped back to what he hoped was a safe distance. Even unconscious, she looked like she could bench press a small car like the boar. 1. Alvida's eyes fluttered open, immediately locking onto Marcus with a look of confusion that quickly shifted to suspicion. What are you staring at? Never seen a gorgeous woman before. Marcus couldn't help himself, he rolled his eyes. I have. But right now, you're definitely not one. What did you say? You could almost see Alvida's frizzy hair start to float from rage, and Marcus suddenly remembered that insulting a pirate captain, even an unconscious one who'd just been tree slammed, probably wasn't the smartest move. She tried to lunge at him but immediately doubled over in pain, clutching her stomach where she'd taken the brunt of whatever had sent her flying. 1. That's when he realized he had an opportunity. In the original story, her obsession with beauty was her defining characteristic, and he happened to have the solution to her problem in his pocket. I'll make you a deal, he said, pulling out the pink devil fruit. Follow me, and I'll give you beauty that rivals the pirate empress herself. 1. Alvida's eyes went wide, all thoughts of violence temporarily forgotten. What did you say? You can really give me the looks of the pirate empress. You heard me. Equal to the pirate empress, maybe not identical, but definitely in the same league. Beauty comes in different forms, but I can promise you this, if you stick with me, every man you meet will genuinely call you beautiful. 1. Alvida stared at him, then at the fruit in his hand, her expression cycling rapidly between hope, suspicion, and desperate hunger. Marcus was laying it on thick, but he could see it was working. She was practically drooling at the prospect. 3. Before she could demand proof or start asking difficult questions, he held up the devil fruit. Recognize this? It's a devil fruit. The same kind that gave Straw Hat Luffy his powers. The same kind that sent you flying. You eat this, and not only can you get revenge, you can become beautiful. Chapter 2:02. Let's hope this is not a dream. Alvida was breathing hard, her eyes locked onto the pink devil fruit like a starving wolf eyeing a piece of meat. The greed in her gaze was so intense it was almost tangible. She looked at the skinny guy in front of her, and her expression shifted to something Marcus had seen before, the look of a bully who thought they'd found an easy target. A smile spread across her face. Since you were nice enough to bring me such a pretty little gift, I'll go easy on you? Her voice took on that fake sweet tone that meant absolutely nothing good. Just hand it over, and maybe I won't break anything important. 5. Marcus stared at her, genuinely confused. What the hell? A minute ago she was groaning in pain from her injuries, and now she was back to full pirate mode? Then it clicked. He'd been an idiot. Of course she'd try to just take it. She was a fucking pirate. That's what pirates do. They see something they want, they take it. End of story. 1. The moment that realization hit him, the slip fruit in his hand vanished into his inventory. 1. Looks like you haven't figured out what situation you're actually in. Alvida's confident smirk disappeared instantly as the devil fruit vanished before her eyes. For a split second, she looked like a kid whose ice cream had just disappeared. What the? Where did it go? She lunged forward, reaching out to grab him, probably planning to shake him until the fruit fell out of his pockets or something equally stupid. Instead, she slammed face first into a stone wall that definitely hadn't been there a second before. 4. What the fuck? Before she could process what had just happened, more walls shot up around her sides. By the time her brain caught up to reality, she was completely boxed in by solid stone blocks. Marcus' voice came from above her. She looked up to see him sitting on top of the wall, legs dangling over the edge like he was on a park bench. 1. You're a devil fruit user too. 3. No shit, Sherlock. You don't know him, so you won't get. Anyway. Marcus shrugged, and the slip fruit reappeared in his hand like magic. Did you really think I'd just hand over a devil fruit if I was some random weakling? 3. The reality of her situation finally sank in. Alvida was trapped, injured, and apparently dealing with someone who had powers she didn't understand. She tried a different approach, batting her eyelashes and putting on what she probably thought was a cute voice. Now, handsome, we can work something out, right? I'm sure a strong, intelligent man like yourself wouldn't want to hurt a poor, defenseless beautiful woman. 16. Beautiful? Marcus cringed. Watching a 300-pound woman with a face full of acne scars try to act coy was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. You wanted to look away, but the sheer horror of it kept you frozen. 10. Stop. Just, stop. Please. He held up a hand. I'm in a pretty good mood right now, so I'm gonna give you one chance. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. Whatever it is, I accept. The desperation in her voice was pretty obvious. Good. That made this easier. Marcus smiled and tossed the devil fruit down to her. She caught it with both hands, staring at it like it might disappear again. Eat the whole thing. Don't even think about trying to save some for later or any bullshit like that. 15. With that, he hopped down from the wall and walked over to where the dead boar was lying. If Luffy hadn't sent Alvida flying at exactly the right moment, Marcus would probably be boar food right now. In a weird way, both of them had saved his life. He wasn't exactly a hardcore anime fan, but he'd watched enough One Piece to know the basic story. Working man's anime, his friends used to call it. And honestly, Alvida post-Devil Fruit was definitely easier on the eyes than Alvida pre-Devil Fruit. Sue him for being shallow, but he was a 20-year-old guy. Of course he preferred looking at attractive women. 32. And if he didn't, well, that probably meant he swung the other way. 1. As soon as he walked up to the dead boar and touched it, something weird happened. The massive carcass suddenly shrank down and got sucked into his inventory with a soft pop sound. What the hell? He opened his inventory screen and stared. There it was, a 3-meter-tall wild boar, somehow compressed into a single inventory slot like it was just another item. This is seriously just like Minecraft. Completely ridiculous. 5. Following his gaming instincts, he crafted a furnace and placed it on the ground. He put some wood logs in the fuel slot, then dropped the entire boar into the cooking area. The roasting process began immediately. Ha ha ha, it actually works. He watched the fuel bar slowly decrease while the cooking progress bar crept upward. Unfortunately, a few logs weren't going to be enough to cook something this big. But hey, he was in a forest. Wood was everywhere. He pulled out his stone axe and walked up to one of the giant trees. He started chopping at the base, expecting to have to work his way through the whole trunk like before. 2. Instead, after completing one full circle around the tree, the entire massive thing exploded into dozens of wood blocks that scattered across the ground. 8. That's new. He didn't have this ability when he chopped trees before. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he noticed something different. The game interface was more accessible now. Before, he'd had to really focus to bring it up. Now it felt like he could toggle it on and off with just a thought. More importantly, he noticed a number in the corner of his vision, level 1. 1. I leveled up. Must have been from that boar. 2. As if responding to his curiosity, a new panel appeared in front of him. There was only one active skill available, vein mining. Below it were several locked slots marked with level requirements, level 10, level 20, level 30, and so on, all the way up to level 100. 13. Beyond that, the list just stopped. Either that was the level cap, or there were higher levels he couldn't see yet. So leveling up unlocks new abilities? Like mods. 32. He grinned. He gathered up all the wood blocks and dumped them into the furnace, then turned his attention back to Alvida. He was genuinely curious about how the slip fruit worked. According to the anime, it could somehow transform someone from obese to beautiful, but the mechanics had never been explained. 1. When he looked over, though, Alvida still looked exactly the same. Same round face, same frizzy hair, same everything. Wait, you didn't eat it. I did eat it. Why do I still look like this? You said it would make me beautiful. Alvida was on the verge of a breakdown. Maybe it was the wrong fruit? Marcus scratched his head, trying to remember the details from the show. Then something occurred to him. Try using the power. The fruit's called the slip fruit, right? So try making things slip off you. The fat, the acne, all of it. 2. Slip off. Alvida closed her eyes, concentrating. At first, nothing happened. Then her skin started to, well, there was no other way to describe it. It started peeling. 4. But not in a gross, horrifying way. More like she was shedding an outer layer that had been covering her real body underneath. Chunks of fat began sliding off her frame, taking the damaged skin with them. 6. Marcus watched in fascination as the transformation continued. It was like watching someone escape from a really elaborate fat suit. When it was over, the woman standing in front of him looked like a completely different person. Tall, with a perfect hourglass figure, smooth pale skin, and delicate facial features. Her voice, when she spoke, was higher and clearer than before. 8. My voice, it changed too. Makes sense, Marcus said, trying to keep his voice casual while also trying not to stare too obviously. When people lose a lot of weight, their voice can change. Better airflow and all that, I guess. Alvida was examining her new body, running her hands over her arms and face. She'd gone from barely being able to see her feet to having the kind of figure that would stop traffic. 6. Then she noticed Marcus looking away awkwardly and glanced down at herself. 1. Oh. Instead of being embarrassed, she just started laughing. Apparently, in the One Piece world, people were a lot more casual about nudity than Marcus was used to. 4. Confidence is great and all, he said, but maybe we could find you some clothes that actually fit. 20 minutes later, Alvida returned, having somehow found or made clothing that actually fit her new proportions. She walked over to where Marcus was tending the furnace. 6. Thank you. It was simple, but it was the best thing she could say in that moment. Still, it was genuine gratitude. Perfect timing, Marcus said. The boar's done. The boar. Marcus reached into the furnace, which was still actively burning, and pulled out the fully cooked 3-meter boar like it was no big deal. 3. Alvida's eyes went wide. It was hard to wrap her head around how something that massive had fit inside what looked like a furnace barely large enough for a turkey. 6. But then again, after everything she'd just experienced, weird spatial physics seemed pretty minor. You can turn water into wine? Devil fruit. 8. You can make a paralyzed man walk again? Devil fruit. 3. You can walk on water? Devil fruit. 18. If something's hard to explain, just say 2 words, devil fruit. 18. Want some? Should help with those injuries. Alvida rubbed her stomach, which was still sore. Without any hesitation, she grabbed one of the massive legs and started eating. The two of them demolished the entire 3-meter boar in less than 10 minutes. Alvida had always been a big eater. You don't get to her original size without a serious appetite. And Marcus discovered that his Minecraft-based physiology meant he could eat basically unlimited amounts without getting full. His hunger bar was already maxed out, but the extra food was increasing his saturation levels. 4. Damn, Alvida said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Chapter 3:03, No Ship 2. Thanks for saying that, but honestly, the taste has nothing to do with my cooking skills, Marcus said with a shrug. It's all the devil fruit's power. He wasn't trying to be modest, it was just the truth. As a modern guy who could barely tell wheat from rice, cooking was definitely not his strong suit. Hell, he'd lived off ramen and takeout for the past few years. 19. But he had to admit, the wild boar that came out of the furnace was pretty impressive. No hair, no organs, just pure roasted meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Even without any seasoning, it tasted great. Then again, this was the One Piece world. Luffy could roast meat just fine, and that guy didn't know jack shit about cooking either. Maybe the laws of physics here were just more forgiving when it came to food. 1. Alvida was studying him with her new, beautiful eyes, and Marcus could feel her sizing him up. Her gaze took in his weird outfit, beach shorts, and a t-shirt with English letters she probably couldn't read. Then her eyes settled on his face. 3. Messy hair, pale skin, soft features. If he put on a wig and some makeup, he could probably pass for a girl. They were standing pretty close to each other, and other than the smell of roasted meat, there was no unpleasant odor coming from him. 22. After spending time on a pirate ship full of unwashed men who thought bathing was optional, no one cared much about smell. You just got used to it. Compared to those rough, weathered pirates, Marcus looked like what her crew would have called fresh meat, young, clean, and probably never been in a real fight in his life. Looking at his thin arms and legs, he seemed like a strong breeze could knock him over. 3. If this had been before her transformation, she would never have given someone like him a second glance. Hell, she wouldn't have even let him do chores on her ship. He didn't look like what a man should look like. That had been one of the reasons she'd always picked on Kobe so much. Too weak, too easy to push around. You said earlier that I could follow you. Marcus patted his stomach, which showed no signs of the massive meal he'd just eaten, and glanced at Alvida. What, having second thoughts already? Not really. A favor this big deserves to be repaid properly. But I'm wondering, you obviously know who I am, right? A pirate with a 5 million berry bounty, and I used to be. She gestured vaguely at where her old body used to be. Well, you saw what I used to look like. With that devil fruit of yours, you could probably find someone gentle and sweet to follow you around. So why me? Now that she had her new appearance, she didn't mind making fun of her former self. That was all ancient history as far as she was concerned. Plus, you've got to be some kind of nobility, right? A fallen noble or something. Her imagination was starting to run wild. In this world, pale skin usually meant money or noble blood. And his clothes, while simple, looked expensive from every angle. She didn't recognize the writing on his shirt, which probably meant it was from some high-end foreign brand. 1. If he really was nobility and he was letting a pirate like her follow him around, that meant she'd eventually be moving in high society circles. She could practically picture it, all those stuck-up nobles who would have looked down on her before, now staring at her with lust and envy. The thought made her secretly thrilled. Me? Nobility? Hell no, Marcus pointed to his own nose, looking genuinely confused. Do I really look that fancy? You're not a noble. Alvida's dreams came crashing down immediately. 1. Her expression turned odd as she looked him up and down again, reassessing. High-ranking Marine officer's son, then. 1. If that were true, I should have arrested you on sight instead of giving you a devil fruit. What kind of logic is that? Alvida was getting seriously confused now. This guy wasn't fallen nobility, wasn't connected to the Marines, and if he wasn't rich either, then nothing about this situation made sense. After all, she was a pirate, the kind that merchants cursed when their ships got raided. Was this some kind of redemption thing? Was he trying to turn her into a good person? Come on. She was destined to be a pirate. It was just who she was. Marcus stood up and brushed dirt off his shorts. Don't overthink it. Just think of it as a hobby of mine. 2. Honestly, even he wasn't sure what his endgame was. Go home? If that meant returning to his cramped rental apartment on Earth, yeah, no thanks. He'd had enough of that life. 9. Family? He'd been on his own since aging out of the orphanage. Friends? Mostly online acquaintances who probably wouldn't even notice if he disappeared. The only thing he'd miss was the gaming PC he'd just finished building. That thing had cost him 3 months' salary. 7. Come on, let's go check out your ship. Alvida quietly followed along. She had a million questions, but decided not to push for now. If they were going to be traveling together, she'd figure him out eventually. So you're planning to set sail? Maybe. When they reached the coast, there was no pirate ship in sight. 1. The stronghold that had originally belonged to Alvida was completely empty, not a soul around. Marcus looked around, trying to get his bearings. Was this really the manga version of events? If this had been the anime, Alvida should have been punched sky-high by Luffy while still on her ship. But he didn't dwell on it. Either way, the plot hadn't changed that much. Meanwhile, Alvida was radiating an aura of pure murderous rage. Those fucking bastards, they actually ran off. You're sure it was your crew that took the ship? And not someone else sailing it away? My treasure vault's been completely cleaned out. Only my crew knew where I hid that stuff. Alvida growled, her eyes blazing with fury. Those traitorous assholes? When I get my hands on them, they're gonna eat my iron mace. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Do you have another ship? Also, just checking, do you actually know how to navigate? Silence. Heavy, awkward silence. For a moment, the only sounds on the island were their breathing and the waves lapping at the shore. Just so we're clear, Marcus said cheerfully, we're both landlubbers here. It's not like we can swim after them. 3. I know that. Alvida stormed off and slammed herself into one of the abandoned buildings, clearly needing some time to sulk. Marcus couldn't help but chuckle. She was still pretty dramatic, even in her new body. 7. But this whole situation did confirm something he'd been wondering about. In the original story, when Alvida showed up again later, none of her original crew was with her. Now he knew why. They'd all jumped ship the moment they thought she was dead. Made sense, really. Working for a violent, obese pirate captain probably wasn't anyone's dream job. The moment they thought they were free, they'd grabbed everything valuable and ran. Though he remembered that later in the story, she did show up with a new ship and crew, complete with cannons. Did she have shipbuilding skills? Or maybe she'd just recruited new people. 1. He thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. He had more immediate concerns, like figuring out exactly how his devil fruit powers worked. He walked down to the water's edge and dipped his hand into the sea. At first, nothing unusual happened to his body. Then he gradually increased his contact with the seawater, first his arm, then both arms. That's when he noticed a new status effect appear at the bottom of his vision, Weakness X. 4. Weakness 10, he muttered, pulling his arms out of the water. Wait. Can I use milk to remove negative buffs in this world? 3. The moment his body left the seawater, the weakness effect quickly faded from his status screen. The feeling of powerlessness disappeared along with it. Too bad I don't have a bucket right now. I'd love to test whether I can create infinite water sources like in the game. He looked down at the ground beneath his feet, then at his overstuffed inventory. Alright, I'm gonna find some iron today if it kills me. But first, I need to craft some storage chests. My inventory is packed with dirt and cobblestone. Marcus quickly threw together a simple wooden storage building and started dumping his excess materials inside. Just like in the game, the chests had generous storage space that defied all logic. With his inventory cleared out, he was ready to do some serious mining. Time for the classic gamer approach, dig straight down and hope for the best. 5 Chapter 4:04, The Block Mechanics. The stone pickaxe and shovel made digging way faster than before. When Marcus reached the stone layer again, he didn't hesitate, time to keep going deeper. 4. This time, though, he was a bit more careful. No more real man mining where you just dig straight down and pray you don't hit lava. After filling half his inventory with stone blocks, he stopped and switched to branch mining again. Nothing new, just the old strategy, digging a main tunnel with branches extending out at regular intervals. Time passed quietly underground. Marcus looked at his completely full inventory of stone blocks and frowned. Maybe he'd been too optimistic about how this would work. Games were games, and reality was reality. In Minecraft, iron ore came in nice, obvious blocks that you could spot from a mile away. But in real life, iron ore was probably tiny particles scattered throughout the stone that would need to be refined. That would require some kind of tech mod set up like an ore sifter or something. 2. But even setting aside advanced technology, making an ore sifter would still require iron ore and other materials. He hadn't found any iron yet, let alone the other stuff he'd need. After thinking it over for a while, he decided to try a different approach. This time, he'd use vein mining he'd unlocked. He pulled up his skill interface and made a simple adjustment, set stone as the mining target with a 12x3 range. This time, the digging was noticeably slower. He could actually see his hunger bar drop by half a segment as he worked. Crash. 36 stone blocks appeared on the ground in front of him. Nothing but stone. Again. He kept expanding the search area, switching between different mining patterns and depth levels. Just when he was starting to wonder if this world even had the same ore distribution as the game, he finally spotted something different. Finally. As he got closer, he realized it was coal, but even that got him excited. Coal meant other ores should exist too, he just hadn't found the right deposits yet. He walked over and started mining, but the moment his pickaxe hit the coal vein, crack, the stone pickaxe shattered in his hands. Instantly, coal exploded everywhere in front of him, filling the tunnel with black dust. Shit, I forgot to turn off vein mining. 1. The entire coal deposit had been mined out in one swing, leaving a massive dark cavern ahead of him. 2. He picked up a few pieces of coal from the ground and quickly crafted some torches. When he lit one and held it up, his jaw dropped. 1. The coal deposit was huge. Everywhere he looked, there were coal blocks scattered across the cavern floor. But he wasn't focused on the coal, he was checking his experience bar. Despite all that mining, it hadn't budged. That was different from the game. In Minecraft, mining usually gave you experience points. He didn't fully understand why, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, there were plenty of other ways to gain experience in Minecraft, killing mobs, breeding animals, trading, enchanting. He'd figure it out eventually. 7. The important thing was that finding coal meant other ores definitely existed here. He just hadn't located the right veins yet. He crafted a new stone pickaxe and got back to work. Since he was already down here, he might as well fill his inventory before heading back to the surface. He combined the coal into coal blocks to save space, and by the time he was done, his entire inventory was packed. Even then, he'd barely made a dent in the massive coal deposit. There was enough down here to last for months. When he finally climbed back to the surface, dusk was already settling over the island. A hot pink boat was docked at the shore. It wasn't large, but it looked seaworthy enough for longer voyages. I thought you'd run off, Alvida called out. She was sitting in a chair on the deck, legs crossed, watching Marcus emerge from his makeshift mine entrance. You built this yourself. You really think that highly of me, Alvida said with a smirk, patting the bench beside her. Marcus didn't think much of it and walked over, hopping onto the deck. This was my first boat, the one I used when I started out as a pirate. I've been working on it all afternoon, and it's barely usable now. As if to prove her point, she stomped on the wooden deck, which responded with loud creaking sounds that didn't inspire much confidence. Okay, leave this to me. I'll help you renovate it. Night fell quietly as Alvida sat there, watching her old little dinghy gradually transform into a proper ship with clean lines and solid construction. On the shore, Marcus looked at his handiwork with satisfaction. After years of playing Minecraft, he might not have been a master builder, but he'd definitely picked up some skills during those long sessions. 5. Your devil fruit power really is incredible, Alvida said in awe. She stepped onto the new deck, running her hands over the perfectly smooth wooden panels that somehow held together without a single nail or fastener. Of course it is. If you give me better materials, I could build something even more impressive. This torch shrinks when I pick it up and doesn't give off any heat, yet it burns continuously, Alvida marveled, holding up one of the torches Marcus had placed around the deck. Tisk tisk, it really is a devil fruit power, huh? She could touch the flame without getting burned, and it had been providing steady light ever since Marcus started the renovation without showing any signs of going out. While Alvida played with the torch like a curious child, Marcus was focused on a more practical concern. In the game, Minecraft boats couldn't actually move on their own, they were just static objects. But this was the real world now, not a video game. 1. A moment later, his worries eased when he saw the hull gently rocking with the waves. Apparently, some real-world physics still applied. 3. Try testing the deck's durability, he said. Without thinking too much about it, Alvida picked up her spiked club and swung it at the wooden deck. The block showed tiny cracks for a split second, but they disappeared almost instantly. It had healed itself. 4. Alvida's eyes widened in surprise, and she increased the force of her next swing. But no matter how hard she hit, the wooden surface only showed minor cracks that vanished a second later. How is this possible? That's way too strong. Try hitting it repeatedly, but don't use too much force. I want to see what happens. Bang, 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 bang. Under a series of continuous blows, the wooden block finally reached its limit. After countless microfractures, it crumbled into powder and disappeared, without dropping any wooden planks. Marcus watched thoughtfully. It took 10 consecutive hits to completely break a block, and if there was more than a 1-second gap between strikes, the block would instantly restore itself. 1. And that was just for wood. Next, he placed a full cobblestone block on the deck. Alvida looked at it with an expression that clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" but started swinging again anyway. This time, it took 20 heavy blows to barely destroy the cobblestone, and only if each hit came within 1 second of the previous one. 3. Marcus was once again struck by how physically strong people in this world were. After all, Alvida had been punched by Luffy hard enough to send her flying across the island. In the real world, that kind of impact would have killed someone instantly. But after just one meal, she'd completely recovered. While his Minecraft food mechanics probably helped, her natural constitution clearly played a big role too. What's wrong? Staring at my beautiful face and getting ideas? Alvida teased. She leaned on her spiked club and flipped her hair. If she'd done that a day ago, it would have just been uncomfortable to watch. But with her current beauty, it was genuinely tempting. 5. The night sky sparkled with stars, moonlight draped across the deck, and torchlight danced in the shadows. Just the two of them, alone on a boat. Marcus rolled his eyes. Sure, Alvida looked stunning now, but they'd barely known each other for a day. Plus, he couldn't completely erase the mental image of her previous appearance. 7. He was definitely having trouble keeping it together. And it absolutely wasn't because he was shy or too embarrassed to make a move. No way. Definitely not. Seeing Marcus' expression, Alvida looked quite satisfied with herself. She stopped teasing him and walked over to sit beside him on the bench. We should probably talk about what comes next. Chapter 5:05, Seating 8. Marcus sat down in one of the chairs on deck, while Alvida remained standing, leaning against the railing as she gathered her thoughts. When Marcus didn't say anything, she broke the silence. First, we need to get some money. 4. Those bastards took all my treasure and food when they ran off. You saw the kitchen, right? Just some rotting fruit and meat that's about to go bad. Marcus nodded. He'd checked out the kitchen while renovating the ship, and just as she said, there wasn't much worth eating left. So, Alvida continued, I want to find that Straw Hat Kid. 1. Don't get the wrong idea. He beat me once, so naturally I want a rematch. That's only fair, right? 4. Her eyes burned with fighting spirit. This wasn't quite what he'd expected. In the original story, after getting punched by Luffy, Alvida had teamed up with Buggy the Clown. Later, in Logetown, she'd even boldly proposed to Luffy over a loudspeaker, threatening to kill him if he refused. But now she looked like she wanted a proper fight rather than some twisted romantic pursuit. He thought about it for a moment. Right now, he honestly didn't know what he should be doing in this world. He'd been transported here without any preparation or master plan. Compete for the One Piece treasure? Become the next pirate king? Join the Revolutionary Army and overthrow the world government? Or maybe join the Marines and hunt pirates? 8. To be honest, none of those grand goals felt real to him yet. They all seemed very far away from his current situation. But he did want to meet Luffy, not just because he was the main character of this world, but also because the guy had inadvertently saved his life by sending Alvida flying at exactly the right moment. Seeing Marcus agree so readily surprised Alvida a bit. You don't have any plans? Well, if I had to say, maybe find a port town and grab some decent food? I'm getting tired of roasted boar. That's it. Alvida looked genuinely baffled by his lack of ambition. All right, Marcus said with a shrug. Tomorrow we'll set off and track down the Straw Hat guy. Can we make a small detour first? Why? Nothing much. I want to deal with some traders before we do anything else. Marcus understood immediately. Do you know where your old crew went? I've got a rough idea. We only had enough supplies for one destination. They'll definitely be there, probably spending my money and living it up. Fair enough. Let's go collect your due. That night, they each went to their own cabins. Marcus lay on his bed, staring out the small porthole at the moon hanging high in the sky, and moonlight poured onto the wooden floorboards. 2. I really did get transported to the One Piece world. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, countless thoughts swirling in his mind about what the future might hold. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, he woke to the sound of waves lapping against the hull and the creaking of ropes and sails. Alvida had already set sail. Awake. We're leaving this early. I don't want those bastards to slip away while we're taking our time. 1. Marcus made his way to the bow of the ship and looked out at the endless ocean stretching to the horizon. At first, the sight was breathtaking, all that blue water under an equally blue sky. But after a while, the calm sea became monotonous and boring. No wonder Luffy gets so excited when he sees islands. Man, what I wouldn't give for a computer right now. 6. Alvida emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of sliced fruit and some simple prepared food. Eat something. It's going to be a long day. Marcus grabbed some fruit and took a few bites. His hunger bar didn't even budge. The Minecraft food mechanics meant he was still completely full from the massive boar they'd eaten the night before. 2. Still, the fruit tasted good, so he kept eating until the plate was clean. Staring at the fruit core in his hand, he suddenly had an interesting thought. 1. He stood up, went to the storage room, grabbed some dirt blocks, and returned to the deck. Alvida watched what he was doing. She saw him dig a small hole in the wooden deck and fill it with soil. Then he just stood there, staring at the fruit core like it held the secrets of the universe. What are you doing? She asked. Instead of answering, Marcus pulled out a hoe and tilled the soil. The dirt surface became slightly indented, and with a wave of his hand, a small symbol resembling a planted seed appeared on the soil. 2. I knew it. With that excited exclamation, he immediately ran to the tool storage area. He came back with a bucket and just stood there by the edge of the ship, looking thoughtful. He lowered a rope ladder and climbed down to sea level, scooping up a bucket of seawater. You are going to water plants with seawater? Alvida asked skeptically. Even though she wasn't a farmer, she knew enough to realize that salt water would kill most plants. When Marcus returned to the deck, she didn't say anything more, she just watched quietly to see what he was planning. Marcus dug another hole in the deck, placed a block underneath to contain it, and poured the seawater into the space. Obviously, one small bucket couldn't completely fill a 1x1 block space, but something magical happened anyway. Even with just that small amount of water, the nearby farmland became moist and ready for planting. Seeing that, he nodded in satisfaction. So it really works. While ordinary tools couldn't be transformed into full Minecraft equipment, some of the game mechanics still applied. Seeds could be planted on farmland, and farmland would become hydrated as long as there was any water source nearby. Didn't matter if it was proper Minecraft water or not, as long as it was water, the farmland would work. Thinking ahead, he covered the partially filled water block with a half slab. From the surface, you couldn't even tell there was water there, just a smooth wooden deck. Too bad I don't have bone meal. I could make a composter, but we don't have any leaves, though maybe I don't need leaves for this. 4. Alvida, what did you do with the kitchen scraps? Just threw them in the trash can in the kitchen. Marcus rushed into the kitchen with Alvida following curiously behind him. She watched as he flipped over the trash can and dumped all its contents into a square, block-shaped container that definitely hadn't been there before. Then something incredible happened. The blocky container began glowing with a soft green light, processing the organic waste. Soon, a wrinkled white item popped out of the top. It works. Alvida, give me a hand, throw all the rotten or inedible stuff in here. Working together, they fed more kitchen waste into the composter. By the time they were done, Marcus had 10 pieces of bone meal in his inventory. What is this stuff? Can you eat it? Alvida asked, examining the white powder. Come with me. I'll show you the power of bone meal. When they returned to the deck, both of them stopped dead in their tracks. A perfectly cube-shaped tree now stood where Marcus had planted the seed. What the hell? Alvida was completely bewildered. Marcus wasn't surprised at all, though. Minecraft trees had unpredictable growth cycles. Sometimes they'd take days to grow, sometimes they'd shoot up immediately after planting. It was just the nature of the game mechanics. He walked up to the tree and examined the wood block. Tropical fruit tree. 3. Taking out his axe, he chopped down the entire tree in a few swings. The leaves began to wither and fall. A tropical fruit sapling dropped to the deck, and as the leaves fully died, several pieces of tropical fruit fell as well. Marcus picked up 2 pieces of fruit and tossed one to Alvida. She looked at the plump, perfectly round fruit in her hand, taking in everything she'd just witnessed with disbelief. Then, she took a couple of bites. It was indeed tropical fruit, crisp and flavorful, much better than the stuff they'd been eating from their dwindling supplies. But the surprises weren't over yet. Marcus planted the sapling again and used 1 piece of bone meal on it. The tree grew to full size instantly. 2. This made even him slightly surprised. The bone meal was working much faster than he'd expected. He repeated the process: chop down tree, collect fruit and sapling, replant, use bone meal, repeat. He kept going until he'd used up all his bone meal. Your ability is seriously useful, Alvida said, looking at the basket now full of tropical fruit. With this, we'll never run out of food again. Each fruit was plump, round, and looked almost identical to the others. Strangely, these fruits had no seeds inside, just solid, sweet flesh. They were also surprisingly filling. Just 1 piece was enough to satisfy most of your hunger. 8. Too bad I don't have shears, Marcus said with a sigh. Otherwise I could set up a truly sustainable cycle. What a pity. Just then, Alvida walked to the bow of the ship. What's up? Those bastards. I found them. Marcus walked to the front of the ship and looked ahead. Comment. 13. Comment. Vote. Chapter 6:06, Looking for a Navigator. Marcus squinted into the distance, trying to make out what Alvida had spotted. All he could see was a tiny black dot on the horizon. He was very curious, how the hell had she seen that from so far away? Did becoming beautiful also give her enhanced eyesight or something? 2. The black dot was practically microscopic, but after about half an hour of sailing, it had grown into a proper island right in front of them. Soon enough, Alvida found what she was looking for, her old ship anchored at the dock. And her former crew members, the moment they laid eyes on her, immediately turned into drooling idiots with hearts practically floating out of their eyes. This reaction made Alvida feel deeply uncomfortable. She'd been looking forward to seeing regret and shame on these bastards' faces when they realized who she was. Instead, before she could even say a word, they all rushed over like moths to a flame. Hey there, gorgeous. Wanna have some fun with us? The boys have been making good money lately, come live the good life with us. Never thought this island would have such a stunner. Hearing this disgusting shit made Marcus frown. These guys were absolute scumbags. She's Alvida, he suddenly said. His words made the lecherous men sober up briefly, but when they looked again at the smooth-skinned, smoking hot beauty in front of them, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious? That fatty could never look like this. What a funny joke. If she looked like this, I'd be happy to work on her ship until I died, even if she beat me with that spiked club every day. The group of pirates laughed heartily, completely unaware that Alvida had already heft her iron mace. Finally, a cold, dangerous chuckle escaped from her lips. So you're the one who said you'd be happy getting beaten by me every day. Her voice had changed, but the tone was unmistakable, and the sound was still familiar to anyone who'd served under her. Instinctively, the group of pirates shrank back, suddenly feeling like they were right back under Alvida's brutal rule. 1. Then they noticed the spiked club she was holding, the familiar weapon, the familiar hat, the familiar cape, and now, somehow, that familiar attitude in a completely unfamiliar face. A terrifying realization struck their minds like lightning. 2. But before they could react or run, the spiked club came swinging down. Instantly, chaos erupted on the dock. Bodies went flying in every direction like bowling pins. Marcus watched the scene and shook his head. That's one way to handle a reunion. A while later, as their ship sailed away from the now distant dock. I thought you were going to kill them all, Marcus said, leaning against the ship's railing and watching the island fade into the distance. Kill them? That would be too easy for those bastards. I want them to live with the regret of betraying me, Alvida said proudly, lifting her chin. Now I've got the looks and the body to make them really suffer. As she spoke, she pulled out a small hand mirror and started admiring her reflection. I could look at myself forever and never get bored. Marcus was speechless at Alvida's narcissism. She'd been like this ever since her transformation. Though it made sense, really. After being ugly for over 20 years, of course she'd want to spend some time appreciating her new appearance. 3. It was kind of like how Marcus still hadn't fully adjusted to being in the One Piece world. Watching Alvida rampage through her former crew had felt like watching a TV show rather than real life. 2. But there was something he needed to seriously think about now, his own strength. Because of the shock of transmigrating, the power of his devil fruit, and the inflated confidence he'd gotten from acquiring Minecraft abilities, he hadn't truly grasped the gap in power between himself and the people of this world. But after watching Alvida's sweeping attacks just now, he suddenly realized something important. He was still pretty fucking weak. 5. He looked down at his not-so-muscular arms and sighed. Yeah, I really should start training seriously. After all, the One Piece world isn't as peaceful as modern Earth. But how exactly did a Minecraft player get stronger? Could he even awaken Haki? 21. He placed 2 wooden blocks on the deck and summoned a stone sword from his inventory. If this were just a game, hitting blocks wouldn't even damage the sword's durability. But in reality, he gripped the sword with both hands and slammed it down toward the wooden blocks with all his strength. The stone sword remained intact, but its durability dropped noticeably. More importantly, he felt the impact vibrate through his hands, making his palms go numb from the shock. The wooden block developed visible cracks from the impact, but within a second, it had regenerated completely. He had to face an uncomfortable truth: he wasn't as strong as Alvida. Not even close. Marcus' little experiment didn't go unnoticed. Alvida had been watching. You're a swordsman. 3. Something like that. Marcus didn't deny it. By the way, why did you choose a spiked club as your weapon? 16. Because it looks powerful and shows off my strength. Obviously, Alvida replied matter-of-factly. 1. Marcus nodded. That was very much her personality. She admired strength above all else. If she didn't, she never would have gone after Luffy in the original story. Come to think of it, if she kept getting stronger at this rate, could she eventually become some kind of fusion between Kaido and Big Mom? 7. That would actually be pretty awesome. But watching her admire herself in the mirror again brought Marcus back to reality. So, which direction are we supposed to be heading now? The air suddenly went dead silent. As the captain, Alvida had always only decided where to go. Navigation was always handled by a navigator. She'd never actually had to know how to sail herself. And Marcus, being a modern Earth guy, was experiencing his first time at sea. If we're planning to look for that straw hat, we could head for Logetown, Alvida suggested after a moment. It's the last stop before entering the Grand Line. Do you know how to get there? How about we recruit a navigator first? Good thinking. Raise the sails, turn around and head back. They returned to the dock they'd just left. After Alvida's rampage earlier, the dock should have been in complete chaos, but somehow everything was already back to normal, with dock workers going about their business as usual. When the workers saw Alvida returning, they all quickly scattered, knowing exactly how dangerous she was. Neither Marcus nor Alvida thought much of their reaction. They simply went about their business. Leave someone to guard the ship? No need. Marcus had already dismantled all the doors at entry points and blocked them with wooden planks. The ship was still tethered to the dock with a stone rope connection. If someone wanted to sneak aboard, they wouldn't even be able to find an entrance. As for the windows, he'd sealed those from the inside. 1. You're sure you don't know how to navigate? Marcus confirmed again. 1. Alvida nodded emphatically. Why would you think I'd know how to sail? I was always the captain, not the navigator. Marcus scratched his head. He couldn't exactly tell her that he'd watched the anime and knew she'd somehow managed to sail with Buggy and even track down other pirate crews. Wait, maybe Buggy could sense where his body parts were? That would explain how they'd been able to locate his scattered crew so precisely. With that realization, he finally understood why Alvida had teamed up with Buggy in the original story. After all, even the lowest-ranking crew members in One Piece had picked up basic sailing skills after years drifting on the sea. Alvida had no clear goal at that time, so sticking with Buggy was like finding a guide, and they could search for Luffy at the same time. In the end, it made perfect sense they'd stuck together. By the way, he asked curiously, we're supposed to pay crew members, right? Of course. Why else would they work for you? Alvida replied without hesitation. Marcus' expression became a little troubled. Right. Money. But then again, it did make sense. Chapter 707, I know a navigator. So, you're a pirate with a 5 million berry bounty, and this is all the money you had? Marcus asked curiously. After collecting everything Alvida's former crew had stolen, he found they only had a few million berries to their name. How to describe that amount? Not exactly a fortune, but not pocket change either. If he had to convert it to his old world's currency, it was roughly around $45,000. 6. About what you'd make from a decent office job for a year. And this was supposed to support an entire pirate crew? No wonder those guys had been thinking about jumping ship. Alvida, whose sore spot had been poked, glared at Marcus unhappily. Did you consider the difference between your appetite and mine? You never realize how expensive basic living costs are until you're the one paying for them. How much would it cost if we had to buy that roasted wild boar we ate yesterday? Around 200,000 berries. What? 200,000? For that boar? Alvida nodded. What did you think? That was actually considered cheap. Marcus did a quick conversion in his head. That was over $2,000 for one pig. 6. He fell silent, processing this information. He suddenly remembered from the original story that Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, had savings of only 100,000 berries, just enough to buy her own life from Arlong. Shit. If you look at it that way, Arlong's protection fee of 100,000 berries per month meant he only needed to catch one wild boar every 2 months to pay it? It sounded expensive, but also somehow reasonable. The economics of this world were seriously messed up. So, how much would it cost to hire a navigator? Depends on their skill level. Some demand higher rates. For the guys I had before, it was about 110,000 to 120,000 per month. Jesus. Marcus suddenly had an epiphany about why Buggy the Clown was so obsessed with finding treasure, and why his crew was so loyal they'd risk everything to break into Impel Down just to get an eternal pose. Turns out, he was actually a pretty good boss who brought in loads of treasure every month. 1. As they walked through the poor town, Marcus decided to do some market research. How much is this bag of rice? The 10-pound one? 30,000 berries. You buying? No, just asking. The shopkeeper gave him a weird look. A quick conversion, 30,000 berries was about $300 for 10 pounds of rice. Really does fit the economic situation of a wartime economy, Marcus muttered. What did you say? Alvida tilted her head. Have we reached that recruiting place you mentioned yet? Yeah, that tavern up ahead, Alvida said, pointing with her chin toward a building that looked like it had seen better days. The place looked like chaos incarnate. Inside, groups of rough-looking men sat around tables, each one looking like they'd been in more fights than Marcus had eaten hot meals. Alvida's arrival immediately drew the attention of every man in the room. Their eyes lit up like they'd just spotted a treasure chest. Only a few men at one table, all bruised and battered, quickly looked down at their drinks. Marcus looked at the collection of misfits and lowlifes inside the tavern and felt momentarily speechless. Then came the whistling and catcalling, filling the tavern with noise. After all, what kind of decent people could you expect to find in a place like this? 1. If Den of Scumbags had a picture in the dictionary, this tavern would be it. He rubbed his temples, already feeling a headache coming on. But Alvida was clearly pleased with the current situation. In the past, when she'd come here, every man's eyes had been filled with contempt and disgust when they looked at her. I need a navigator, Alvida announced to the room. Instantly, the tavern erupted with enthusiasm. Look at me, gorgeous? I've got over a decade of navigation experience. Put it this way, anywhere in the East Blue you want to go, I can take you there. Just as he finished bragging, someone else tore him down. Oh please, last time you set sail, you nearly led your whole crew into a death spiral. And you think you're any better? Last time you sailed, you led people straight into a sea king's nest. The tavern instantly descended into chaos. Two of them even started throwing punches, and they'd been laughing and drinking together just moments before. Everyone's attention was focused on Alvida, while Marcus got pushed to the sidelines. He shook his head helplessly and looked around the room. Many people quickly averted their eyes after meeting his gaze, which puzzled him at first. Was he really that intimidating? 4. Then he spotted the group of guys who'd been on the receiving end of Alvida's rampage earlier, all sporting fresh bruises and cuts. He understood immediately. Word had already spread about what had happened at the dock. He didn't really mind. After all, with the commotion they'd caused, it was natural for news to travel fast. After scanning the room for a few more minutes, he quickly lost interest. These guys were all bottom feeders. Meanwhile, Alvida, despite being surrounded by eager volunteers, had also lost interest. None of them seemed reliable in the slightest. Either they led people straight into disasters, or they pulled shady moves like delivering pirates directly to marine bases. One guy even bragged about how he'd accidentally sailed his last crew into a whirlpool because he'd been drunk. 2. Earlier, she'd thought the people here might be decent candidates. But in just a few minutes, they'd all revealed their true colors as complete disasters. The more she listened, the more her head hurt. Finally, she just walked over to Marcus, grabbed him by the arm, and started dragging him toward the exit. What's wrong? Marcus asked, confused. These guys are all useless, Alvida said once they were outside the tavern. I even hired a few of them before, and guess what? Their resumes were completely fake. One of them claimed to have 15 years of experience, but he didn't even know how to read a compass. 1. She was getting angrier as she spoke. Marcus found it amusing. If they were really reliable navigators, her previous crew wouldn't have ditched her and run off in the first place. Trying to find trustworthy people in a place full of untrustworthy scumbags was questionable logic at best. Just then, a timid voice came from behind them. I heard you're recruiting a navigator. They turned around and saw a skinny figure standing there shyly, hair covering their eyes, looking meek and frail. Alvida glanced at the scrawny figure and immediately rolled her eyes. You know how to navigate? With that build, you'd get blown overboard in the first storm. I do. I've read lots of books on navigation. Please give me a chance. Alvida impatiently waved her hand to shoo them away, but Marcus looked at the person with curiosity. There was something different about this one. While everyone in the tavern had been loud, boastful, and clearly unreliable, this person seemed nervous rather than putting on an act. You heard what we were discussing in the tavern. You should know what kind of people hang out in there, right? I do, came the still timid reply. Alvida impatiently asked, so tell me, what exactly can you offer us? The figure hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, I can bring you a navigator. Alvida felt her temper starting to flare again. This person was wasting their time. Marcus, on the other hand, found it oddly amusing, like a recent graduate nervously facing a job interview, radiating a kind of naive stupidity. What's your name? Kira. 6. Marcus made a snap decision. All right, you're hired. Alvida rolled her eyes but didn't object. Since Marcus made the call, she wasn't going to argue. After all, she'd agreed to follow his lead, so she wouldn't make a fuss over small things. Kira looked shocked. She'd assumed the beautiful woman was the captain and decision-maker. Now she felt confused. Already lacking confidence, she became even more self-conscious. Alvida reached out and casually put an arm around Kira's shoulders, and immediately noticed the trembling body and distinctly feminine features. Wait, you're a girl. Why yes. I'm sorry, Kira said, looking like she wanted to disappear into the ground. After 808, Kobe. The young girl timidly mumbled an apology, which immediately rubbed Alvida the wrong way. Look at you, all meek and scared, what kind of backbone do you have, huh? You'd be better off staying home where it's safe. Kira lowered her head and muttered something under her breath, not loud enough for them to hear. What did you say? My friend hasn't come back yet. Even though he sent a letter saying he's safe, I want to find him. Kira raised her voice slightly, gaining a bit of confidence. Merchants won't hire me, and I can't get on regular ships, so I came here to try my luck. I just happened to see a beautiful woman recruiting sailors, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Alvida wasn't particularly interested in Kira's sob story, until she heard the words beautiful woman. That hit her right in the sweet spot. You've got good taste and potential. Even though I'm quite famous on these seas, who knows, maybe I know the person you're looking for. Being held in Alvida's grip, Kira immediately lit up upon hearing those words. His name is Kobe. He's got pink hair, he's really kind-hearted, and he's the one who taught me navigation. We grew up together. 6. Kira continued enthusiastically, completely oblivious to the storm clouds gathering on Alvida's face. I'm telling you, even though he seems weak, he's actually super smart. He only needs to see something once to understand it. He's amazing at everything he tries. 3. Marcus, walking ahead of them, couldn't hold back anymore. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this is fate. The universe really has a twisted sense of humor. He had to admit, maybe destiny really did exist in the One Piece world. Otherwise, how could he just happen to run into Kobe's childhood friend like this? This character had never appeared in the original story, but here she was, seemingly connected to the future marine hero. Suddenly, he felt like he was truly becoming part of the One Piece world, not just observing it, but actually influencing it. Maybe fate had given him a unique role to play in this story. For the first time since arriving here, he felt the full reality of this world. The One Piece world wasn't just about Luffy and his adventures, it was about all the countless lives and stories interweaving together. 1. What's so funny? Kira looked at Marcus with confusion. She didn't understand what was so amusing about what she'd said. Alvida, fuming, smacked Marcus hard on the back. Feeling the slap, Marcus finally managed to control himself, though he still couldn't stop grinning. It's nothing. I was just marveling at how beautifully connected fate can be in this world. Kira looked up at Alvida with a puzzled expression and saw her sigh deeply before shaking her head. The Kobe you mentioned, I know him. 2. Kira's eyes lit up like stars. Really? Where is he now? Can you take me to him? I don't know where exactly he is right now, but most likely, he's joined the Marines. The Marines? So he really did become one after all. You knew he wanted to. Yeah, he always admired marine heroes when we were little. He used to say he wanted to become one when he grew up, but later he stopped talking about it. I never knew why. Marcus fell silent for a moment after hearing this. So that's how it was in this version of events. In the original story, Kobe had talked about his dreams with Luffy after being oppressed by Alvida for 3 years, finally resolving to become a marine to catch evil pirates. But the One Piece world Marcus found himself in had clearly changed significantly from the original timeline. Then again, that was to be expected. After all, the world before and after the 2-year time skip was practically a different world. Even the gum-gum fruit had ended up being revealed as the human fruit model, Nika in the end. 4. After fighting and grinding for so long, the world was no longer what it once was. Yeah, maybe he really will become a marine hero someday, he said, giving a bit of affirmation. Although he'd only watched One Piece up to the Dressrosa arc, he'd occasionally come across various clips and spoilers online, like how Luffy's fruit eventually became a mythical Zoan or how Kobe became the new generation marine hero. 15. Though his reputation in the future didn't seem too stellar from what Marcus remembered. Hearing others acknowledge Kobe made Kira very happy, as if she herself had also been recognized and validated. Alvida, on the other hand, just gave a dismissive cold snort. In her memory, Kobe was nothing but a spineless weakling who never spoke an honest word and spent most of his time cowering in fear. As for Marcus' affirmation and Kira's hopeful thoughts, she didn't bother commenting. After all, it was just feel-good talk to make the girl feel better. They brought Kira aboard the ship, and Marcus started showing her around the basic layout while Alvida prepared for departure. By the way, Marcus asked as they walked, is it really okay for you to just sail off with us like this? Won't your family be worried sick? Kira shook her head sadly. Kobe and I both grew up in an orphanage. Our families were killed by pirates when we were very young. We only had each other. Marcus fell silent again. In this fragile, delicate-looking girl, he saw a reflection of an entire era, and he also understood why Kobe still longed to become a marine, even after seeing how corrupt places like the 153rd branch had become under Captain Morgan's tyranny. 1. It all came from here. The loss, the injustice, the need to protect others from what they'd experienced. No wonder no family had ever shown up during Kobe's 3 years under Alvida's thumb. Marcus found himself wondering, if they hadn't appeared here today, what would have been the fate of this girl? Would she have eventually given up after failing to find a ship to join, slowly settling into life in some small town? Maybe seeing Kobe in the newspapers years later and feeling happy for him from afar? Or perhaps she would have somehow managed to become a sailor and go to sea searching for him, only to end up dying at the hands of some unknown pirate, fueling Kobe's hatred of pirates and strengthening his resolve to hunt them down. Although I'm not sure where Kobe is right now, Marcus finally said, I do know of a place where you might be able to get news about him. Really? Thank you so much. Don't thank us just yet, we need to make some things clear first. Marcus looked toward Alvida, who shrugged to indicate she didn't mind him taking the lead on this. First off, the Kobe you mentioned, he's been working under her for the past 3 years. 3. What? Kira was stunned, her face going pale. Unfortunately, just yesterday, he quit. Whether he went to become a marine or joined someone else, we don't know. But if we head to Logetown, we might be able to find out who he's with now. 1. Kira was dazed, clearly struggling to process this information. She'd never imagined that on her first day at sea, she'd meet Kobe's former boss. Suddenly, she felt nervous and scared. She wasn't stupid, Kobe's sudden departure clearly hadn't made Alvida happy, and now she was essentially throwing herself into the hands of someone who might have a grudge against her friend. She swallowed hard, trying to find her courage. So right now, you have 2 choices, Marcus continued gently. 1. Work with us. There's a good chance you'll run into Kobe again eventually, though we can't say exactly when or under what circumstances. 2. Once we reach Logetown, we part ways. Whether you can find any clues about Kobe after that will depend on luck and fate. He paused, giving her time to absorb this before adding, you don't need to give us an answer right now. Wait until we reach Logetown, then you can decide what you want to do. For now, let's set sail and see where the wind takes us. Chapter 909, Life is Easier If You Are Beautiful 8. And just like that, Kira was brought aboard the ship. At first, she was a little panicked, fidgeting, and looking like she wanted to jump overboard at any moment. But as time passed, she settled into her role as navigator with surprising competence. You had to give the girl credit, she actually had talent. For someone on her first real voyage, she could navigate the open ocean with impressive skill. There wasn't even a hint of the awkwardness you'd expect from a complete novice. Clearly, all those years hadn't just been spent reading navigation books. She must have been secretly observing ships and mentally rehearsing sailing scenarios in her head. However, there was one thing that made Marcus and Alvida seriously concerned about their new crew member. The girl got seasick. At this very moment, Kira was hanging over the ship's railing, face pale as a ghost, looking absolutely miserable. You call yourself a navigator? Alvida watched the scene. Kira tried to stand up and respond, but the moment she opened her mouth, she hurled again. Marcus scratched his head. I feel like the ship's sailing pretty smoothly though. Alvida nodded in agreement. Compared to the ships I used to sail on, this one's way more stable. Hell, it barely rocks at all. Between dry heaves, Kira managed to gasp out, I'm not seasick. I have a bit of social anxiety. 6. What? Marcus was baffled. Social anxiety made you puke? That had to be the weakest excuse he'd ever heard. 5. Probably the only tough thing about her was her ability to come up with ridiculous explanations. Alvida chuckled. There are only 3 people on this ship. What are you afraid of? Kira turned her head to look at them, but the moment their eyes met, she panicked and quickly looked away, her face somehow turning even paler. After that awkward little episode passed, we've reached our first stop, Kira called out to Marcus and Alvida, who were both fast asleep below deck. The sun had risen, and morning light streamed through the small portholes into their quarters. 1. Marcus lay on his bunk, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He was slow to respond to Kira's call, lost in his own thoughts. It had already been a week since he'd arrived in the One Piece world, and he was starting to seriously miss his old life. He wanted to play video games, browse the internet, do literally anything other than stare at endless ocean. It was just too damn boring out here. 3. Even though there were 3 of them now, and they could theoretically play card games, the dynamic between them was complicated. Kira was so nervous that even when she had a great hand, she wouldn't play aggressively. She'd never volunteer to be the dealer or take any kind of leadership role in their games. That left only Marcus and Alvida actually competing, and whoever got the better cards would win. Simple as that. It was fun for a couple of rounds, but after a while, it became mind-numbingly boring. They'd already exhausted every form of poker, dice games, and card tricks they could think of over the past few days. There was literally nothing entertaining left to do. 4. We're finally on land again. He felt relieved. At that moment, he totally understood how Luffy must feel when he spots an island after days at sea. The excitement, the anticipation of something, anything, different happening. Kira saw them emerge from below and pointed toward a village in the distance. Do you guys want to go restock our supplies? Thanks to Marcus' fruit farming setup, they had plenty to eat. But they were running seriously low on fresh water, and that was becoming a problem. 5. Having 2 women aboard didn't help the water situation. Even if they didn't bathe every day, one proper wash could seriously deplete their freshwater reserves. 1. Marcus stretched and cracked his neck. I'm gonna go do some mining first. Alvida, you take Kira into town. Can't I go mine instead? Kira raised her hand timidly, expressing her preference. 2. Seeing both of them trying to avoid responsibility, Alvida felt a flash of irritation. She used to be a captain, for crying out loud. Since when did she have to handle all the mundane tasks herself? In the end, she just waved her hand dismissively. Fine, whatever. Marcus jumped onto the shore, and the soft soil beneath his feet felt strange and almost uncomfortable after a week on the wooden deck. Is there anything you want us to buy? Alvida asked, watching Marcus excitedly prepare his mining gear. If possible, get more seeds. Oh, and if you see any cows, try to get a couple. Also iron. Watching Marcus ramble on with his shopping list, Alvida cut him off. I can get you the seeds. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. Fair enough. 2. And just like that, they split up to handle their respective tasks. Back on the ship, Kira watched it all unfold. For a moment, something flickered across her expression, but in the end, she quietly and dutifully remained behind as the ship's guard. Over the past week, she'd witnessed these people's incredible abilities. They were both devil fruit users with powers she couldn't even begin to understand. With her own thin arms and complete lack of combat experience, there was no way she could resist them if they decided to do something to her. And forget about trying to sail away with their ship. She wouldn't even know where to begin. As she watched Alvida's figure disappear into the distance, she muttered to herself, Alvida is so beautiful now, will Kobe end up getting overwhelmed when he sees her? 6. She gave herself a light slap and shook the thought out of her head. Then she went to the tool storage, grabbed a mop and bucket, and began cleaning the deck, finding work to keep herself busy. During this entire week, neither Alvida nor Marcus had assigned her any specific tasks. No serving tea, no running errands, nothing inappropriate or degrading. But doing absolutely nothing made her feel anxious and useless. So she'd assigned work to herself. Even though the wooden deck always seemed to stay magically clean, and even when it did get dirty, it would somehow return to spotless condition on its own, she still mopped it. 1. Meanwhile, Alvida had arrived in the village and found it in the middle of some kind of celebration. Many of the surrounding houses had collapsed or been damaged, yet the villagers were all in high spirits, clinking glasses, and laughing together in the streets. She couldn't quite understand it. Her appearance naturally drew the attention of many villagers, all of whom seemed eager to answer her questions and bask in her beauty. You're saying that just 2 days ago, this place was controlled by a pirate called Buggy the Clown, but then some guy in a straw hat showed up and sent him flying. Yeah, that Buggy pirate supposedly ate some legendary treasure of the sea. Even when he got chopped into pieces, nothing happened to him. It was terrifying to watch. I heard from the village chief that the straw hat guy's body can stretch like rubber. Several villagers chatted excitedly, talking over each other and gesticulating wildly. They even invited Alvida to join that evening's final bonfire celebration. Hearing all this, Alvida's expression turned thoughtful and slightly puzzled. If she remembered correctly, that straw hat guy had declared his intention to become the Pirate King, right? A man who aimed to be the Pirate King, saving innocent villagers like this? Interesting, she muttered, not wanting to disturb the villagers' joy and celebration. She briefly explained what she was looking for, just some seeds for planting. Oh, you just need seeds? Beautiful lady, my family's got seeds saved up for next spring's planting. You can have them all. As soon as the man made this generous offer, he was promptly dragged away by his wife, who had grabbed him by the ear with a murderous expression. 4. It was both amusing and awkward, but in the end, Alvida still managed to acquire quite a few different types of seeds. When she tried to pay for them, the man refused to take her money. This surprised Alvida. In her previous form, merchants would have charged her double just for the privilege of getting her ugly face away from their stalls. Seeing his love-struck expression, she gave him a flirtatious, enchanting smile, which nearly caused the poor seed shop owner to have some kind of cardiac episode. Whether it was his age or just the overwhelming effect of her beauty, he simply collapsed onto the ground with a blissful expression. 2. I really am the most beautiful woman on the seas, she said to herself proudly. 23. In an excellent mood, she still honestly left behind some berries as payment. It was only fair. She hummed a cheerful tune as she strolled through the village streets. Even though many of the houses had been damaged or destroyed in the recent battle, everyone's faces were filled with happiness and relief. Oh, Miss Alvida, are you really coming to the bonfire party tonight? The village chiefs promised to perform his secret specialty act. A man invited her enthusiastically, only to receive a death glare from his wife that could have frozen the ocean. If I'm free, I'll try to stop by, Alvida responded graciously. This was an experience she'd never had before. In the past, whenever she showed up anywhere, men would scream in terror and run away. Now they were actively inviting her to social events. Her smile never left her lips. When she returned to the ship, she noticed that someone had built a neat, square stone structure on the coastline. One glance told her it was definitely Marcus' handiwork. Curious about what he'd been up to, she peeked inside the entrance. To her surprise, it was unusually bright down there. Layer upon layer of stone steps led deep into the earth. What the hell has he been doing down there? Just then, she spotted Kira coming around a corner, struggling to carry a large wooden box up the stairs. Alvida immediately recognized the container. It was one of the storage boxes from their ship's warehouse, modified by Marcus to hold far more than it appeared capable of containing. Seeing Alvida appear at the entrance, Kira smiled and waved in greeting, though she was clearly winded from the climb. What's all this? Chapter 10, Gold? 3. Marcus came up earlier looking super excited, kept saying he'd struck it rich or something. Then he went over there to chop down trees and started making tons of storage crates. I saw him running back and forth from the ship looking exhausted, so I thought I'd help carry some stuff for him. Alvida picked up one of the crates from Kira's hands, and immediately felt its unexpected weight. How the hell did you manage to lift this thing? Am I not supposed to be able to? Kira tilted her head in confusion. 1. Alvida didn't say much more. She opened the crate and found it packed tight with identical blocks that she didn't recognize, but considering Marcus had filled an entire container with them, they were obviously important. I'll help too. Kira nodded excitedly and led Alvida down into the underground complex. Aren't we going back to that corner area from before? That section's already been cleared out. I see. Alvida didn't think much of it and kept following. The blocks had sharp, geometric edges, but surprisingly they weren't actually dangerous. Even if you bumped into them carelessly, they wouldn't cut your skin. Soon, they reached the bottom level, which opened up into an unusually spacious underground chamber. In the distance, Marcus was mining away. Whenever the lighting got too dim, he would place torches, and the systematic placement was oddly satisfying to look at, like something that would make anyone with OCD feel at peace. 15. Near the entrance were rows and rows of storage crates, neatly organized but not connected together. Kira picked up one of the smaller crates and slowly began climbing back up the stairs. Alvida approached the larger storage containers and reached out to lift one. Previously, she'd tried moving the big crates but found them immovable, like they were somehow fused to the wooden floor itself. Now, though, she could lift them effortlessly. Was it a size issue? Were the larger containers simply unable to be moved when they were full? She opened one to check the contents, same stuff as before. Stone blocks with khaki-colored specks scattered throughout. 4. Weird, but whatever. She closed the lid, grabbed one crate in each hand, and started moving briskly like a pro. This made Kira incredibly envious, but she dutifully continued carrying them one by one, making slow but steady progress. Eventually, after what felt like hours of hauling cargo, she collapsed on the ground in a sweaty, exhausted heap, staring blankly at the ceiling with dead eyes. Alvida, not only are you gorgeous, but you've also got such amazing stamina. I'm so jealous. Alvida, who was also breathing a bit heavily herself, heard the compliment and immediately lifted her head proudly, the corners of her mouth turning up in satisfaction. All her fatigue vanished instantly. You need to work out more. You've only been at this for a couple hours and you're already wiped out? I had such high hopes for you too. With that encouraging comment, she headed back down without waiting for a response. 1. Lying on the dirt floor, Kira felt deeply moved by Alvida's words. Being believed in and encouraged, this was only the second time in her life someone had expressed confidence in her abilities. The last person had been Kobe. 1. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to her feet and stumbled back to work. They kept at it until dusk, when golden sunset light began filtering down into the underground space, painting everything with warm amber tones. Kira had long since passed out on the ground from exhaustion. Even Alvida was too tired to speak. Only Marcus looked completely satisfied with his day's work. He'd never encountered such a dense concentration of ore veins before. It was like hitting the geological lottery. What exactly have you been doing down here all day? What are all these things? Alvida asked, pointing to the crates that were now stacked almost as high as their ship. Iron ore, gold ore, this is the richest mine I've ever dug into. I just couldn't stop myself. Marcus didn't mention that there was still a massive amount of ore left down below. The veins seemed practically endless. If he hadn't run out of wood to make more storage containers, he'd probably still be going. Gold. Alvida latched onto that keyword immediately, pointing at the towering pile of crates with wide eyes. You're telling me all of this is gold? Well, just a little bit. Barely enough to fill 2 crates, Marcus said casually, trying to recall the exact amount. 2 crates? Alvida felt like she couldn't breathe properly. She knew exactly how much those containers could hold. Don't be fooled by their modest size. Each crate could store 27 different types of items, and if they were identical items, they could stack up to 64 units each. She wasn't exactly a math genius, but even she could figure out that was over 500 pieces of gold ore. 4. How much gold can you get from smelting just one ore? Not sure. But hang on, let me check. Marcus quickly built a furnace and started the smelting process. Soon, a single gold ingot appeared before all 3 of them. Here, for you. Marcus casually tossed it to Alvida. She fumbled to catch it, surprised to find it wasn't hot at all despite just coming out of a furnace. She examined it from every angle, then finally bit down on it with her teeth, leaving a distinct tooth mark. It's real gold. Alvida was nearly overwhelmed with joy. The gold ingot in her hand wasn't particularly large, a standard rectangular bar, probably about 25 pounds, which was pretty typical for high-quality gold bars. 3. And judging by its purity, based on current market prices, just this single gold bar was worth around 30 million berries. 8. And that was being seriously conservative with the estimate. She had raided merchant caravans before, and most of the gold she'd gotten from them was just gold-plated surface coating, not very pure at all. But this radiant ingot in her hands, she could feel its purity. She swallowed hard, staring at the full crate of gold ore with glazed eyes. Beside her, Kira was also gaping at the gold bar, completely stunned. She had never seen such a massive chunk of pure gold in her entire life. 2. This is. Both girls were completely speechless. Meanwhile, Marcus was frowning about a completely different problem. Smelting iron ore into ingots was way too slow for his liking, especially with that whole crate full of iron ore waiting to be processed. 4. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. At least he'd mined plenty of coal on the previous island, that should be enough fuel to process all the iron. Guess I need to set up a proper furnace array, huh? Scratching his head, he debated whether to build the setup here or back on the ship. When he turned around, he saw both girls still standing there looking like their brains had completely short-circuited. What's wrong with you two? This gold. Alvida pointed dumbly at the ingot in her hand, unable to form complete sentences. Oh, you want to keep it? Sure, go ahead. I don't really need it anyway. 6. Alvida suddenly felt like she had fallen into an ocean of treasure, her brain was about to explode. 5. You're giving it to me? Just like that. 1. She stared blankly at the gold bar in her hand. Oh, by the way, is it okay if I modify the ship a bit more? 1. No problem, go ahead, do whatever you want. Alvida responded without a shred of hesitation, still clutching the gold bar like her life depended on it. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Back when he'd first started modifying their ship, he'd kept expanding and adding more and more features until they'd made him stop, claiming the sails wouldn't be able to move such a massive vessel. Thinking about it now, he decided he should probably scale back some of the less useful rooms he'd designed. He'd gotten a bit carried away with the interior layout, so he got to work on the renovations. By the time he had completed an entire furnace array and even connected it to an automated storage system, Alvida was still standing on the shore in a daze, staring at the gold bar like it might disappear if she looked away. Hey, aren't you guys hungry? Only then did both girls snap back to reality, their stomachs responding with loud growling sounds. Come to think of it, none of them had eaten anything all day. Marcus walked over to the furnace array, which had already finished smelting 2 full batches of gold ingots while he'd been working on the ship. 4. Still pretty slow, he muttered as he placed the ingots into his inventory. Seeing Kira's envious, puppy dog expression as she watched all that gold disappear, Marcus smiled and tossed a gold ingot to her as well. Startled, she hurried to catch it, but after a whole day of exhausting manual labor, her trembling hands just couldn't manage it. The gold bar hit the ground with a solid thud, sending dirt flying everywhere. Chapter 11. You need help? Give me cattle? The sight of the gold bar hitting the ground made Kira drop to her knees in distress, frantically trying to dig it out of the dirt. Her hands trembled as she carefully lifted the precious metal, and her overly cautious expression made Marcus chuckle a bit. Alvida didn't feel jealous watching this scene. Instead, she looked at Marcus with complex emotions swirling through her mind. Ever since she'd started following him, she'd gained this beautiful appearance, which alone was enough reason to stay by his side. Sure, she still worried about money sometimes, but for someone like her, a pirate, that wasn't exactly a problem. After all, when pirates needed money, they just went out and took it. But clearly, Marcus seemed to be the kind-hearted type who wouldn't initiate that kind of thing. She wasn't in any rush though. As long as they eventually ran out of funds, they'd figure something out. Worst case scenario, they could always find legitimate work, right? Sooner or later, this era would force the man in front of her to make harder choices about how to survive. Or maybe he'd discover some completely new way to earn money. She just hadn't expected that he would casually produce wealth beyond her wildest imagination. Just that one crate of gold ore was worth a fortune. 8. No wonder this man had given her something as rare and valuable as a devil fruit, even though she'd been a complete stranger. 1. Watching him carry supplies around, she stepped forward to help out. Where should I put this stuff? Take it to the deck. I've placed a trapdoor there. Just put these mineral resources in one by one through the opening. Got it. Kira also stuck close to Alvida, ready to help out. Although she'd been dead tired just moments ago, seeing that massive gold ingot had somehow reignited her energy reserves. Hold on, don't rush into it. Eat something first. Marcus stopped them from continuing their work. He wasn't some kind of slave driver, his crew needed to be fed properly. As he spoke, he pulled out some tropical fruits. These Minecraft-modified fruits had almost magical effects. After fully restoring hunger, they actually began regenerating health. Alvida's rapid healing from her earlier injuries was thanks to these. And over the past few days, he'd discovered an additional hidden benefit. The fruits didn't just restore health, they also quickly replenished stamina and energy. 1. That's why both girls had been able to work all day without feeling hungry or completely exhausted. Taking the offered fruits, they didn't hesitate and started eating immediately. Kira had a small appetite, 3 pieces were enough to completely fill her up. Alvida, on the other hand, devoured over 20 pieces before finally stopping. Marcus was speechless watching her eat. In the One Piece world, the truly powerful individuals were always massive eaters. It seemed to be a universal rule. If you could visualize it with RPG-style stats, Alvida's food consumption was probably more than double Marcus' own capacity. Once they'd finished eating, the trio got back to work. Their transportation speed was impressively fast with all 3 of them coordinating. With the moon hanging high overhead, Marcus and the others finally finished processing the entire day's mining haul. Most of the time, Marcus and Alvida were handling the heavy lifting and cargo transport. 2. Kira was responsible for opening the storage containers and carefully placing items inside one by one. When items were stored inside the containers, they somehow shrank down and became much lighter to handle. They only returned to normal size when taken outside the container's influence. But when transferring items directly from box to box, with Kira handling the process, the size didn't change at all, allowing for rapid, efficient transfers. 2. Marcus occasionally made trips to their ship's warehouse to combine all the iron ingots into compressed iron blocks using his crafting abilities. If this were still a video game, he could have used mods to automate the whole process, but that wasn't an option now. 6. Even with all the compression and optimization, they ended up filling over 30 additional large storage containers. By the time they were finishing up, Kira's stomach started growling loudly again. Marcus was about to offer her more fruit when Alvida interrupted. Let's hold off on the fruit for now. Look over there. She was getting a bit tired of tropical fruits after eating so much of it over the past week. The taste was fine, but variety would be nice. Marcus looked curiously in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, a large bonfire had been lit in the distant village, and he could see people gathering around it. What's going on over there? Their town was taken over by Buggy until recently. Alvida briefly shared the information she'd gathered during her earlier visit. Marcus was surprised at first, but then nodded in understanding. It made perfect sense. They were heading toward Logetown, so their route would inevitably overlap with Luffy and his crew's path, especially since Luffy had probably already encountered Nami by now and their course was set. Let's go check it out. Could be fun. The group made their way into the village. The town was filled with laughter, music, and celebration. When the townspeople spotted Alvida, they warmly greeted her like an old friend, immediately offering food and drinks. Marcus and Kira were also treated with kindness and hospitality. The villagers were in incredibly high spirits, and even the village chief came over personally. Seeing the visitors were just 2 young women and 1 man, none of whom looked like troublemakers, he gave them an enthusiastic welcome and began telling stories about Luffy and his crew's heroic deeds. Listening to the tales, which matched exactly what Marcus already knew from the original story, he found the whole experience quite entertaining. Kira, however, looked increasingly confused as she heard the details. So, can they even still be called pirates? She asked with puzzlement. Ha ha ha, of course they're still pirates. But this world has good people and bad people in it. Clearly, Luffy and his crew are the good kind of pirates, the village chief praised them without any hesitation. Kira's expression became even more complex. The village chief noticed her troubled look and laughed heartily. There are plenty of good people in this world. If you happen to meet some, why worry about their identity? Marcus gently patted Kira on the head. He's right. Just like not all Marines are good people, not all pirates are bad. You have to judge individuals based on their actions, not their titles. Kira nodded thoughtfully, then happily dug into the feast that the villagers had spread out for the celebration. That night, she ate more than Marcus had ever seen her consume, and listened intently to countless stories about heroes, adventures, and the complicated nature of good and evil in their world. She even got invited to try some local wheat ale, which probably wasn't the best idea. In the end, Alvida had to carry the slightly tipsy navigator back to their ship. Marcus, however, stayed behind to have a private conversation with the village chief. You seem like you want to ask me something. I stayed because I wanted to know, does your village have any cattle, sheep, or chickens? I'm willing to pay well. Well, the village chief looked troubled and conflicted. It wasn't that they didn't have any livestock, they did, but not many animals had survived recent events. Even with money, it would be difficult to buy any. Due to the buggy pirates' occupation, much of their livestock had been stolen or slaughtered for supplies. While they were celebrating now, most of the meat being served was from animals that the pirate crew had killed before being defeated. Is it a supply problem? I can pay more than market value. It's not just about the money. You've seen the current state of our town. After all the recent chaos and destruction, we don't have enough shops left operating, and many families have lost almost everything they owned. The remaining livestock needs to be distributed carefully to ensure people can rebuild their lives, otherwise, they won't survive the coming months. I see. Marcus now understood the situation. After thinking for a moment, he made a proposal. If that's the case, I can offer your people something in return, a safe refuge where they can temporarily relocate. It's large enough to house several thousand people. I can even construct a dozen or so proper houses for families who need them. 3. Are you serious? The village chief asked, clearly skeptical. What Marcus was proposing sounded almost too good to be true. Are you folks construction workers or builders by trade? He had naturally noticed their ship earlier. Since it didn't fly any pirate flags or look particularly threatening, he hadn't given it much thought. Not exactly, but close enough. So, what do you think? How much would I need to pay? Same as I originally asked, just 1 pair each of cattle, sheep, and chickens. That's all. 1. Are you for real? The village chief could hardly believe what he was hearing. Chapter 12, Orange Town. Just something I threw together while I was working, Marcus replied with a smile. The village chief thought for a moment, weighing his options, then nodded in agreement. After all, a project of this magnitude would normally take several months to complete. He was confident he could find new livestock within that time frame, especially if this young man could actually deliver on his promises. However, reality quickly left him speechless. He watched as Marcus approached the ruins left behind by Buggy's artillery bombardment. A pickaxe appeared in his hand. He started hammering away at the rubble pile, and then, boom, all the debris simply vanished. What the hell? The village chief was completely dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. But the truly unbelievable part was yet to come. Marcus began constructing houses. Buildings rose from the ground as if they were being assembled from massive building blocks. At first, he worried whether structures built so quickly could possibly be sturdy or safe. But no matter how hard he pushed, kicked, or tested them, the walls wouldn't budge an inch. They felt more solid than anything he'd ever encountered. In less than an hour, over a dozen neat, orderly buildings had been erected, complete with balconies, chimneys, proper foundations, and even second floors. 1. Although there were no windows, doors, or interior furnishings yet, this alone had saved them months of backbreaking labor. So, what do you think? Marcus asked, dusting off his hands. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Too bad I couldn't find any sand, otherwise I could have made glass for the windows too. This is more than enough? This is already far more than we ever expected, the village chief quickly responded, almost afraid that Marcus might casually decide to build an entire city just to be thorough. 6. Not only had Marcus cleared all the debris and rubble, but he'd already constructed proper housing for the displaced families. This had saved them a lot of time and resources. Now all they needed to do was install basic furniture and fittings, and the homeless villagers could be resettled immediately. What Marcus had accomplished in 1 hour would have taken an ordinary construction crew 3 to 4 months of hard labor. All right, follow me. Let me show you the refuge I mentioned. Wait, you already finished that too? Like I said, just something I did while I was working. When the village chief saw the massive underground complex, he was completely stunned. The scale was beyond anything he could have imagined, vast chambers supported by perfectly placed stone pillars, with torches providing warm, even lighting throughout the space. This is enormous. There was nothing like this beneath our town before. But wait, won't the whole thing collapse? No, this won't do. The village chief immediately started shaking his head in panic, visions of the entire town sinking into the earth. Marcus scratched his head. Don't worry about it. Watch this. Stone support pillars began rising from the floor one by one. Within minutes, the entire space was reinforced with solid, evenly spaced columns. 3. He hadn't bothered with complex engineering calculations, but the math was simple enough. He placed torches every 12 blocks for optimal lighting coverage. The space measured roughly 40 rows by 131 columns. Total area, 40 times 131 equals approximately 5,240 square blocks. That was equivalent to the floor space of about 3,000 basketball courts. 4. The village chief fell to his knees. This underground sanctuary could comfortably accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 people during emergencies, more than enough for their entire town population of under 1,000, with room for neighboring communities as well. 1. Marcus hadn't just solved their immediate housing crisis, he'd created a long-term disaster shelter that could protect them from future threats. This was beyond anything they could have hoped for. How much do you want for all of this work? Didn't we already agree on the price? 2 cows, 2 sheep, and 2 chickens. 1. Are you sure that's all you want? The village chief felt like he was trapped in some kind of wonderful dream. 1. Just 6 animals for a construction project that would normally cost millions of berries and take months to complete. 1. Marcus found the old man's expression amusing. After all, he'd extracted a massive fortune in iron ore from the underground excavation anyway. If his ship's storage capacity hadn't reached its limits, he might have continued mining for days. 5. But after considering the situation, he smiled and added, if you feel guilty about the deal, just throw in some of your local specialty products as a bonus. Of course? Absolutely. The village chief agreed immediately, still hardly able to believe his good fortune. Before leaving, Marcus also created several additional escape routes connecting the underground shelter to the surface, ensuring that people wouldn't be trapped if the main entrance was ever blocked. 1. The next morning arrived with clear skies and gentle sea breezes. The village chief appeared at their ship bright and early, accompanied by several enthusiastic villagers who were still talking excitedly about the previous day's miraculous construction project. He brought exactly what they'd agreed upon, 2 cows, 2 sheep, and 2 chickens, all healthy and well-fed. 4. But they'd also brought along generous baskets of their local specialty crop, fresh, perfectly ripe oranges. By the way, what's the official name of your town? Marcus asked as they supervised the transfer of livestock onto the ship. It's called Orange Town, the village chief said proudly. 5. Marcus was momentarily stunned. Orange Town? He scratched his head, trying to remember the details from the original story. You folks grow a lot of oranges around here. Oh yes, this soil and climate are perfect for citrus cultivation. Over the generations, oranges became our signature crop and main export. We're quite famous for them throughout the East Blue. Do you know if there are other places that grow oranges too? I'm not sure about that. But I have heard from traveling merchants that there might be another orange growing region somewhere. And from what I understand, that area is heavily controlled by pirates. Most merchants are too afraid to do business there because of the danger. I see. That's good to know. Marcus filed that information away for future reference. It might be worth investigating later, especially if they were heading in that direction anyway. Alvida supervised as the baskets of oranges were carried into their ship's expanded storage areas, though she didn't pay much attention to the fruit itself. Soon after completing the livestock transfer and final farewells, their small crew departed Orange Town to resume their journey toward Logue Town. As they sailed away from the harbor, Alvida's curiosity finally got the better of her. "So what's your plan with all these animals?" she asked, watching Marcus secure the livestock in a specially constructed area of the ship. "You're not seriously planning to raise them on board, are you?" "That's exactly what I'm planning," Marcus replied. "Really? I mean, chickens are fine, they don't need much space and they'll eat pretty much anything. But cows and sheep? They need grass, and lots of it. Have you thought about how you're going to feed them out here?" Alvida had seen plenty of ships that carried livestock during her pirating days, but it was usually a short-term arrangement before slaughtering them for meat. Sheep were somewhat manageable since they were omnivores who could survive on scraps when necessary. Some eccentric pirates even kept specialized breeds for both labor and eventual consumption. 3. But cows were a completely different challenge. Cattle needed lots of grass and grain to stay healthy. "Let me show you something cool," Marcus said with a grin, approaching the two cows. The animals remained calm and relaxed, completely unaware of what was about to happen. 1. Moo. One of the cows even let out a cheerful sound when it spotted something in Marcus' hands. Because what it saw was wheat. Fresh, golden wheat that looked absolutely perfect. Previously, Marcus hadn't prioritized wheat cultivation because he'd lacked sufficient bone meal for rapid crop growth cycles. He'd needed that bone meal for speeding up tree growth and wood harvesting. But now, with his massive iron ore reserves, that problem was completely solved. Worried about running out of bone meal? He had iron now, which meant he could craft shears. With shears, he could harvest leaves efficiently, compost them into bone meal, and create a completely sustainable farming loop. 3. Now, with unlimited wheat production capability, he could easily feed both cattle and sheep. He could even get them to reproduce and build up a proper herd. Though of course, he'd need to test whether Minecraft breeding mechanics worked the same way in this reality. 3. Both cows immediately gathered in front of Marcus, staring at the wheat in his hands with hunger and interest. The two sheep noticed the commotion as well, but unfortunately they were secured in a nearby pen and could only watch enviously. He nodded with satisfaction, apparently pleased that Minecraft wheat worked on real animals just as he'd hoped. He then offered one piece of wheat to each cow. 1. The animals chewed thoughtfully, and their expressions suggested they'd just tasted something absolutely heavenly. Both cows showed clear signs of blissful enjoyment, and then, heart-shaped particles began floating around their bodies in a distinctly game-like animation. What happened next was pure magic. The two cows moved closer to each other, and then, with a sudden pop sound and a brief flash of light, a healthy black and white calf popped out between them. 7. Alvida was completely stunned, her mouth hanging open. 12. She looked from the calf to the parent animals, then back to the calf, trying to process what she'd just witnessed. "Wait, that's how reproduction works? No way, those two cattle are both bulls." 37 Chapter 13, It's come, no it's milk? 20. Two bulls had just given birth to a calf. Forget about Alvida for a moment, even the two bulls themselves were absolutely terrified when they realized what had just happened to them. 15. Something that completely shattered the natural order had occurred right before their eyes, and they were the ones who'd experienced it firsthand. Kira stared blankly at the scene for a moment, then looked around in disbelief. She even ran underneath the bulls to double-check their anatomy. 5. Her findings confirmed what everyone already knew, they were both definitely male. For several long minutes, both girls just stared at Marcus in silence, trying to process what they'd witnessed. Two bulls giving birth at high speed had completely destroyed their understanding of how the world was supposed to work. But Marcus wasn't finished demonstrating yet. He moved over to the two sheep next. The sheep didn't sense anything unusual about the situation. They just stared hungrily at the wheat in his hand, drooling. Then, something equally magical happened again. The two sheep gave birth to lambs. All perfectly square-shaped, just like the calf. 4. Finally, he approached the chickens. 1. This time he swapped the wheat for wheat seeds, which seemed more appropriate for poultry. And once again, something completely shocking occurred. The egg-laying process was entirely bypassed. Chicks were born instantly on the spot. 5. What the hell? Alvida's expression turned increasingly bewildered. Devil fruit powers were indeed mysterious and often defied logic, but wasn't this getting a bit ridiculous? Her own slip fruit only made her skin smoother and let things slide off her body. 13. But Marcus' abilities seemed to encompass way more than just one specific power. 3. Marcus looked at the lambs and calf, like a farmer admiring a successful harvest. He patted their perfectly geometric heads. No fur shedding, no waste products to clean up, and they only needed small amounts of food to survive indefinitely. It was absolutely perfect for farming in limited space. Unfortunately, it seemed they couldn't be stacked or stored like items in the game anymore. They were real, living creatures now. 1. Abandoning any thoughts of extreme density farming, he quickly redesigned a section of the deck to accommodate his new livestock. 3. Although he hadn't managed to obtain grass blocks yet, feeding them wheat worked perfectly fine for their immediate needs. "You're going to raise them like this?" Alvida asked, her expression growing more puzzled by the minute. "Why not? Is there a problem with that?" "It's definitely possible, if you're not worried about them falling overboard, or getting eaten by seabirds." Alvida had enough sailing experience to know the real dangers of the open ocean. In the One Piece world, it wasn't just sea kings that grew to enormous sizes, there were also massive birds of prey that could snatch people right off ship decks. Placing small animals openly on the deck like this, they probably wouldn't survive 2 days. Marcus understood her concern immediately. After thinking for a moment, he built a protective wooden shelter over the livestock area, with walls and a roof. Looking at the ship's deck, now transformed into what looked like a floating barnyard, Alvida couldn't bear to keep watching. 1. Kira, however, went over to the newborn chick and gently stroked its angular body. Although it looked hard and geometric, it felt surprisingly soft to the touch. She could definitely feel that she was touching feathers. But these feathers were completely integrated. They couldn't be plucked or separated, as if they were part of a seamless whole. "This is so amazing," she whispered. The newly born chick didn't resist her gentle touch at all. In fact, it seemed to enjoy the attention, showing a small expression of contentment. 1. Can I take care of this one? She looked at the tiny creature. 1. Marcus nodded. Minecraft-style cows, sheep, and chickens were completely passive. They'd never attack people or cause trouble. Let me see how stable they are over the next couple of days. If there are no issues, you can keep it as a pet. Okay, thank you so much, Marcus. Kira was very excited. Meanwhile, Marcus had already pulled out a bucket he'd been planning to use for this exact purpose. He approached the bull that was closest to the makeshift fence. The poor animal was still in shock, staring at the square-shaped calf, while the calf nuzzled affectionately against the bull's. 7. You're not trying to milk it, are you? They're both. Before Alvida could finish her sentence, a pitiful bellow echoed across the deck. 2. She stared in silence as actual milk was somehow extracted from the bull's body. She was completely speechless. 18. The bull that had just been milked looked like its entire life force had been drained away. Just standing upright seemed to require all of its remaining strength. 14. Then its legs gave out, and it collapsed to the deck floor. Its body continued to tremble uncontrollably from the traumatic experience. The other bull watched this horrifying scene with growing terror. Its eyes were wide with panic and disbelief. 4. What the hell had it just experienced in the last few minutes? It had watched itself and its companion give birth to a calf, and now its buddy had even been milked somehow. The man approaching them, was he some kind of devil? 3. Moo. 6. The second bull backed away into the corner of its pen, but Marcus continued approaching step by step until he was right beside the terrified animal. 6. Another miserable moo rang out across the deck, and this bull, too, was efficiently milked dry. Both bulls lay collapsed on the wooden planks, completely exhausted. The little calf looked confused by all the commotion but continued happily nuzzling against its fathers. 2. Want to try some? Marcus turned and looked at Alvida, who was still staring wide-eyed at everything that had just happened. She shook her head violently, as if the very suggestion was horrifying. Bull milk, just imagining the taste was enough to know it would be overwhelmingly strong and probably disgusting. 2. Marcus then looked hopefully at Kira. She also shook her head frantically, clearly intimidated by the concept of bull milk as well. Philistines, Marcus muttered, not particularly bothered by their reactions. 4. He looked down at the bucket of milk in his hands and reached into it to examine the contents more closely. But when his hand touched the liquid, he pulled it out and found that not a single drop had stuck to his skin. Seeing this interesting development, he dug a small hole in the deck floor. He tried to pour the milk into the hole. As expected, nothing came out of the bucket. Whether he turned the container upside down or tried using mental commands to release the contents, nothing worked. Looks like I'm currently following vanilla Minecraft rules, he mused thoughtfully. He could drink the milk directly if he wanted to, but since he didn't currently have any negative status effects to cure, there wouldn't be much benefit to consuming it. 2. Losing interest in the milk for now, he turned his attention to a different experiment. He grabbed 2 buckets of seawater and poured them into water-filled depressions he dug earlier in the deck. Then he stirred the water with his hand for a few seconds. When he pulled his hand out, it was completely dry. Kira, bring me a small cup from the kitchen. Oh, okay. Kira quickly fetched a cup and brought it over. Marcus dipped the cup into the water source block he'd created. The cup filled instantly with clear water. He sniffed it carefully, no smell. Then he took a sip and smacked his lips thoughtfully. Not salty either. Definitely not seawater anymore. 3. He downed the rest of the cup in one gulp. It was cool and refreshing, just like fresh spring water. Thought so. In Minecraft, there wasn't really a concept of different types of water. Ocean water, river water, and rainwater were all treated the same by the game's systems. So even though he'd scooped up seawater, once it was placed as a source block, it automatically became normal fresh water. 3. Next, he grabbed 2 wooden planks and created an infinite water source by placing them around the existing water blocks. Perfect. Just as I thought it would work. Alvida watched this process. What exactly is that? A water source. Infinite fresh water that never runs out. Are you serious? 1. Alvida found this claim hard to believe. Marcus handed her the cup and gestured for her to test it herself. She didn't hesitate. She squatted down and began repeatedly scooping water and dumping it overboard. But no matter how much water she poured out. 5. The 3 water source blocks never decreased in volume. Kira was also fascinated by this, so she brought over an even larger bucket to help with the testing. Alvida immediately grabbed the bigger container, positioned herself over the water channel, and began furiously scooping and dumping water over the side of the ship. 10 minutes later, she stared at the unchanged water level in silence. The infinite water source had remained perfectly stable despite her best efforts to drain it. Your devil fruit power is way too powerful, she said finally. Is it one of those legendary Logia types? Like what the Navy admirals use? Marcus shook his head. My fruit is called the MC fruit. 12. MC. 8. Yeah. Alvida didn't ask for further details, assuming it was just something she wasn't familiar with, which was probably true. 1. Honestly, even a Navy fleet admiral would likely be just as clueless if they were standing here right now. So, can this water be used for bathing? Kira asked curiously, looking at the clean, endless supply of fresh water. I'm honestly not sure if it would work properly for bathing, Marcus admitted. You guys want to try it out and see what happens. After all, in Minecraft, there wasn't really a concept of being dirty or needing to clean yourself. Why don't you just build us a proper bathhouse? Kira suggested hopefully. Would you drink the milk? Chapter 14, Testing Armor 4. Marcus had already prepared a bathroom area in advance, and now he made some modifications to accommodate Kira's request. Though he called it a modification, it was really just repositioning the water source to the ceiling level. Then he added 2 wooden steps beneath the falling stream to create a stable platform. This turned the flowing water into a makeshift shower system. He reached out to test the water flow. The sensation was oddly real, he could actually feel the water running down his arm. But when he pulled his hand back, it was completely dry, just like before. Seeing this, Alvida brought over a bucket and placed it directly under the stream. Soon it filled with clear water. She tried pouring this water into a larger bathing area they'd constructed. However, the moment the water touched the wooden floorboards, it seemed to evaporate instantly, disappearing without leaving a trace. Just as I expected, Marcus said, not particularly surprised by this result. He'd anticipated this limitation based on his understanding of Minecraft mechanics. Although water in the game could interact with ordinary buckets and was even drinkable when contained, once it left a proper container, it would vanish according to the game's rules. The water still had some physical properties though. It would splash when hitting surfaces, create ripples in larger bodies of water, and feel wet to the touch while flowing. 1. But once it settled anywhere outside of a designated container, the water would simply disappear. That's really strange, Alvida muttered. Try using a wooden ladle. Alvida took the wooden ladle and experimented with it. The results were consistent, it could hold the water just fine, but as soon as she poured it out, the liquid splashed briefly before vanishing completely. Then she decided to get more creative with her testing. She ran off and returned with a bamboo tube. She positioned one end of the tube at the water source and the other end over their makeshift bathing pool, hoping to create a water pipeline. But the bamboo tube couldn't channel the water at all, the flow simply stopped at the tube's entrance. Marcus nodded to himself. Even in this reality, certain Minecraft mechanics still applied rigidly. Any container specifically designed to hold water would work perfectly, but you couldn't extract or redirect flowing water using improvised methods. 2. This might be fine in summer, but we'll freeze to death in winter, Alvida pointed out. Can we heat the water somehow? Probably not through normal means, but I think I might have an idea. What's your plan? Don't we have that bathtub I built? Marcus positioned one corner of the wooden bathtub directly under the water stream. The steady flow gradually filled the tub with fresh water. He then propped the entire tub up on half blocks and built a campfire underneath it, creating an improvised water heating system. Soon, the water inside the tub began to bubble and steam from the heat. Amazing, Kira said excitedly, watching the process with fascination. She dipped her finger into the heated bath water. It was perfectly warm, maybe even a little too hot. Putting out the fire is simple, Marcus explained, demonstrating the technique. You just need to sprinkle a little water directly on the flames. He scooped a small amount of water from the tub and let it fall onto the campfire. In an instant, the flames were completely extinguished. To relight it, just use a flint and steel on the surface where the fire was. 1. Alvida examined the bathtub more closely. Despite being positioned directly above an open fire, there were no burn marks, and strangely enough, the tub itself remained cool to the touch. It seemed impossible. Unbelievable. As Marcus made adjustments to the fire, she could feel the tub's temperature changing accordingly. But once the campfire was extinguished, the temperature dropped to normal immediately. There was no gradual cooling period. How did he do that? Once you're done bathing, just dump the water, Marcus demonstrated by tilting the tub slightly. The water disappears the moment it hits the floorboards. Clean, sanitary, and environmentally friendly. Zero waste or pollution. Now you two can enjoy your bath while I'll head out first, he said, preparing to leave them some privacy. Only the 2 girls remained in the newly constructed bathroom area. At this point, they could no longer contain their excitement about having a proper bathing facility. Soon, both of them were happily soaking in the warm water, finally able to properly clean themselves after days of sailing. Meanwhile, Marcus had moved to another part of the ship and started crafting armor by hand. He created a complete set of iron tools and protective gear, carefully crafting each piece according to the patterns he remembered from countless hours of gameplay. But when he put the iron armor on his body, there was no visible change to his appearance whatsoever. 3. However, he could distinctly feel that he was wearing something. The armor felt snug and perfectly fitted, yet surprisingly lightweight. 1. His movements weren't restricted at all. If anything, he felt more confident and secure. Does this mean I now have a body of iron? He wondered aloud, examining himself. He touched his regular clothes, but couldn't feel any metal chestplate or protective gear beneath them. Should I test this out? Although Minecraft didn't allow players to hurt themselves with weapons, you literally couldn't target your own character, but this wasn't a video game anymore. 1. In the real world, that limitation didn't exist. He pulled out an iron sword, then thought better of it and swapped it for a stone sword. Feeling somewhat cowardly, he settled on a wooden sword for his experiment. He was a modern person who'd lived a relatively safe, comfortable life, so naturally he was afraid of pain. He aimed the wooden sword at his calf and began pressing it against his leg, gradually applying more pressure. At first, he just felt something blunt pressing against his skin, but as he increased the force, a faint sense of discomfort began to emerge. Still bearable, though. But when he pressed harder again, he suddenly felt the wooden sword hit something completely solid. It wouldn't penetrate any further, no matter how much force he applied. Yet he continued to feel only that same faint ache, nothing more intense. That's pretty smart, he said appreciatively, understanding how the armor system worked. The protective gear was completely invisible when worn, but the moment he experienced even slight pain or pressure, the armor would activate automatically. 2. He checked the durability of the iron leggings in his game interface and found that it hadn't decreased at all, meaning his earlier testing hadn't even registered as a real attack. After thinking it over, he decided to try a more decisive approach. He swung the wooden sword with genuine force at his leg. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out clearly. The sensation was like being snapped by a rubber band, a brief, sharp sting that faded quickly. His skin even showed a white mark where the sword had made contact. But remarkably, the durability of his armor still hadn't decreased at all. That attack had definitely counted as a legitimate attempt to cause damage, but the protective effect was roughly equivalent to his earlier gentle pressure testing. Clearly, unless someone used enough force to actually bend iron, this level of minor discomfort was the maximum pain he'd experience. In a very real sense, he now had an iron body. 3. If he could eventually craft diamond armor, he couldn't even imagine how powerful he'd become, especially if he could enchant it with full protection. 4. 3. Though enchanting required experience points, and so far he was still only level 1. He had no idea how to gain experience in this world. Mining and smelting ores had given him nothing in terms of XP. 4. Marcus even doubted whether killing monsters would yield experience points like they did in the game. As for mob farming and spawners, he had a theory about that. It probably wouldn't work. If hostile mobs did spawn naturally, then the ship he'd built, or the underground mining tunnels he'd explored before placing torches everywhere, should have already been overrun with creatures. He also suspected that maybe only blocks he'd personally placed could generate monster spawns. 3. He had tested this theory during his mining operations with disappointing results. Even when he'd completely paved areas with cobblestone, left them in total darkness, and walked far away, no hostile mobs had ever appeared. Eventually, he returned to the main deck to check on his livestock operation. He looked at the 2 adult bulls, now energetic and healthy after being fed wheat, along with their square-shaped calf. As every Minecraft player knew, killing cows provided experience points, though baby animals didn't drop XP until they matured. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out some bone meal and began rapidly growing more wheat. Soon, he had fed 10 pieces of wheat to the young calf. The moment it finished eating, it instantly grew to full adult size. But he didn't raise his weapon yet. Instead, he turned his attention to the 2 traumatized bulls standing nearby. 2. They began trembling under his ominous stare, clearly sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Moo. Don't come any closer, human. After being fed another round of wheat, heart-shaped particles began floating around both animals again. The 2 fathers had successfully bred a second calf through the might of love. 2. The bulls' collective response to this development: we're exhausted. Please, just end our suffering. Chapter 15, Syrup Village. Marcus wasn't in any rush to kill the calf immediately. Instead, he fed it wheat to help it quickly grow into a full adult. Then he began the breeding process again. Looks like the breeding cooldown still follows Minecraft timing, he observed, watching the heart particles fade away. There were now 5 cows under the deck canopy, creating quite the little farm operation. But just like before, the original real-world animals seemed genuinely terrified of these newly born creatures. Especially the 2 original bulls. At this moment they were huddled in the corner, trembling. 1. Marcus fed wheat to another calf, and within moments it transformed into a full-grown adult cow. Looking at the increasingly traumatized original animals in the shelter, he felt a pang of guilt and decided to lead the newly matured cow into a separate room for what came next. 1. He looked at the blocky cow that was nuzzling against him affectionately and patted its head. Sorry about this, buddy. It's nothing personal. 2. Then Marcus jumped up and struck the cow with his fist. As expected, the cow simply panicked and ran around in circles, making distressed mooing sounds but showing no signs of injury or aggression. Finally, with a second hit, the cow dissolved into a puff of green smoke, disappearing completely and leaving behind 2 glowing experience orbs and several pieces of raw beef. 5. It works just like in the game. Looking at the mere 3 pieces of wheat left in his hand, he realized that relying on cattle slaughter to level up was going to be a very long-term project. 2. Well, guess I'll take it slow and steady. He looked back at the cows in the main shelter area. The 2 original world bulls had served their breeding purpose, but now they were basically just taking up space and resources. Just then, both girls emerged from their bath, looking refreshed and cleaner. Marcus, this water really does work for bathing, Alvida confirmed with a satisfied smile. Although her slip fruit meant her skin couldn't actually get dirty anymore, Kira didn't have that advantage. The girl had scrubbed herself thoroughly, rubbing off so much accumulated grime that the bathwater had become murky. But when the dirty water was poured onto the deck, it quickly vanished according to Minecraft rules. Even though some of the dirt remained on the wooden planks, the MC wood blocks had a self-cleaning function that restored them to spotless condition within moments. There's another cow now. So what do you want for lunch? How about some roast beef? We're eating them already. Wait, we're really going to eat them? Kira seemed reluctant at first, showing some attachment to the animals. Then she immediately devoured 2 roasted beef legs without any further moral qualms. 1. After that, Marcus processed the sheep and chickens in a similar fashion, leaving only the Minecraft versions of all 3 animal types on their ship. 6. As it turned out, only MC animals provided experience points when killed. 2. Kira successfully acquired herself a soft little pet chicken that didn't poop, didn't need constant feeding, and had no strange odors. As for the rest of the Minecraft livestock, Marcus placed them individually in various empty rooms throughout their expanded ship to keep them organized and contained. Unfortunately, there were no grass blocks available on the ship, only dirt, so sheep couldn't naturally regrow their wool through grazing. Still, he could raise lambs, wait for them to mature, and then shear them for renewable wool production. 1. He crafted a Minecraft-style bed and lay down on it curiously, wondering if it would have any special properties. 4. Nothing happened. The MC bed wasn't particularly hard or uncomfortable, and lying on it felt just like resting on any ordinary bed. Could it be because it's daytime? I'll try again tonight. 3. When evening arrived, Marcus eagerly climbed into the bed to test its abilities. The hoped-for ability to skip through the night didn't activate as he'd expected, but instead a wave of overwhelming drowsiness swept over him. 1. Within 3 seconds of his head hitting the pillow, he was completely unconscious. 6. When he opened his eyes again, dawn was already breaking over the ocean. He stared blankly at the wooden ceiling above him, feeling well rested. That was incredible. No dreams. No residual fatigue. He felt completely refreshed and energized when he got up. 6. Moving to the main deck, he found Kira already busy at work, hauling up the anchor she dropped the previous night. Morning, Marcus. You're up early today. We should be reaching a new island soon. There's a place called Syrup Village. Should we stop there to resupply? Although they hadn't bought many supplies at Orangetown, with Marcus' abilities providing unlimited food and fresh water, the 3 of them were never in danger of going hungry or thirsty. Syrup Village? That's where Luffy meets Usopp, Marcus thought to himself. Luffy's crew is about 2 days ahead of us. I wonder if the Kuro incident is already over. If nothing unexpected happens, this might be our only chance to meet the Straw Hat Pirates before Logetown. He tried to recall the timeline and seemed to remember something about other islands in this area too. There was also that island of rare animals. Whatever, we'll figure it out when we get there. Since we're already heading that way, might as well stop and look around. By midday, they had reached the shoreline and could see the island clearly. Looking at the familiar scenery, Marcus felt his excitement building. After spending so many days in the One Piece world, he was finally about to encounter Monkey D. Luffy himself. He wondered what would happen when they actually met face to face. All 3 of them disembarked from their ship. Alvida was surprised that Marcus had decided to come along. You're not going mining today. Not for a while. Besides, our ship can't hold much more cargo anyway, Marcus said honestly. Alvida felt slightly disappointed by this news. Even though they'd already obtained a massive fortune in gold, whoever complained about having too much money? If they could acquire huge amounts of gold at every single island they visited, she felt she could wake up smiling just thinking about the possibilities. You're coming too, she asked Kira, since the girl was known for being shy and preferring to stay with the ship. But perhaps after spending so many days together, the girl had gradually become more comfortable and outgoing. At least she no longer seemed as timid and withdrawn as when they'd first met. And whether it was because of better nutrition or the special properties of Minecraft food, her previously gaunt and malnourished appearance had improved. 1. Marcus said we might meet someone who knows where Kobe went, Kira explained hopefully. Alvida looked at Marcus with surprise but didn't ask for more details. 1. The 3 of them walked up the slope from the beach and could see a small town nestled in the distance. Let's go take a look around. Marcus led the way. Seeing his enthusiasm, Alvida smiled and followed along willingly. The island was filled with birdsong and blooming flowers. Occasionally they passed farmers working in their fields, tending crops and livestock. The overall setting wasn't much different from what you might find in a peaceful rural area back on Earth. Everything you'd expect was there. Marcus suddenly recalled an important detail. The place where they'd landed might be one of only 2 routes that provided access to the island's interior. In the original story, Usopp had mistaken the direction and set up a bunch of oil slick traps along this path. But now there was nothing. Thinking this over, he led his companions into the town. It seemed like fate was intervening. The three of them ran directly into Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp, who were walking together down the main street. From the looks of things, the Kuro incident either hadn't broken out yet, or it was already completely resolved. When Marcus first spotted them, all four Straw Hat Pirates appeared completely unharmed and in good spirits. Before he could decide how to approach them, Alvida couldn't contain herself any longer. Marcus. Got it. Reminded of their plan, Marcus didn't hesitate. He switched to the inventory slot containing Alvida's iron mace and tossed the weapon to her. Alvida caught it smoothly and immediately assumed a threatening stance. Straw Hat Brat? I can't believe you actually showed up here. Her words, dripping with killing intent and rage, shocked all 5 people present, the 4 Straw Hats and Kira. The girl couldn't understand why Alvida had suddenly become so aggressive and hostile. After all, in her experience over the past few days, Alvida had been gentle and caring, even helping her scrub her back during baths. Who are you? Luffy frowned in confusion at Alvida, clearly not recognizing her at all. Usopp glanced at Alvida with a strange expression, then gave Luffy a curious look. Nami's gaze immediately focused on the spiked mace in Alvida's hands, and her expression grew serious. Having spent years surviving at sea, she'd developed good instincts for judging people. This woman was definitely strong and dangerous. Still, she couldn't resist teasing Luffy. Could she be your girlfriend? Zoro watched the developing confrontation with interest, though his attention was primarily focused on Marcus. After all, Marcus had just produced a weapon out of thin air, clearly the ability of some kind of devil fruit user. Alvida's smile broadened. It's not surprising you don't recognize me. I just slimmed down a bit. Ever since you sent me flying with that punch, I've been thinking about finding you, day and night. Hearing her explosive and somewhat suggestive declaration, Nami's expression turned uncomfortable. Luffy looked even more puzzled and confused. Kira, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? The familiar question. Luffy seemed to catch a hint of recognition. Kira, suddenly called upon, flinched at first, but thinking of Alvida's stunning appearance, she answered honestly, it should be, you, Alvida. The familiar wording, the familiar name, everything clicked into place for Luffy. After all, it hadn't been that long since their last encounter. Ah, you're that fat lady. 15. Luffy had stepped directly onto the biggest landmine possible. As I said before, I need your help with some suggestions for a story I'm currently writing. My problem is, I don't know if the player's world should be a normal advanced Earth or something fictional, like Marvel. Below are chapter 1 and 2, it's still in the early phase. I'll delete the chapter below after getting some ideas. Some warnings first. This idea has been plaguing me for a while, though I don't know how long I'll have the motivation to work on it. Suggestions are welcome. I've only planned a few chapters so far. Premise, a Nara ninja summons players, similar to Mop, but set in the Naruto world. It takes place in Moran. 2. The MC is quite flawed and will grow stronger by using the players. The novel is called Shadow Leveling. 1. No system. Oh. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Chapter 01, Still Breathing, Unfortunately. Shit. That was Shikaki's first coherent thought in what felt like days, though time had become a bit negotiable since that explosive tag turned his left side into ground meat. The shit smell was probably from when his bowels gave up sometime during the first night. The copper was definitely blood, his teammates, the IWA ninjas, all mixing into a horrible cocktail that had attracted flies. If there were a cocktail named after this, it'd be the Bloody Shinobi, 2 parts blood, 1 part shit, served warm with flies. So many fucking flies. He tried to move his head and immediately regretted it. Pain shot through his neck like someone was hammering senbon into his spine. His left eye wouldn't open at all, crusted shut with blood and God knows what else. The right eye managed a crack, just enough to see the dim cave entrance about 10 meters away. 10 meters. Might as well be 10 kilometers. Still breathing? Huh. He croaked to nobody, his voice sounding like he'd been gargling gravel. That's unfortunate. A bitter laugh tried to escape but turned into a wet cough that brought up something chunky. Blood, probably. Or maybe a piece of lung. Did lungs come up in pieces? He should have paid more attention during the field medic course instead of sleeping through it. 20 years. 20 fucking years in this world of child soldiers and war, and this was how it ended. In a cave, covered in shit and blood, forgotten before he was even dead. The memories of his life, this life, started flooding back. Maybe that's what happened when you died. Your brain desperately trying to find meaning in the meaninglessness. He'd been 5 when he first realized something was wrong with this picture. Sitting in the Nara compound, watching his cousins play ninja, and thinking children shouldn't be learning how to kill. The thought had come from nowhere and everywhere, like an echo of something he couldn't quite remember. By 6, he was in the academy, learning to throw kunao at human-shaped targets. The instructor praised his accuracy. His mother was proud. His father said he had the Nara gift for strategy. Nobody seemed to notice or care that they were training children to be weapons. Why do we have to fight? He'd asked his father once. It's troublesome, his father had replied. But it's our duty to the village. Duty. That word had followed him through the academy, through Genin team assignments, through one of the missions where he had taken a life, a missing nin who'd been stealing food from civilians. The man had begged at the end, Shikaki's shadow holding him still while his teammate slit the throat. Clean. Efficient. Troublesome. He'd tried, for a while, to be what they wanted. Trained his body until he threw up, attempting to match the taijutsu specialists. Lasted exactly 3 weeks before his muscles gave out and he spent a month in the hospital with severe chakra exhaustion and torn ligaments. The medic nin had been blunt, your body isn't built for that kind of training. You're trying to be the third Raikage without his physiology. So he'd pivoted. If he couldn't be strong, he'd be smart. Started collecting jutsu scrolls like other kids collected trading cards. Earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, learned the basics of everything. C-rank techniques mostly, nothing flashy. Jack of all trades, master of none. Except shadows. Shadows, he understood. The Nara techniques came naturally, but he'd pushed further. Spent hours experimenting with shadow manipulation, finding new applications. Could make his shadow three-dimensional for a few seconds. Could use it to feel textures and temperatures. Small improvements that nobody noticed because why would they? He was just another Nara, doing Nara things. The real revelation had been Funjutsu. Started learning at 15, after watching his captain demonstrate a storage seal. The complexity had appealed to him, all puzzle and no brute force. His shadow clone, he could only maintain one, would study while he practiced shadow techniques. Slow progress, but progress. 3 years of seal work. 3 years of headaches and chakra exhaustion and tiny incremental improvements. He'd gotten good enough to modify storage seals, create basic barrier seals, even developed a personal seal that could display his chakra levels like a gauge. Nothing revolutionary. Just another special jonin with average skills and above-average intelligence. The promotion had been a joke. They'd needed someone who could hold a position and use shadow techniques for battlefield control. Not strong enough to be a real jonin, but too useful to waste as a regular chunin. Special jonin, the participation trophy of ninja ranks. The memories kept coming as he lay dying, his brain's last desperate attempt to find meaning. 3 days earlier, Captain Inoka, a normal Yamanaka ninja by Konoha standard, stood at the front of their 43-man platoon, his scarred face grim as he outlined what everyone already knew was a suicide mission. Intel says Iwa's moving a 1,000-man force through the valley. Our job is to make them think we're the vanguard of a larger force. Hold for 3 days while the real army repositions. He didn't say what everyone was thinking, we're bait. Shikaki stood in the back, studying the terrain map. The valley was a killbox. Steep walls on both sides, one way in, one way out. Perfect for an ambush. Also perfect for getting slaughtered. Nara, the captain called out. You're our forward scout. Shadow possession for captures if they send scouts ahead. Hi, Shikaki responded automatically, though his brain was already calculating survival odds. 43 versus 1,000. Maybe 0.3% chance if they played it perfect. More likely 0%. The problem with being a Nara was everyone expected miracles from your brain. Like somehow being smart could make up for shit odds and no chakra reserves. He could make one shadow clone that'd last 2 hours if he didn't fight. Special jonin, his ass, he was just a chunin who'd survived long enough to get a field promotion. Chosen, all 300 pounds of him, clapped Shikaki on the shoulder hard enough to bruise. Don't look so gloomy. We might get lucky. Our luck ran out at birth, Shikaki replied. The genin, 3 kids fresh from the academy who shouldn't even be here, were trying to look brave. The one with the glasses kept adjusting them, likely a nervous tic. Another was writing what looked like a last letter home. The third just stared at nothing, already in shock, and they hadn't even started fighting yet. They reached the valley at dawn. Shikaki created a single shadow clone and sent it ahead to scout. The drain was immediate, like someone had opened a valve in his chakra network. He'd have maybe 40 minutes before it dispersed. I need a vantage point, he told Inoka. High ground where I can actually see them coming. Take position on the east ridge. Hayaga's got the west. Shikaki climbed. When he reached the ridge, he lay flat and pulled out the stolen binoculars, regular ones, not chakra enhanced. Those were for real jonin. Then he waited. His clone made it 38 minutes before popping. The memories rushed back. IWA forces, 3 columns, at least 200 in the vanguard alone. Contact, he shouted down. Lead elements entering the valley. 200, maybe 250. Just the vanguard then, Inoka called back. All right, first wave positions. Make them think we've got an army up here. The first exchange was textbook. Kunao and shuriken raining down from prepared positions. Explosive tags in a cascading pattern that made it seem like they had 3 times their actual numbers. The IWA ninjas fell back, regrouped, came again. By noon, the illusion was failing. The enemy was probing, testing, realizing the defensive fire was coming from the same positions. Shikaki watched through his binoculars as the IWA commander, a scarred woman with acid burns across half her face, drew diagrams in the dirt. They've figured us out, he told Inoka after sliding down from his perch. She's planning a pincer movement. Send climbers up the cliff faces while the main force pushes through. How do you know? Because it's what I do. We've been firing from the same 8 positions for hours. She's not stupid. Shit. The captain wiped blood from a graze on his cheek. How long? 20 minutes, maybe 30. Dash. It was 18 minutes. The climbers came up the sides like spiders, earth jutsu making handholds where none existed. The defending Konoha ninjas had to split their attention, and that's when the main force surged forward. Shikaki caught one climber with his shadow imitation, made the man jump backward off the cliff. The second one he tried to catch broke free after 2 seconds. Shikaki didn't have enough chakra left to hold him. A kunai opened a line across his ribs as he dove behind cover. That's when Inoka's head exploded. No warning, no dramatic last words. 1 second he was shouting orders, the next his skull came apart like overripe fruit. Some kind of compression jutsu, air, or maybe sound-based. The genin with glasses was standing right next to him, got painted red and brown and grey. Kid just stood there, touching his face, trying to understand why it was wet. An earth spear took him through the stomach before he figured it out. Formations broken. Chosen roared, his body expanding with his clan's technique. Fall back to. The sentence never finished. Earth spears erupted from the ground like a forest of death, turning him into a massive pincushion. His expansion jutsu made him a bigger target, more places to hurt. He deflated slowly, like a punctured balloon, blood pouring from 50 wounds. The second genin, the letter writer, tried to run. Caught a kunai in the spine, fell forward, tried crawling with just his arms. An IWA ninja stepped on his back, pushed the kunai deeper until it came out through his chest. The kid spent 30 seconds dying, calling for his mother in increasingly wet gasps. Shikaki's position was overrun. He was down to taijutsu and kunai, his chakra nearly spent. An IWA ninja came at him with a tanto. Shikaki deflected with a kunai, but the force drove him backward. The second strike opened his shoulder to the bone. The third would have taken his head if he hadn't done something that would haunt him forever. He grabbed the dying genin, the letter writer, still gasping, and pulled him up as a shield. The tanto went through the kid's chest, got stuck in bone. The IWA ninja's eyes widened in surprise, giving Shikaki just enough time to drive a kunai up under his jaw into his brain. Both bodies fell together, the genin's last breath a wet rattle against Shikaki's ear. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the corpse, but sorry didn't mean shit to the dead. Another IWA ninja came at him. Shikaki had just enough chakra left for one technique. He used it on himself, forcing his own shadow to pull him down flat just as a sword swept where his neck had been. The momentum made it look like he'd been hit. He went limp, fell into the growing pile of corpses, suppressed his chakra to civilian levels. The IWA ninja stabbed down once to make sure, the blade went through his already injured shoulder, grinding against bone. It was painful, but he kept himself limp, let his eyes go vacant, released his bladder for authenticity. Playing dead while your comrades died around you wasn't exactly Konoha standard, but then again, neither was surviving. The third genin lasted longer than expected. Kid went absolutely feral when he realized he was going to die, biting an enemy's throat out before they cut him apart. Took 6 of them to bring him down. Shikaki watched through slitted eyes as they literally pulled the kid into pieces, his screams going on way too long. By nightfall of the first day, he was the only one left alive, buried under 2 corpses and pretending to be a third. The IWA forces set up camp in the valley, using the Konoha corpses as latrine markers. Someone pissed on the pile Shikaki was under. Warm liquid soaked through his vest, and he had to bite through his own tongue to keep from moving. 3 days. He played dead for 3 fucking days. The IWA ninjas looted the bodies on day 2. Someone pulled the corpse off him, rifled through his pockets. Took his kunai, his ration bars, missed the things in his inner pocket. When they rolled him over to check for hidden pouches, shit and piss soaked and covered in other people's blood. The looter muttered something about fucking tree huggers and moved on. By day 3, the flies had found them. They crawled across his face, into his nose, his ears, laid eggs in the wounds. He felt maggots starting to move in the shoulder wound and had to not react. 1. The main IWA force moved through on the evening of day 3. 1,000 ninjas marching through the valley, stepping on corpses, laughing about how easy it had been. Shikaki counted them through the sound of their footsteps. 986. The intelligence had been close. He waited another 6 hours after the last one passed before moving. Even then, it was almost too late. His muscles had locked up, wounds had started to fester. The shoulder wound was definitely infected, probably gangrenous. When he tried to stand, his legs gave out immediately. So he crawled. Away from the killing field. Away from the dead kids who'd called for their mothers. Away from Chosen's deflated corpse and Inoka's headless body. Away from the genin he'd used as a human shield, whose letter home would never be sent. Found an animal trail leading to a cave. Dragged himself inside to die properly, alone, where nobody would piss on his corpse or use it as a territorial marker. Except he'd been dying for 3 days now and his body apparently hadn't gotten the memo. Troublesome, Shikaki muttered, the Nara clan's favorite. Can't even die properly. His hand, the right one, the left was definitely broken in at least 4 places, fumbled at his vest pocket. 2 ration bars that had been soaked in someone else's blood. The smart move would be saving them, trying to heal enough to make it back to the border. Report the mission's failure. Watch them carve 43 names into the memorial stone. Get another suicide mission because that's what special jonin were for, cannon fodder with slightly better jutsu. Special jonin, he said, laughing until it hurt too much to continue. Congratulations, Shikaki, you're now qualified to die for your village with a fancier title. The laughter turned into crying, which was even more pathetic than dying in a cave. But fuck it, nobody was here to see. His parents were already dead, letter had arrived the day before deployment. Training accident, they said. His father trying to save civilians from a Misa-aimed jutsu during a public demonstration. His mother attempting to help and catching the backlash. Dead heroes. Just like their son would be, eventually. If he could actually manage to die. Something glinted deeper in the cave. Not sunlight, it was already dark outside, had been for hours. He stared at it with his one good eye. Could be a trap. Could be some kind of poisonous gas that would finally finish the job. Could be his brain shutting down and showing him pretty lights before the end. Fuck it, he decided. Moving was agony. Every inch forward required dragging himself with his one functional arm, legs refusing to cooperate beyond weak pushes. The blood trail he was leaving would have made him easy to track if anyone gave a shit about one more dead Konoha ninja. The light grew stronger as he went deeper. The cave expanded into a proper chamber, and that's when he saw it, seal work covering the walls. The symbols hurt to look at, like they were written in dimensions his brain couldn't quite process. Uzumaki, he guessed, recognizing maybe one character in 20. The Uzumaki clan had been seal masters before they got wiped out. This looked like their work had a baby with something older and meaner. The light source was in the center, a pool of something that definitely wasn't water. It glowed with that bluish. The seals all pointed toward it like it was something important. Or dangerous. Probably both. Shikaki dragged himself to the edge and looked down. His reflection stared back, and Jesus Christ he looked bad. The left side of his face was hamburger. His vest was more red than green. Something white was poking through a tear in his shoulder that was probably bone. Well, he said to his fucked up reflection, I wanted to die anyway. He tried to form hand seals for a diagnostic jutsu, maybe figure out what this thing was. His broken fingers didn't cooperate, resulting in something between bird and dog. But somehow, the malformed seal activated something in the array. The pool erupted. The blue light became solid, wrapping around him like liquid chakra. It burned and froze simultaneously, flooding into every wound. He screamed, or tried to, but the energy was already forcing its way down his throat. And this was his first deep throat. He hoped it would be his last. Too much, too much, too much. His chakra pathway, already damaged from overuse during the battle, couldn't handle the influx. They burst like overfilled water balloons, the foreign energy immediately rebuilding them wider. The pain transcended physical sensation into something almost philosophical. It was damn painful. This is what dying should feel like, some part of his brain noted. The rest of him was too busy being unmade and remade to care. The cave disappeared. Reality became a tunnel of light and sensation, pulling him down, down, down. Then nothing. Then, found him here, Sarasama. Still breathing but barely. Bring him to the medical chambers. Carefully, look at these injuries. Shikaki tried to open his eyes. Both of them worked this time, which was probably not how anatomy worked, but whatever. He was lying on something soft. An actual bed with actual sheets that didn't smell like blood and shit. A woman leaned over him. Young, maybe 16 or 17, with red hair and concerned eyes. She wore elaborate robes that marked her as someone important, and the way the other person deferred to her confirmed it. You're awake, she said. That's good. We weren't sure you would survive. What's your name? His throat felt like sandpaper that had been set on fire. The girl gestured and someone brought water. Cool, clean water that tasted better than anything he'd remembered. Shika, he managed, cutting off his clan name. I'm a merchant. Traveling merchant. A merchant, the girl repeated, and he could hear the doubt. The healers said you had terrible burns, like you'd been too close to an explosion. And your wounds. She trailed off, clearly disturbed by what she'd seen. Probably wasn't used to seeing what ninjas did to each other. Civilian ruler of a civilian city. Bandits, he croaked. They had explosives. Mining equipment they'd stolen, maybe. Got lucky. They were amateurs with it. Bandits with explosives. She looked to her guard, who shrugged. It wasn't impossible. The war had scattered enough dangerous shit across the countryside that anyone could get their hands on something nasty. You were found near the Ryomayako, she said carefully. That's unusual. The passages to that chamber have been sealed for generations. How did you get there? Ryomayako. Shikaki's brain, even half-fried from whatever the fuck had happened, started putting pieces together. The Ryomayako was in Moran, a city-state in the land of wind. Isolationist to the extreme, protected by some kind of power that made the desert around it bloom. I don't know, he said, which was technically true. I was dying. Crawled into a cave to get away from the sandstorm. There was this blue light, and I followed it. Thought I was hallucinating. Then I woke up here. Sarah bit her lip, looking far too young to be ruling anything. The Ryomayako is supposed to be dormant. My mother sealed them before she died. Maybe they're not as sealed as you thought, Shikaki suggested weakly. She looked troubled by that but didn't pursue it. What about your family? Is there someone we should send word to? No one, he said flatly. They're dead. Plague hit our village 2 months ago. The dead was dead, whether from plague or a training accident. I'm sorry, she said, and meant it. This girl wore her heart on her face like an open book. No ninja training. Just a teenager trying to rule a city. I'm Sarah, she said finally. Queen of Iran, though that probably doesn't mean much to an outsider. You're under my protection while you heal. The healers say you'll need some days before you can walk properly. I can't pay. I'm not asking for payment, she interrupted, looking almost offended. You appeared in our most sacred place, half dead. Either the Ryomayako brought you here for a reason, or it's the strangest coincidence I've ever heard. Either way, I'm not throwing an injured man into the desert. She stood, robes trailing like water. Rest. Heal. When you're better, perhaps you can tell me about the world outside. We don't get many visitors here. The guard gave him one last look before following her out. That one had some training. Not ninja level, but something. He'd have to be careful around that one. Shikaki stared at the ceiling, carved stone depicting dragons or serpents or something in between. He was alive, somehow, in a place ruled by a girl who didn't know enough about chakra to realize a merchant shouldn't have chakra burns. Where nobody knew him, nobody expected anything from him, and most importantly, nobody would come looking for him. The Konoha records would list him as missing in action, presumed dead. Another name on the stone. His shoulder throbbed where the sword had gone through. The Ryomayako had kept him alive but hadn't fixed everything. He'd have scars. Reminders of the day he'd used a dying kid as a shield and played dead while his comrades were butchered. Some ninja he'd turned out to be. Troublesome. Chapter 02, Bullshitting. Sunlight hurt like a motherfucker. That was Shikaki's first thought as consciousness dragged him back to the land of the living. The second was that someone had apparently replaced his tongue with sandpaper soaked in ass. The third was calculating exits, because old habits died harder than Konoha ninjas in a suicide mission. Door, guarded, footsteps every 40 seconds meaning amateur on duty. Window, height unknown, doable if desperate but his left leg was maybe 40% functional. Ceiling vent, might fit his arm. Maybe. Survival odds if he ran now? 15% on a good day. Survival odds if he stayed? Unknown, but probably better than 15%. Simple math, he muttered, then immediately regretted it when his throat reminded him that talking was now a premium service his body couldn't afford. The door opened and a servant entered with a tray. Young woman, maybe 16, hands shaking like leaves in a thunderstorm. She took one look at him and went pale. Food, she squeaked, setting the tray down so fast some soup sloshed over the edge. Shikaki looked at the tray, then at her, then back at the tray. Don't worry, he said. I only eat people on Tuesdays. The tray hit the floor. The girl hit the door running. The soup hit everything in between. Should have said Thursdays, he told the empty room. More believable. 20 minutes later, the door opened again. This time it was Sarah, and she looked annoyed. Good. Annoyed was better than suspicious. You scared my staff, she said, trying for stern but landing somewhere around pouty. Your staff scares easily. She said you threatened to eat her. I specifically said I don't eat people on, what day is it? Wednesday. See? She's perfectly safe. Sarah stared at him for a long moment, clearly trying to decide if he was joking or insane. Finally, she sat in the chair beside his bed, robes pooling around her. The healers say you're recovering remarkably well. I'm remarkably hard to kill. It's my only talent. Besides being a merchant. Right. That too. She leaned forward, and there it was, the curiosity that would either save or damn him. Tell me about your roots. We get so few traders here. Fuck. Should have prepared a better lie. But then, he'd been too busy dying to plan for interrogation by teenage royalty. The northern roots, he said, buying time while his brain spun up a story. Through the Shadow Valley. Shadow Valley. Her eyes lit up. I've never heard of it. Of course she hadn't. He was stealing it from a movie he'd half remembered from, before. From the other life that felt more like dream than memory now. Past the land of snow, he continued, warming to the lie. Where the mountains get so tall they cut the sky in half. Caravans have to pay tribute to the sandwalkers or risk getting lost in the storms. Sandwalkers. Desert nomads. They control the passes. He was mixing Star Wars with Dune now, but she wouldn't know. Crazy bastards ride these huge lizards, paint themselves blue for their god. 1. Blue. Something about the sky spirits. I don't ask questions when the people holding swords are also holding my profit margins. She was fascinated, leaning so far forward she might fall off the chair. What goods do you trade? Whatever people aren't selling. Safe answer, vague enough to be meaningless. That's not very specific. Specificity is bad for business. Soon as you specialize, someone undercuts you, but surely you have main products. Sure. I mainly sell things to people who want to buy them. She laughed. You're impossible. I'm a merchant. It's basically the same thing. The door opened and a man entered who screamed guard captain from his posture alone. Mid-30s, scarred hands, eyes that catalogued everything twice. Sarasama, he said with a bow that managed to be respectful and dismissive simultaneously. I heard our guest was awake. He is, Shikaki said. He can also hear you. The guard's eyes narrowed. A merchant, Sarasama says. That's what the business cards say. We found no business cards. That's because I'm bad at business. What company do you work for? Independent contractor. Company of one. Very exclusive. That's convenient. It's actually pretty inconvenient. Meetings are boring when it's just me. The guard wasn't amused. His hand drifted to his belt, not quite reaching for a weapon but making sure Shikaki noticed the possibility. Then, with the casual air of someone who'd done this before, he let his dagger slip from his belt. The metal hit stone with a sharp ring. Normal merchant would have flinched. Jumped. Something. Shikaki watched it fall, counted the rotations, and didn't move. Your reflexes, the guard said slowly, are interesting for a merchant. Your dagger dropping is interesting for a guard captain. Most people react to falling weapons. Most people haven't spent 3 years on the northern routes where reacting to every little sound gets you eaten by snow leopards. Snow leopards. Big ones. White as fresh coca, white as snow, and twice as dangerous. Sarah intervened before the guard could respond. Masaru, perhaps we could. Silk, Masaru interrupted, eyes still on Shikaki. Current market price. The knowledge test. The Nara clan did have merchant contacts, part of their information network. He knew some prices, but showing too much knowledge would be as suspicious as too little. 50 ryo per bolt, he said. It's 35. For the shit they sell in the capital, maybe. Ideal in northern silk. Moth-woven, not worm. Completely different texture. Moth-woven silk isn't real. Tell that to the nobles paying me triple for the novelty. Masaru tried another angle. Iron ore, per ton. Depends on purity. Raw, about 600. Refined, 2,000 if you know who's buying. That was actually accurate, or had been 6 months ago. Masaru couldn't argue without revealing his own information was outdated. Chakra metal. The captain's voice was casual, but his eyes were sharp. Trap question. Chakra metal wasn't publicly traded. Not for sale, Shikaki said. Not unless you want ninjas up your ass asking uncomfortable questions about supply chains. But you know the price. I know enough to know I don't want to know more. Sarah cleared her throat. Speaking of chakra metal, the healers mentioned unusual burns. Chakra burns, they said. Shit. The Ryumayako exposure left marks. Mining accident, Shikaki said, the like humming smooth as water. 5 years back. Some idiots thought they'd found a chakra metal deposit. Turns out it was just iron with trace amounts, but they used explosive tags to crack it open. Chakra-infused metal plus explosives equals. He gestured at himself. You survived that. Masaru's skepticism was thick enough to spread on bread. Barely. Still get the shakes during thunderstorms. He held up his left hand, let it tremor. The tremor was fake, but the inspiration was real, copied from a teammate who'd taken nerve damage from a lightning jutsu. Poor bastard shook like that until the day he died. Which was 3 days, no, 4 days ago. Fuck. Chakra metal explosion, Sarah mused. That must have been terrifying. Terrifying. Painful. Expensive. Mostly expensive. Lost my entire investment and spent 2 years paying off medical debts. Is that why you were traveling alone? She asked. No money for guards. Guards are an advertisement that you have something worth stealing. I prefer looking too poor to rob. That clearly worked well, Masaru said dry as the desert outside. I'm alive, aren't I? Barely. Still counts. Masaru looked like he wanted to continue the interrogation, but Sarah stood. I think our guest needs rest. Sarah-sama. That wasn't a suggestion. The captain bowed, stiff and formal. Of course. He picked up his dagger with deliberate slowness, making sure Shikaki saw him secure it properly. I'll post a guard. For your protection, merchant. Thoughtful of you. I'm a thoughtful man. After he left, Sarah lingered. You don't like him. I don't like anyone. It's simpler that way. That's sad. She studied him with those 2 young eyes that held too much responsibility. What are the festivals like, where you're from? The question caught him off guard. Festivals. We have harvest celebrations here, but I've always wondered what they do in other places. My mother used to tell me stories, but... She trailed off. Shikaki thought of Konoha's festivals. The memorial services disguised as celebrations. The way they honored the dead while making more of them. Loud, he said finally. Lots of drinking. Fireworks that sound like explosive tags so all the veterans dive under tables. Dancing that looks more like controlled falling. Food that's trying to kill you with grease. That sounds wonderful. It sounds like chaos. Same thing. She smiled, sad and wistful. I've never left the city. Good policy. Outside world's full of assholes. She laughed, surprised. My mother never let me curse. Your mother's dead. Curse all you want. Sarah's face went through about 6 emotions in 2 seconds before landing on something between shocked and amused. That's horrible. Yeah, but I'm honest about it. You're honestly horrible. Better than being dishonestly nice. She laughed again, fuller this time. You're nothing like our usual traders. Your usual traders probably aren't half-dead smartasses with questionable humor. No, they're fully alive boring people with no humor at all. See, I'm an improvement. Her eyes landed on something in the corner, his salvaged belongings. Is that a shogi board? Fuck. He'd forgotten about that. Travel set. Good for killing time between trying not to die. You play. Badly. Play me? Sarasama. That's an order. Well shit. Refusing would be suspicious. But beating royalty at strategy games was historically bad for your health. She set up the board. Not expert, but not amateur either. Shikaki deliberately fumbled his opening, made moves that were good but not great. She took his bait, pushed her advantage. He let her, making just enough mistakes to seem believable. When she trapped his king, he made sure to look surprised. You're not bad for a queen, he said. You're terrible for a merchant. Merchants are supposed to be good at shogi. Merchants are supposed to be good at strategy. I am. My strategy was letting you win. Her eyes sharpened. You didn't I? Play properly. Sarasama. Stop calling me that and play properly. So he did. 8 moves later, her king was trapped with no escape. That's cruel, she said, staring at the board. That's shogi. Want to learn why you lost? You'll teach me. I'll try. Can't promise you'll get better. Natural talent is a thing. Once a week. What? Once a week, you'll teach me. It wasn't a question. From the doorway, Masaru watched with calculating eyes. Shikaki gave him a little wave, which earned a scowl. Your captain doesn't trust me, Shikaki noted. He doesn't trust anyone. She reset the board. Show me what I did wrong. So he did, walking through each mistake with the patience of someone who had nothing better to do. Which he didn't. Being half-dead limited your options. When she finally left, hours later, Shikaki was alone with his calculations. Survival odds if he stayed, 78%. They clearly needed something, even if they didn't know what. Odds if he ran, 45% and dropping. Desert, wounds, no supplies. Odds they discovered he was a ninja, 100%, eventually. Odds they'd care, unknown variable. Sarah was desperate for connection, that much was obvious. Girl was lonely as fuck in her tower, surrounded by people who saw her as symbol rather than person. He could use that. The thought should have bothered him more than it did. Masaru was a problem but not immediate threat. Man was suspicious but bound by hierarchy. As long as Sarah wanted Shikaki around, the captain could only watch and wait. The city itself was perfect for disappearing. Isolated, insular, forgotten by the world. If he could maintain the merchant cover long enough to heal fully, maybe he could actually build something like a life here. Life, he said to the empty room. What a troublesome concept. He tried to sleep but the dreams came like they always did. He woke at 3 a.m., sheets soaked with sweat. The window showed a city sleeping peaceful under stars. No burning buildings. No screaming. No dying children calling for their mothers. Still not Tuesday, he told his reflection in the glass. Can't eat anyone yet. The reflection didn't laugh. Chapter 16, Alvida vs Luffy. Of all the Straw Hat pirates present, only Luffy had ever seen what Alvida used to look like too. When the others heard him claim that this stunningly beautiful woman, with her perfect figure and gorgeous face, had once been obese, they were shocked into disbelief. Nami gave Alvida a thorough up and down examination, her eyes filled with doubt. Zoro was also surprised, but for different reasons. After spending these past few days with Luffy, he could tell that the rubber boy was an emotional idiot who wasn't swayed by beauty, nor was he the type to maliciously insult a woman's appearance without reason. As for Usopp, well, he was just a regular guy. The moment he'd laid eyes on Alvida, he'd been completely captivated by her beauty. So when Luffy said she used to be fat, he literally couldn't picture it in his mind. Hey, Luffy. No matter how you look at it, this lady has nothing to do with being fat, Usopp protested. Nami nodded in agreement. Luffy quickly tried to explain by taking a deep breath and puffing out his belly. Seeing Luffy's ridiculous demonstration, Alvida touched her own perfectly defined abs and admitted, well, that's true. Back then I was a little chubby. The fact that Alvida wasn't angry and had even admitted it herself surprised Luffy even more. After all, the last time he'd called her fat, she'd flown into a rage. You've really become beautiful though, Luffy said with his typical straightforward honesty. Alvida was clearly pleased with the praise, but then she hefted her massive spiked mace and said, none of that matters now. Ever since you sent me flying, I've been thinking about getting revenge on you every single moment. Luffy pulled an uncomfortable face, clearly unwilling to fight her. 2. Seeing his reluctance, Alvida laughed. Well, you don't get to refuse anymore. Without further warning, she launched into her attack, swinging her mace down. Luffy jumped backward, narrowly dodging the strike. The ground exploded where the mace hit, sending chunks of stone and debris flying in all directions. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro all quickly scrambled to get out of the combat zone. The 3 Straw Hats didn't interfere. No matter how you looked at it, this was clearly a personal grudge between Alvida and Luffy that they needed to settle themselves. Marcus, on the other hand, watched the fight with interest. After all, in the original story, there had never been a rematch between Alvida and Luffy. This was completely new territory, especially considering Alvida's devil fruit abilities. The slip fruit meant that both blunt and slashing attacks couldn't harm her. Without haki available to them, it wasn't clear how Luffy would handle her now. 4. He was ready to enjoy the show, but Kira seemed confused by the whole situation. She tugged on Marcus' sleeve and asked innocently, Marcus, why does Alvida insist on fighting this Straw Hat guy? Just because she got sent flying? She seems like someone who got dumped by her boyfriend. It wasn't a completely unreasonable assumption. Ever since Kira had boarded their ship, she'd only seen Alvida's beautiful and powerful side, and had found her surprisingly easy to get along with. The other 3 Straw Hats perked up their ears, suddenly very interested in this gossip. After all, hearing dirt about Luffy's romantic life was something they were quite curious about. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Marcus said, in a sense, that's not wrong. After all, thinking about it objectively, Luffy had suddenly shown up at Alvida's place, trashed her ship, insulted her to her face, punched her into the stratosphere, and then, when she appeared in front of him again, didn't even recognize her. That did sound like pretty typical heartbreaker behavior. Hearing Marcus confirm their suspicions, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp all gave Luffy teasing looks. Hey, wait a minute. Luffy protested while holding down his straw hat and dodging Alvida's aggressive swings. You were the one who attacked first back then, and you were the one mocking Kobe's dream. That's because you crushed my heart first. Alvida shot back relentlessly. Her expression had turned serious now as she sped up her attacks, trying to corner the rubber boy. 2. But no matter how much she increased her speed or changed her angles, Luffy always managed to dodge from some impossible direction. It was getting frustrating. She couldn't land a single hit. Seeing that she wasn't going to listen to reason, Luffy finally stopped his evasive maneuvers and stood his ground. Fine, if you want to hit me so badly. The spiked mace came swinging down. It struck Luffy's body, and felt exactly like hitting a pillow. The impact was completely absorbed and dispersed, leaving him completely unharmed. I'm a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit. Blunt attacks don't work on me at. Although Alvida had expected this result, feeling that weird, unsatisfying sensation again made her purse her lips in annoyance. Of course, during their time on the ship, she'd already thought about how to counter Luffy's rubber abilities. The obvious answer was slashing attacks. But she didn't know swordsmanship, and she didn't have a blade to work with anyway. Still, she'd come up with an alternative solution during one of her conversations with Marcus about devil fruit development. Fire? The slip fruit's power was simple. It reduced the friction of her skin to 0. But the effect was limited to her body, more specifically, only to areas covered by skin. 2. She could reduce friction to nothing, but she couldn't increase it in the opposite direction. But that limitation was still enough to work with. She reached into her cleavage and pulled out a small packet of powder that she'd prepared specifically for this moment. She sprinkled the contents over her mace, then ran her hand along the weapon's surface. Instantly, flames burst to life along the entire length of the spiked club. Swinging the now blazing weapon, she swept it straight toward Luffy. Naturally, Luffy wasn't stupid enough to just take a fire attack head-on. He rolled away from the flaming strike. What's wrong, coward? Weren't you done dodging? Alvida taunted. Luffy replied, I'm not dumb enough to let myself get roasted. But that was really cool. What was that powder stuff? 2. He was curious. Alvida sighed in frustration. Up to this point, Luffy hadn't even tried to attack her once. If she was being completely honest with herself, most of her anger had already dissipated the moment Luffy complimented her new appearance. The real reason she'd sought him out wasn't entirely about revenge. Part of it was wanting to prove to herself that she was no longer the fat, pathetic woman she used to be, that she'd earned a fresh start in life. And yes, there was also a mischievous part of her that had wanted to see if he would change his tune and start drooling over her now that she was beautiful. The reality? His attitude was exactly the same as before. He treated her without a hint of romantic interest or even physical attraction. Even his dialogue was identical to their first meeting. As for the fact that this Straw Hat brat had caused her pirate crew to fall apart, well, yes, she still felt some resentment about that. But after meeting Marcus and having her entire life trajectory change, her hatred for Luffy had mellowed. Marcus watched as Alvida took a few more half-hearted swings at the ground before clearly giving up on the fight. He shook his head. As he'd suspected, the slip fruit was basically just a beautification tool for Alvida, with the added bonus of being able to slip away from attacks. It was a purely passive ability with very limited potential for combat improvement. 6. The flame trick she'd just used? That had been a mixture of gunpowder and magnesium powder that created a brief but impressive flash burn. And even that idea had come from his suggestions during their shipboard conversations. 3. The lackluster fight was over almost before it had really begun. That's it. Alvida tossed her mace back to Marcus and shrugged. I'm not fast enough to catch him, and he's still refusing to actually attack me. Clearly, now that I've become beautiful, he's too embarrassed to me. She paused, then looked at Marcus. But you look disappointed that I didn't beat the Straw Hat boy. Were you hoping for a more exciting fight? After all, she'd definitely noticed his head shaking during the battle. I was shaking my head at your devil fruit development, Marcus said bluntly. Alvida didn't argue. After all, Marcus' abilities were both mysterious and incredibly powerful. If he said her fruit development was lacking, she wasn't going to deny it. Chapter 17. Where is Kobe? I haven't had the fruit for very long, Alvida said with a shrug and a smile. Marcus decided to offer some advice. Think about this, if you reduce the friction on your entire body to almost nothing, maybe even 0, but keep the friction on your feet normal, wouldn't that make you move way faster? Alvida looked puzzled. Clearly, she had no understanding of concepts like air resistance or the physics behind friction and motion. Seeing her blank expression, Marcus made a mental note that he'd need to give her a proper crash course on basic physics sometime soon. 2. Kira, meanwhile, didn't really understand the explanation but was still thoroughly impressed. After all, Alvida had just made her weapon burst into flames. That was amazing no matter how you looked at it. The Straw Hat Pirates, however, picked up on something important from Marcus' words. Alvida was clearly a devil fruit user herself. Without any hesitation, Luffy asked directly, Alvida, did you become a devil fruit user too? 2. Alvida didn't bother hiding it. Yeah, I ate the slip fruit. As she spoke, she walked over to where Nami was standing. Before Nami could react or protest, she reached out and gently brushed her hand across the navigator's cheek. Nami barely felt like her cheek had been touched at all, just a slight sensation of pressure. It was an incredibly strange and unique feeling. She reached up and touched Alvida's hand in return. Wow, so smooth and soft. Alvida didn't mind at all. Luffy marveled for a moment, then quickly lost interest. Hey Usopp, where was that really delicious restaurant you mentioned earlier? I'm getting hungry again. Obviously, for him, food took priority over pretty much everything else. Before long, all 7 of them had made their way to the restaurant and settled around a large table. By the way, why are you guys sitting down so naturally like you belong here? Nami asked speechlessly, looking at these overly familiar newcomers who just inserted themselves into their group. Guess you could say we became friends through fighting, Marcus said with an easy smile. Luffy grinned and said he didn't mind at all, meals were always better with more people anyway. Since the captain had no objections, Zoro didn't oppose the arrangement either. They all started eating together. Soon, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp noticed that Luffy, Alvida, and Marcus were eating faster and faster, until it turned into a full-blown competitive eating contest. This drew the attention of everyone else in the restaurant, who stopped their own meals to watch the display. Naturally, the first to drop out was Alvida. While she had a big appetite, she was no match for the other two competitors. Luffy could eat endlessly and digest everything with his rubber stomach. Marcus could eat endlessly too. His Minecraft-based physiology meant his hunger bar could max out and he'd still keep going without any discomfort. Zoro watched from the sidelines, cheering Luffy. In the end, the contest only stopped because the restaurant owner ran out of ingredients to serve them. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to eat this much. Luffy, now stuffed like a balloon, laughed as he looked at Marcus, whose body hadn't changed in the slightest despite consuming a great amount of food. Finding a kindred spirit at the dinner table made him happy. It reminded him of 2 years ago when he and Ace would eat together and end up competing to see who could eat more. Those had been good times. You're not bad yourself. Both of them were in excellent spirits. The only one who looked worried was the restaurant owner. The man was clearly conflicted. Usopp had grown up in this village, and treating his friends to a meal was normally fine. But having his entire day's worth of food inventory consumed in one sitting was definitely painful for business. Marcus, however, didn't want to cause the owner any trouble. He pulled out about 100,000 berries and handed them over without hesitation. The owner's face lit up as he accepted the payment and went to get change. Having been treated to a meal, Luffy looked at Marcus with even more approval. After all, how could someone who fed him possibly be a bad person? I'm Luffy. What was your name again? Marcus. This is Kira, she's our current navigator. Speaking of which, she probably has something she wants to ask you about. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Luffy with strange expressions. The whole situation with Alvida hadn't even been fully clarified yet, and now there was another girl with some connection to him? Kira, suddenly thrust into the spotlight, shrank back a little. Her social anxiety made it difficult to adapt to being the center of attention, but she still managed to speak up. Do you happen to know someone named Kobe? Luffy nodded without even thinking about it, and Zoro glanced over. Seeing him nod, Kira's eyes lit up. Where is he now? Right now, he should have become a marine. I'm not sure how he's doing at that marine base, though. Luffy couldn't help but picture the pink-haired kid with no muscle definition who'd been so nervous and scared. You're looking for him? Yeah. Could you tell me which marine base he's stationed at? Luffy scratched his head, trying to remember the specific details. Marine Base 153, Zoro supplied, providing the exact location. 4. Kira immediately opened her sea chart and checked the coordinates. The distance wasn't too far, only about 2 days of sailing time. Her heart leaped with joy at how close Kobe was, but then she seemed to think of something else and scratched her head shyly. She didn't say anything more, but Marcus and Alvida both knew exactly what was on her mind. Alvida was the first to voice it. Already wanting to rush off and find your little sweetheart. And no, it's not like that. Kira waved her hands frantically, her face turning bright red. Zoro and Luffy both looked at her. After all, they were both familiar with Kobe and found this development interesting. Who is she? Zoro asked. Kobe's childhood friend. She went to sea specifically to find him, Alvida explained. Both Zoro and Luffy expressed genuine surprise. Even someone like Kobe had a childhood friend willing to go to such lengths for him? Luffy couldn't help but recall memories from his own childhood, wondering how Yuta was doing these days. 6. Zoro, too, found himself thinking of Kuna. 1. Marcus found the whole situation quite amusing. Nami and Usopp, who had never met Kobe, couldn't really join the conversation directly, but they were definitely curious about what kind of person could make a young girl risk her life to go to sea in search of him. 2. Soon, they learned from Luffy's explanation exactly who Kobe was and how they'd met. Both were surprised by the story. A guy who went fishing, got on the wrong ship by mistake, and ended up forced to be a pirate's errand boy for 3 years? It sounded absurd no matter how you looked at it. Yet somehow, this same guy had a girl willing to go to sea for him. And the real kicker, after gaining his freedom, he hadn't even gone back home to let her know he was safe. Nami came to a blunt conclusion. This Kobe sounds way too clueless. Before anyone else could comment, Kira hurried to defend him. You can't really blame him for that. I'm kind of really shy. Even when he tried to talk to me, I rarely responded. So, maybe even now, he doesn't think of me as anything more than an acquaintance. Her voice grew quieter toward the end. 1. Oh, Luffy and the others were taken aback by that. Marcus and Alvida, however, were completely familiar with this side of her personality. When Kira had first come aboard their ship, she'd been so painfully quiet she could barely get a word out in half a day. The solution had been simple, just talk to her more and give her time to warm up. Compared to how she'd been before, this was already huge progress. Want us to take you to the 153rd branch? If nothing's gone wrong, he should still be there, Luffy offered without much thought. Kira glanced at Marcus and Alvida, then said, I promised Marcus and Alvida that I'd get them to Loketown first. Such a small, shy girl, yet so determined to keep her word. Marcus waved dismissively. You don't need to take that so seriously. We were only heading to Loketown because Kobe would most likely be there. Now that we know exactly where he is, you can choose freely what you want to do. Alvida nodded her agreement. 3. Chapter 19, Marcus Decision 1. What? Are you insane? You want to go against the world government? Alvida looked at Marcus in disbelief, her eyes full of shock and confusion. As a pirate, she was occasionally hunted by Marines, and every time it happened she was scared out of her mind. That alone was already stressful enough for her. But if they went up against the world government itself? She couldn't even imagine how dark and hopeless her world would become. By then, she wouldn't even be able to spend their money in peace without constantly looking over her shoulder. Marcus forced a sheepish smile. I said it was just an idea, didn't I? But Alvida shook her head firmly. Don't even think about ideas like that. We're talking about the world government here. People like us can't afford to mess with them. Marcus hadn't expected her to react so strongly to his suggestion. Seeing his expression, Alvida sighed helplessly. No matter what you're thinking, don't even consider becoming a revolutionary. Do you know about the Devil Child? I know about her. That's Nico Robin, right? Marcus was a bit surprised that Alvida brought this up, but he answered anyway. I don't know exactly how she managed to piss off the world government, but she's a perfect example of what happens, being hunted by both the world government and the Marines. She's that famous? Even people in the East Blue have heard of her. This isn't about being famous or not, Alvida said with a bitter laugh. There's even a rumor going around that if you hand over her alive to the world government, you can get pardoned for being a pirate. Seriously? That's actually a thing. 5. Marcus kept working with his hands as he spoke, his eyes showing doubt. After all, in the original story, he didn't recall seeing anything exactly like this, though there had been plenty of short scenes showing Robin being betrayed, many of them involving bounties or Marines showing up at her door. Don't know if it's true, but whether it is or not, if someone ran into the Devil Child, they'd probably contact the world government right away to hand her over, either for the money or to get rid of their pirate status. For many small-time pirates, that's an opportunity you can't pass up. Marcus understood immediately, this was a form of psychological warfare. Whether the rumor was true or false, it would push the vast majority of pirates to stand against Robin, making it impossible for her to trust other pirates, let alone anyone from any country. Both the criminal underworld and the law-abiding side were essentially closed to her. Robin had almost nowhere to turn for help. It was a brilliant and cruel strategy. By the way, why did you want to become a pirate in the first place? Marcus asked curiously. Alvida stretched lazily, her gaze drifting into the distance. That's a long story. She began telling him about her past. In short, her parents had been ordinary farmers, nothing special, just trying to make an honest living from the land. But because their country had to pay the heavenly tribute to the world government, every household was required to contribute money and labor to meet the quota. Her family, with little savings to begin with, tightened their belts and scraped by on less and less food. Yet in the end, despite all their sacrifices, her parents simply starved to death at home, leaving her an orphan at a young age. From then on, she survived by stealing and petty crime. Because she'd experienced true hunger, she developed an obsession with eating and never being hungry again. To fill her stomach, and because of her natural constitution, she quickly became overweight. At the same time, her physical strength grew along with her size. As her body mass increased, so did her raw power. 1. But eventually, petty theft could no longer sustain her growing needs. She became a local thug, starting with collecting protection money from shopkeepers and merchants. A few years later, she was wanted by the authorities for her crimes. In the end, she had no choice but to go to sea. She became a pirate. It all happened naturally. There was no dramatic moment of choosing to be evil. She was forced into it by life's circumstances, gradually pushed toward criminality until she ultimately became a pirate. When Marcus heard this story, he immediately spotted the real problem at the heart of it all. The root cause of the collapse lay in the heavenly tribute system itself. In many countries, ordinary people were probably cutting back on food and clothing just to pay the heavenly tribute, gradually falling into hunger and desperation. When too many people simply couldn't survive under these conditions, the only choice left was to turn to crime. As the population shrank due to death and people fleeing, the heavenly tribute itself didn't decrease proportionally, so the pressure on the remaining people only grew heavier, creating a vicious cycle. In the end, those who fought back became pirates, those who didn't resist starved to death, the population withered away, and the country would eventually lose its status as a member nation, only to be destroyed by the very pirates they'd helped create. 3. And when other countries witnessed this pattern, they naturally became even more determined to remain member states, no matter the cost. Thus, the pirates of the seas could never truly be eradicated. And with pirates constantly harassing the seas, more countries would desperately want to become member states to avoid total destruction. They said the Great Pirate Era was started by Gold Rogers' final words, but more than that, it was because accumulated resentment and desperation had reached a tipping point, and the explosion was inevitable. 1. Damn, why am I thinking of Waterworld right now? Marcus muttered. 5. Huh. Nothing. Just saying your sunscreens all applied. Marcus clapped his hands clean, walked over to the ship's railing, and looked out at the distant sea with a thoughtful expression. Alvida turned her face toward him. In the sunlight, Marcus' eyes were fixed on the horizon, as if he were envisioning possible futures, but she could sense the weight in his mood. After all, what she'd just told him was hardly a cheerful or uplifting story. Don't worry about it, she said, trying to sound reassuring. We've got plenty of gold now. What I just described won't happen to us. She believed that her family's tragedy had been caused purely by poverty and lack of resources. Marcus didn't say anything more in response. After all, in this world there was no such thing as universal education or widespread literacy, and Alvida was actually among the lucky ones. She could at least read and write. Many people living under the world government couldn't even recognize their own names, much less reflect deeply on the reasons why they'd ended up desperate enough to become pirates. Most people only knew the immediate cause and effect. They had no money, so they stole, and eventually they became pirates. Step by step, it all looked like personal choice and individual moral failings, but in reality, in this era, ordinary people never truly had meaningful choices. One Piece told a story of free adventure and pursuing your dreams, but it was precisely because of such a background that freedom was so precious. It was like being in complete darkness. Even the faintest glow of a firefly would shine brilliantly. Taking a slow, deep breath, he sorted through his thoughts and gradually realized the path he needed to take. Become a revolutionary? He dismissed that idea. 4. After all, joining the Revolutionary Army was a choice you made when you had no other options left. Choosing to join them now would be like sealing off all other possible paths for himself, walking one road to the bitter end with no way back. Still, he had to admit, his abilities would be very well suited for Revolutionary Army operations, and when the time was right, he wouldn't mind offering them some assistance. 2. Then what about becoming a Marine? That was certainly possible. His record was completely clean, so joining up would be relatively easy. But he wouldn't choose that path either. Not because the Marines' ideals of justice were wrong, but because their actual actions often contradicted those ideals. Alvida, I'm planning to become a pirate. 9. Why? With his incredible abilities, he could join any nation and become nobility, or even found his own country and rule as king. At the very least, he could live comfortably as a wealthy civilian. She wouldn't even have been surprised if he'd said he wanted to join the Marines. After spending these past few days together, she had a clear understanding of Marcus' character. He was fundamentally a good person, naive about the ways of the world but genuinely kind-hearted. She could sense that he didn't actually want to be a pirate, which made his decision even more confusing. Why? Marcus repeated her question. What do you think of this world? Chapter 20, EXP Mechanics. This world. Being asked such a question for the first time, Alvida hesitated for a moment, then frowned. What do you mean exactly? You could just give me a simple answer about what you think of this world. For example, the world is beautiful. Huh? Of course it's rotten to the core. What exactly makes you feel like the world is rotten? Marcus pressed on. Alvida fell silent for a moment, searching through her memories. But no matter how hard she tried to think back, she couldn't pinpoint a specific moment or event that had made her feel the world was corrupt. It just, always had been. Seeing her silence, Marcus offered his own explanation. You can't come up with anything specific, can you? The reason is simple, because at every moment of your life, you've always felt the world was rotten. His words made Alvida nod slowly. Indeed, ever since she was born, she'd never had a full meal as a child, and from growing up to now, she had never truly felt safe or secure. But ever since meeting Marcus, the world had seemed different somehow. 5. It had not only become more beautiful, she had also gained wealth and comfort she'd never imagined possible. This made her want to experience true luxury, and she often fantasized about becoming nobility. That way, she could live in beauty and elegance, escape the muddy pit of constantly hiding and running as a pirate, and never worry about going hungry again. You're right about that, Alvida acknowledged, then asked with genuine puzzlement, but what does this have to do with you becoming a pirate? Although Marcus' question had made her think from a completely fresh perspective, she still didn't understand how it connected to his decision. But Marcus didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he posed another hypothetical. If I became a Marine, with my current abilities and background, how high do you think I could rise in the ranks? Alvida started thinking seriously about it. Up to this point, Marcus' actual combat ability remained a mystery to her. But judging from his build and appearance, he clearly wasn't the fighting type. Marine captain, maybe? Commodore if you got lucky. That was already her generous evaluation, considering his apparent lack of physical prowess. And if I became a noble instead? Then you could be the greatest noble in whatever country you chose. If you wanted to, you could even directly found your own nation. And with your weird abilities, even facing down pirates wouldn't be a problem. 1. Seeing that Alvida thought so highly of the noble path, Marcus shook his head with a wry smile. What's wrong? Why did your crew abandon you? What does that have to do with this? Alvida frowned. Think of a country like a pirate ship. You were the captain, meaning, you were essentially a king. Luffy was like the king of another country. He defeated you in battle, but he didn't destroy your country or kill your citizens. Yet your crew abandoned you anyway. Your people sold out the country and prepared to live under new leadership. Even though your ship wasn't destroyed and you weren't killed, why were you abandoned by everyone? Because I was defeated. Alvida answered hesitantly. Exactly. In other words, the foundation of your country's existence was pure military power. But once your military strength was proven inadequate, your people left you for someone stronger. On a larger scale, what do you think is the foundation of any great nation's existence? Alvida couldn't answer, because this was beyond her education or experience. Also military power, Marcus said simply. What? You know about the Big Mom pirates, right? Alvida nodded. If Big Mom suddenly declared she was retiring from piracy and promised to pay the heavenly tribute like any other world government member state, what do you think would happen to her country, the Tato land? Shit. Alvida's eyes widened. Nations are founded by force and maintained by money. The gold we have now does look like real wealth, but it's like a child who's been given a crown to wear. Do you think the adults around them won't try to trick or steal it away? They absolutely would. Of course they would. So founding a country or becoming nobles is basically impossible for people like us without the strength to back it up. We'd just be that kid walking around the streets with a crown, waiting to get mugged. Then we could stop being pirates, for example, become merchants. What did you use to rob when you were a pirate? Merchants. So you need force to protect yourself no matter what path you choose. Damn. Alvida felt like Marcus' arguments were so logical she couldn't dispute them. Her entire view of what it meant to be a pirate had been elevated to a new level. 6. She also realized something else. The reason she'd never seen any beauty in the world was because she was way too weak to appreciate it from a position of strength. Suddenly feeling enlightened, she stood up and moved closer to Marcus. What are you doing? I think I get it now, Alvida said. The reason I always felt the world was rotten is that I wasn't strong enough. I didn't stand high enough to see the bigger picture. Once I become a great pirate like Big Mom, the world will look beautiful to me too. You could put it that way, Marcus agreed, though he was starting to worry about Alvida's strange behavior. Oh no, did I put too many radical ideas into her head? A fire had ignited in Alvida's eyes, and he could practically see the gears turning in her mind. 3. In that moment, she'd regained her confidence and found a new goal to pursue. Before, her objectives had been relatively simple, to be called beautiful, like a hungry person just wanting a full meal. Her method had been brute force intimidation. She'd been praised for her looks after the transformation, but she'd known deep down that it was largely due to fear rather than admiration. After eating the slip fruit, she'd achieved her immediate goal of beauty, but in doing so, she'd also lost her sense of purpose. All that remained was enjoying the benefits of being attractive while figuring out what kind of man Marcus really was and what he was truly capable of. She hadn't minded the idea of following this man like a crew member for a while, at least until he was defeated by someone stronger, just like she'd once been. At that point, she might leave him the same way her old crew had abandoned her. But now, her entire perspective had changed. The man in front of her thought on a completely different level than anyone she'd ever met, and she was certain that he was someone truly worth following to the very end. The moment she made up her mind, Marcus witnessed something extraordinary. Countless glowing experience orbs suddenly burst out of Alvida's body, floating in the air around her like tiny stars. 4. The sight left him completely stunned and confused. He had no idea what was happening or why, but the experience orbs didn't wait for him to react. They surged straight into his body in a steady stream of light. In a matter of moments, his level jumped from 3 all the way to 8. He wasn't far from reaching level 9 at this rate. But this development puzzled him. What the hell was going on? Why had Alvida suddenly produced experience orbs? 1. How had she done it? Would it keep happening? 1. He began thinking through the problem, trying to understand the logic behind this. He also found himself wondering about how he'd gained his first level in the first place. Was it really that bore? 2. Or was it because he'd given her the devil fruit? Was there something in common between that and what had just happened with Alvida? Looking at her now, she seemed to be regarding him with something like acknowledgement, respect. Had she truly accepted him as her leader on an emotional level? Was this some kind of psychological submission that the system recognized? If so, had his first encounter with Alvida back on the island also caused her to submit to him in some small way? Maybe that initial submission hadn't been complete, so it had only produced enough experience to push him up to level 1, and he simply hadn't noticed the orbs at the time, assuming the boar was responsible. This needs more investigation, Marcus thought. Comment. 19 Comment. Vote. Chapter 21, I Want to Be a Pirate? 3. Alvida noticed that Marcus was staring straight at her with a somewhat dazed expression. Only then did she realize that she was naked, but she remained unbothered by it. 4. She didn't mind being admired for her charm and beauty. Besides, she was still wearing her bikini bottom anyway. At that moment, Marcus also snapped out of his thoughts about the experience orb. Since you're ready to be a pirate now, well, how about doing some plundering? Alvida asked curiously. After all, that was the most common stereotype about what pirates did. Plunder what? 2. Money. Don't need it. We've already got more gold than we know what to do with. Supplies then. Food? Beautiful women or fine wine? Alvida tried again, running through the traditional pirate wish list. Marcus found her suggestions amusing. Being a pirate doesn't necessarily mean plundering, and it definitely doesn't mean doing evil just for the sake of it. Then what kind of pirate would you be? Alvida didn't understand this approach at all. Think about what happened in Orange Town. Alvida paused, then understood what he was getting at. So this man was still that kind-hearted guy at his core. She'd thought he might have changed after their discussion. Well, in that case, being a pirate or not doesn't really matter, Alvida said, though she didn't plan to continue pushing that topic. What, are you planning to join the Straw Hat crew? I've thought about it. How about you? Sure, I don't mind. Besides, it's not uncommon in pirate circles for defeated foes to be recruited into the crew. Just then, as if summoned by their conversation, Kira emerged from below deck. She walked over to stand in front of both of them. I've made up my mind. Oh? What decision did you come to? Kira looked at them seriously. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I want to go to the 153rd branch. I want to meet Kobe. Just meet him. Kira fell silent. Marcus waved his hand dismissively. You overheard our earlier conversation, didn't you? Yes. The girls learned to lie, Alvida said with a smile, shaking her head. Kira lowered her head and didn't respond. What was your original thought about what you wanted to do? Marcus pressed gently. To follow you, Kira answered honestly. During her time at sea with them, she had felt the kindness and acceptance of both Marcus and Alvida. She could tell that her crippling social anxiety had been improving day by day. She'd been happier on this journey than she had been in the past decade combined. She was finally starting to understand what freedom actually felt like. But she had also heard Marcus' words about the importance of strength in this world. She didn't have Alvida's incredible physical power, nor did she possess Marcus' mysterious abilities. She was just an ordinary girl with a rough understanding of basic navigation techniques. If she followed them on their journey to become great pirates, she'd probably just hold them back and become a liability. Just thinking about that possibility, and imagining the disappointment that would inevitably appear on their faces, made her feel like she'd rather leave on her own terms. So she'd made her choice to prioritize finding Kobe over her own desires. Alvida sighed and spread her hands. You convince her. I'm not good at this stuff. 1. After saying that, she walked back to her lounge chair. Marcus reached out and gently ruffled the girl's hair. He lifted away the black strands that had been covering her eyes, revealing her face properly for the first time in a while. One had to admit, in the One Piece world, young women were rarely unattractive. Of course, if they gained too much weight, it could ruin everything, whether it was Alvida in her previous form, Big Mom, or even Shinobu from Wano country. Kira's face was no longer as gaunt and malnourished as when they'd first met her at the port. Now it had filled out into a standard oval shape, with drooping, water-blue eyes that seemed to hold depths of emotion. Combined with her shy smile, she looked cute and vulnerable. As her hair was brushed aside, Kira's face turned bright red, but she still tried her best to meet Marcus' gaze directly. Haven't you noticed that you've been eating more and more lately? Alvida, who had just settled back onto her lounge chair, nearly slipped right off it in surprise at the unexpected direction of the conversation. Kira's face, no, her entire head, was red, almost visibly steaming with embarrassment. Sorry. I'll eat less next time, she stammered, looking like she was about to burst into tears of shame. Marcus. Before Alvida could finish, Marcus cut her off with a raised hand. Don't get the wrong idea. I want both of you to eat more, not less. I've discovered something important about my ability. The amount of food someone can consume that's been affected by my powers doesn't just reflect their appetite, it's also directly related to their overall strength and potential. What do you mean? I first noticed it with Kira. When she first came aboard, she could only manage to eat one tropical fruit at a time. Now she can easily eat about 5, and that number keeps going up. The same pattern applies to you, Alvida, Marcus explained, then turned his attention back to Kira. Compared to when you first joined us, your physical condition is completely different. Back then, you were getting seasick constantly, throwing up non-stop, and even sweeping one room would leave you exhausted and breathless. But now, Kira thought about it for a moment, considering her recent activities. These days, she could clean the entire ship from top to bottom without feeling tired. It's true, I guess. I hadn't really thought about it. My ability doesn't just produce food that fills your stomach, Marcus continued. It also rapidly restores your physical condition and relieves fatigue. In other words, as long as you keep training consistently, you don't need to worry about rest periods or recovery time. That means your training efficiency is already several times greater than normal people. And if you also put in several times more effort than they do, can you imagine how strong you could become in the future? 3. Kira imagined the possibilities, and her eyes became firm. It was true that her original goal for going to sea had been to find Kobe and reconnect with him. But during these days traveling with Marcus and Alvida, she had seen a world she had never known existed before. She wanted to see more of this vast, incredible world and all its wonders. 4. She was very aware that she was a small, almost invisible person in the grand scheme of things. Her presence barely registered with most people. Since leaving the orphanage, she had tried many different jobs and failed at all of them without exception. Her painfully shy nature made her terrible at socializing with customers, co-workers, or employers. 2. If it hadn't been for occasional charity from the orphanage, she might very well have starved to death on the streets. That's why she desperately wanted to change herself and become someone stronger. She thought about Kobe, someone who had also been timid and fearful, but who worked incredibly hard to transform himself. After learning that he had gone to sea to pursue his dreams, she began studying his old navigation notes and textbooks. 1. But the results had been deeply disappointing. She was a young girl traveling alone, and she understood perfectly well the looks that merchant ship captains gave her when she applied for work. Actually, precisely because of her introverted personality, she had become very skilled at reading people's facial expressions and body language. She knew how to protect herself from the merchants who developed ulterior motives, but even the ones who maintained professional behavior still found her lack of practical experience and physical frailty to be major drawbacks. Eventually, after being rejected countless times, she had worked up the courage to wander into a pirate tavern, planning to take on shoddier work that might be more accepting of inexperience. She had disguised herself to look as plain and even androgynous as possible, hoping to protect herself from unwanted attention. But she had still failed to find work. Pirates might not care about formal experience, but she was simply too small and weak for the kind of labor they needed. Just when she was about to give up on her dreams entirely, she had spotted Marcus and Alvida recruiting crew members. She had wanted to apply right there in the tavern, but the crowd of eager applicants had pushed her to the very back, and she couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Fortunately, in the end, she had gathered every ounce of courage she possessed to approach them outside. "So, what's your decision now?" "I want to go to sea. I want to be a pirate," Kira declared firmly. The moment those words left her mouth, Marcus witnessed the same phenomenon he'd seen with Alvida. Experience orbs burst out from her body in a shower of golden light, though not nearly as many as Alvida had produced. Still, it was enough to raise him to level 9, bringing him close to what he suspected might be an important milestone. Level 10. Chapter 22, Where I Is the Way. I Know the Way. 18. Staring at the experience bar that was just 1/4 short of hitting level 10, Marcus was at a bit of a loss. So damn close? Part of him was tempted to head straight to the animal storage area and clear out all the livestock he'd been breeding just to push past that final threshold. In the end, he resisted the urge. Finding replacement cows, sheep, and chickens would be a pain in the ass, and more importantly, even if he slaughtered every animal he currently had, it probably still wouldn't be enough to fill that last quarter of level 9. After all, in Minecraft, the experience requirements increased exponentially with each level, and ever since he had arrived in this world, the experience gaps between levels had been far more demanding than in the game. He forced himself to stop obsessing over his level progression and looked at Kira, gently ruffling her hair. "Good. I like that fighting spirit." Alvida, seeing that Marcus had successfully convinced Kira to stay with them, was also quite pleased. At the same time, she realized this gave her yet another reason to stick by this man's side. Ever since learning that she wasn't as strong as she'd thought, she had been actively considering ways to grow stronger. Naturally, her first thought had been devil fruit development. After all, these were the legendary treasures of the sea. While physical attacks were now ineffective against her thanks to the slip fruit, that was still a passive ability. She wanted to figure out how to actively develop and expand her powers. As for improving her physical conditioning through training, she had to admit that a woman's stamina had certain biological limitations, and building it up wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight, no matter how hard she worked. But now things were different. Even an ordinary person following Marcus would have incredible potential for growth, that much was becoming clear. The three of them had made their decision about their future together. Meanwhile, on the right side of the small island, near the sea cliffs in a recessed cave that had served as a hideout, Django walked out backward from his hiding place of the past few days. "In that case, I'll return to the Black Cat Pirates now. Captain Kuro, we'll arrive at dawn tomorrow as planned." 1. "How many times do I have to tell you, don't call me by that name anymore," Kuro said, stepping out of the shadows and adjusting his glasses with the palm of his hand. "I'm Clydor now, Miss Kaya's devoted butler. I look forward to tomorrow's arrival." Django pulled the brim of his hat down low without responding and departed in his small boat. Perhaps because of Marcus' presence on the island, none of this had been discovered by Usopp, who was normally quite skilled at stumbling onto trouble. At that very moment, he was sitting high up in a tree near Kaya's mansion, telling her amusing stories about the day's events while throwing in some outrageous boasts about a giant goldfish whose droppings were supposedly the size of continents. 1. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew were gathered at the village entrance discussing plans. "Luffy, if you really want to reach the Grand Line, you're going to need a proper ship, a big one," Nami said. "But don't forget, those 3 million berries you had are already gone, you gave them all to the villagers of Orange Town. You're completely broke now." Luffy leaned back with his hands behind his head. "Even if I still had those 3 million, it wouldn't be enough to buy a decent ship anyway," he mused aloud. 4. That's true. What if we ask that rich girl over there? Think she'd give us a ship?" Luffy suggested with a grin. Nami could only massage her temples helplessly. Even though they'd only met in Orange Town recently, she could tell that he was kind-hearted, which was one of the main reasons she felt comfortable traveling with him. If he'd been an ordinary pirate, she would have stolen whatever treasure he had and disappeared long ago. Zoro, after hearing Luffy's suggestion, laughed heartily. "Might actually work. Usopp's in there right now getting cozy with her, and seeing how close they are, she'd probably agree to help us out. Want to go take a look?" Luffy asked. Zoro stood up, ready for action. Nami rolled her eyes at them. "Do you two have any concept of courtesy or shame? You can't just walk up to someone and demand they give you a ship. You got a better idea?" "I do," Nami replied. "That Alvida used to be a pirate, right?" "Yeah, so, Well, since they've decided to stop being pirates, why don't we just buy their ship? Her eyes gleamed with a merchant's shrewdness. When it came to bargaining and deal-making, she was confident in her abilities. And judging from what she'd observed of those three travelers, aside from Alvida, the others looked easy to manipulate, especially that Marcus guy, who was obviously loaded with cash. After all, he'd paid for everything so readily without even waiting for change from the shopkeepers. He had to be swimming in money. With Alvida's relationship with Luffy, maybe a little emotional persuasion combined with a reasonable offer would be enough to close the deal. Of course, let's make this clear up front, she added with a smile. I can front the money for now, but you have to pay me back once you've got the cash. 3. Luffy thought about it for a moment, looking somewhat hesitant. Wouldn't that be kind of wrong? Seeing Luffy's hesitation, Nami was baffled. You've got no problem shamelessly asking a stranger for a ship, but now that there's an existing connection, you're suddenly embarrassed? What kind of backwards logic was that? Zoro, as if he and Luffy were sharing the same brain wavelength, nodded in agreement. Yeah, doesn't feel right to me either. What? They've already decided to quit being pirates, what do they need a pirate ship for anyway? Nami protested, convinced she was making perfect sense. And if I'm not mistaken, they're planning to head to the 153rd branch to find Kobe afterward. We'd just be helping them out along the way. She was right that in the East Blue selling a pirate ship was actually quite problematic, not because there weren't potential buyers, but because it was nearly impossible to find legitimate pirate buyers. If a non-pirate bought it, the price would drop significantly due to the stigma and legal risks. If it was sold to an ordinary ship dealer, once they learned it used to be a pirate vessel, they'd slash the price even further. And if the dealer was particularly unscrupulous, they might just report it directly to the Marines, then you'd lose both the ship and your freedom. In the East Blue, unfortunate situations like this happened all the time to former pirates trying to go legitimate. Besides, she continued her argument, they only said they might stop being pirates, what if they were just talking? And didn't Marcus mention wanting to visit Logue Town? If we buy their ship, how exactly are they supposed to sail there? I don't mind giving them our 2 small boats in exchange. So, what do you say, Luffy? Zoro asked, looking to their captain for the final decision. Then let's go find Marcus and the others first, Luffy decided. Usopp's here, so he's not going anywhere anyway. Clearly, the pressing need for a proper ship capable of long ocean voyages was what finally pushed him to make up his mind. I saw them heading in that direction earlier, Zoro said, pointing toward what he believed was the correct path. 7. Luffy didn't doubt him for a second, and while Nami hadn't known Zoro long enough to fully understand his legendary directional challenges, she only felt a slight sense of unease, not enough to voice any real suspicion. With such confident directions from someone who seemed so sure of himself, there couldn't be a problem, right? 1. 2 frustrating hours later, the 3 of them found themselves back at the exact same village entrance where they'd started their search. Nami rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't fall out of her head. If you don't know the way, why the hell were you giving directions? Zoro scratched his head sheepishly and remained silent. 3. Luffy burst into laughter, holding his stomach and nearly falling over. Just then, Usopp walked down the street looking utterly dejected. Seeing this change in their friend's demeanor, Luffy asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with the lady?" Usopp shook his head, then nodded, then shook his head again before finally explaining what had happened. Since Luffy and the others hadn't caused any commotion this time around, he had planned to run the moment he sensed Kuro's presence. It was a habit he'd developed over the years of sneaking around the mansion. But this time, Kuro had acted completely differently than usual. Normally, at most, he'd just scold Usopp sternly and tell him not to bother Kaido with his nonsense. But earlier today, it was as if he had completely lost his mind. He'd chased after Usopp aggressively, shouting that he was a well-known liar and troublemaker. But the worst part, the part that had pushed Usopp over the edge, was when Kuro had insulted his late mother and father. 1. That was a line he simply couldn't let anyone cross. They'd ended up in a heated argument, and he had even thrown a punch at Kuro right in front of Kaido, unable to contain his rage any longer. The result? Kaido had kicked him out of the mansion and told him never to come back. 2. Which explained why he looked so utterly miserable now. As he finished recounting his tale of woe, his shoulders sagged even further. There were few things in the world worse than being driven away by the girl you were desperately in love with. Well, there was one thing worse, being driven away because of another man. 2 Chapter 23, I can modify your ship too. Usopp was completely dejected, looking like he'd rather crawl into a hole and disappear forever. That's when Luffy and the others found him and decided to bring him along to Marcus' ship, figuring some company might cheer him up. When Luffy caught sight of Marcus' massive vessel, his jaw practically hit the deck. Incredible? This is amazing. The ship was unlike anything he'd ever seen. They were actually growing trees on the deck. And not just any trees, these looked completely bizarre, like something out of a fever dream. He wasn't the only one gawking. The others were looking around in every direction. Marcus' ship design was simply too outlandish. Even the depressed Usopp temporarily forgot his misery, reaching out to touch a thick, vine-like plant growing directly from the deck. What kind of plant is this? It looks so weird. Pumpkin vine, Marcus replied with a smile. What? A pumpkin vine this thick that can stand upright without any support structure. Usopp was stunned. He wasn't some city kid who couldn't tell crops apart. After all, the reason he'd survived this long wasn't because the villagers had kept him alive out of pure charity. He'd actually worked farms and grown his own food before. He'd definitely grown pumpkins in the past, and they sure as hell didn't grow like this. Almost as if the vine wanted to prove its identity, it suddenly curled and twisted with a soft bio sound, producing a perfectly cube-shaped, massive pumpkin. The sight left everyone completely speechless. Judging by the texture and appearance, it really was a pumpkin, but pumpkins weren't supposed to work like this. Marcus pulled out an iron axe and chopped the pumpkin with a single swing. 2. What the hell? Wait, where did that huge pumpkin go? Luffy stared in amazement as it vanished into Marcus' body. You're a devil fruit user too. Everyone except Zoro was completely shocked. They'd thought it was already rare enough for Luffy to be a rubber man, and then they'd encountered Buggy with his chop-chop powers, followed by Alvida with her slip-slip abilities. But at least those powers could be understood. 2. Marcus' ability, though, left everyone completely baffled. Those trees, that special pumpkin, the way items just disappeared into his body. Yeah, it's a pretty unique ability. Marcus nodded. Everyone sighed in amazement at the endless variety of devil fruit powers, each one more bizarre than the last. Then he reached into his inventory and pulled out a large basket filled with perfectly round, red fruits. Here, help yourselves to some fruit. What are these? Tropical fruit. Wow, this is incredibly sweet. Not sour at all, Usopp said in surprise after taking his first bite. The fruit in his hand looked similar to an apple, but normal tropical fruit had a more gourd-like shape. When fresh, they were crisp and crunchy, could be stored on ships for extended periods, but after about 3 months they would start to turn sour and lose their appeal. However, they were excellent for making fruit wine, which was why many pirates stocked up on them before long voyages. They kept well, could be eaten fresh, fermented into alcohol, or even dried to make portable rations that would fill your stomach and provide essential vitamins. 1. The group dug in without hesitation. This is really sweet, Nami exclaimed after taking a couple of bites, then quickly finished her fruit. But after swallowing the last piece, she looked astonished. There's no core at all. It's all flesh. If this is some new variety, it could sell for a fortune. As someone whose family had been in the citrus business, she knew exactly how valuable such a perfect fruit could be in the right markets. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't care about any of that. He just kept eating one after another without pause, like a fruit-consuming machine. Under Kira's shocked gaze, he devoured the entire basket of 30-plus fruits in a matter of minutes. Before she could even comment, Marcus smiled and said, "Want more? Eat as much as you like." He pulled out another basket. Luffy didn't hesitate, thanked him politely, and continued his fruit rampage. That's when the same shocked expression that had appeared on Kira's face now spread to Alvida's. Zoro, noticing their reaction, asked, "What's wrong with you two?" He and the others had seen Luffy's appetite before. Sure, this seemed like a lot of fruit, but fruit was mostly water anyway, so it shouldn't take up that much stomach space. Why the reactions? Meanwhile, Marcus was quietly keeping count. 144. The moment he announced the number, Luffy finally stopped eating, patted his stomach, and looked puzzled. Weird, is my stomach feeling off today? I actually feel full. Holy shit. Alvida sucked in a sharp breath. She was finally beginning to understand the true gap between herself and Luffy. At most, she could manage maybe 30 of those fruits, and that would be when she was absolutely starving. But Luffy had already eaten a full meal earlier, the kind that made his stomach visibly bulge. Which meant that 144 fruits was nowhere near his limit. What's going on with you guys? Usopp asked in confusion, not understanding why everyone was acting so strange. Marcus didn't see any reason to hide the truth. These fruits are created by my devil fruit power, so they have special properties. They can directly provide energy to people who eat them. You should have felt a strong sense of fullness after just one, right? Now that you mention it, yeah, definitely. I felt completely full after just one fruit, Usopp said, rubbing his stomach thoughtfully. He'd already been full from dinner earlier, so he'd just assumed that was why he felt satisfied so quickly. Only now did he realize how unusual these fruits really were. Zoro picked up another fruit, ate it in 2 bites, and his eyes lit up with understanding. That's absolutely true. One of these fills you up like a whole meal. Then everyone turned to stare at Luffy in surprise. You felt completely full and still managed to eat 144 of them? You weren't actually full at all, were you? Nami looked at Luffy in disbelief, once again reminded that his body was essentially that of a human-shaped monster. 144. Even if they weren't magical superfruits, she knew she couldn't finish that many regular apples if her life depended on it. Eating them makes me feel stronger, Luffy said excitedly, jumping up and down. He was full of energy. Damn, worthy of being Nika, I guess, Marcus muttered under his breath, shaking his head. 8. Huh? What did you say? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Marcus waved it off with a smile. Nothing important. Anyway, you've all eaten, now let's talk about why you're actually here. Luffy scratched his cheek and looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't quite figure out how to phrase it. Naturally, Nami took over the conversation. We heard you say earlier that you weren't planning on being pirates anymore, right? So we wanted to ask if your ship might be for sale. Oh, that. Well, this ship was built using my devil fruit ability, so I can't exactly sell it to you. But if you need help, I could modify your current ship instead. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up. Really? You'd do that for us? You're amazing. Marcus waved his hand. It's no big deal, really. But there are a few important things I need to explain about how my ability works first. Is it about money? We don't have much, but we can offer 2 million berries. Nami immediately jumped in when she heard there were conditions involved, her business instincts kicking in. Then her captain completely undermined her negotiating position by blurting out, "Wait, don't we still have 5 million berries? That's my money." Nami snapped, giving Luffy a sharp knock on the head. When she turned and saw Marcus' slightly amused expression, she gave an awkward laugh and scratched her head sheepishly. We still need to buy quite a few supplies for the journey, so we need to keep some savings in reserve," she said, rubbing her hands together with a forced smile. Marcus found her personality at this stage of her development rather endearing, the way she tried to be tough and business-minded while still being decent. He waved off her concerns about payment. "I'm not asking for money, but I do need to explain some important limitations of my ability. First and most importantly, my constructions can't float on water by themselves. Even though our ship looks massive, at its core it's actually just a small boat that's been expanded using my powers. If the base boat gets damaged or destroyed, my additions won't disappear, but you won't be able to sail anymore. 6. So you'll need to find a good, sturdy ship to serve as the foundation. Also, there's a limit to how much I can expand it." Marcus had actually tested this limitation by trying to place wooden planks directly on the ocean. Just like in the original Minecraft game, they would float mysteriously on the water's surface, but they wouldn't move or function as an actual boat. If Newton could see such a violation of physics, he'd probably claw his way out of his grave, but it was perfectly consistent with Minecraft Logic Chapter 24. He probably likes her too. After Marcus finished explaining the limitations of his abilities, Luffy and Zoro began thinking seriously about their 2 small boats. To be honest, even if he expanded them, they'd probably barely work for short-distance sailing. But as for actually making it to the Grand Line, that seemed doubtful at best. The problem had circled right back to the starting point they'd been dealing with all along. "Can I ask what the original size of your ship was?" Nami inquired. Marcus scratched his head and looked toward Alvida for the answer. 6 meters long, 5 meters wide, Alvida replied. "So a small to medium boat transformed into what's now roughly 24 meters long and 20 meters wide," Nami estimated after taking another quick look at Marcus' ship. 1. She turned back to Luffy with a somewhat apologetic expression. "At best, we could probably turn your boats into medium-sized fishing vessels, maybe 10 or 12 meters long. That's still pretty small for what we need. Luffy, your current ship is that little boat you sailed away in from me, right?" Alvida seemed to recall the circumstances of Luffy's entrance during their first encounter. 1. Back when all this started, she hadn't bothered bringing her original pirate ship along anyway. After all, the vessel Marcus had rebuilt was genuinely comfortable to live in. It was clean, hygienic, and well-designed. Plus, at the time, she'd been focused on chasing after the Straw Hat, so she hadn't wasted time trying to sell her old ship for money. "Yeah, that's the one," Luffy answered without much care. "Then you can forget about using it," Alvida said bluntly. "I remember how beat up and worn out that boat was. It's fine as a backup vessel for going ashore, patch it up here and there and it'll still float, but for long-distance travel? Haven't you noticed it's gotten much slower lately?" Luffy hadn't really paid attention to the boat's performance, but Nami definitely had. "She's right. That boat is very slow. The wood wasn't good quality to begin with," Alvida explained, "and after being soaked in seawater for so long, the hull has gotten heavier. Naturally, it can't go fast. Sure, it's fine for sailing on the calm waters of the East Blue, but if you actually go to the Grand Line, that boat will definitely fall apart." Back when she was a broke pirate captain, everything was done on a tight budget. If the backup boat could float, that was good enough. Who cared about quality? After all, most pirates were decent swimmers. If the boat flipped, they could just swim back to shore. "I see. That's a problem," Luffy said. Even though he hadn't heard the earlier part, he understood Alvida's last point. The boat would break apart. So even if Marcus modified it with his devil fruit powers, they still wouldn't be able to safely reach the Grand Line. Nami sighed. She'd briefly considered modifying the slightly better boat they'd acquired from Buggy, but thinking about a hull that was still only 5 or 6 meters long made her realize how inadequate it would be. She'd read enough books about the Grand Line to know that just going up Reverse Mountain would eliminate any ships with shoddy construction. The violent currents and extreme conditions there were like a natural filter that destroyed anything that wasn't built to the highest standards. Their little boat's durability definitely wouldn't cut it, even with modifications. Marcus stayed silent, letting the others wrestle with the issue. After all, at this point in the timeline, Usopp hadn't joined the crew yet, and more importantly, neither had the Going Merry. He definitely didn't want his presence to somehow cause the legendary ship to disappear from the story. Still, seeing Luffy looking conflicted, he decided to skip the topic. "Speaking of which, didn't you guys run into anything else interesting today?" "Anything else? Like what?" Nami asked, puzzled by the question. Usopp also looked at him curiously. Seeing the sunset beginning to paint the horizon in brilliant oranges and reds, Marcus found himself wondering if the timing was off somehow. In the anime and manga, the plot always seemed continuous, as if everything happened over just a day or two. But ever since arriving in this world, he had clearly realized something important. While anime and manga needed seamless plot progression for storytelling purposes, reality was much more drawn out and complicated. It had been almost a month since he'd arrived in this world, and Luffy had only just recruited Usopp. At this pace, he seriously doubted whether a full year would be enough time to reach the Sabayati archipelago. 2. He'd done some mental math based on his old world's geography. Even with a modern steam cruise ship, it took around 79 days to sail around the entire planet. That might not seem like much, but that was with steam power, and most of that time was spent with only brief stops to see local scenery and culture. 6. In the One Piece world, they were dealing with sailing ships that depended on wind patterns and ocean currents. They also had to consider frequent supply stops, and once they reached the Grand Line, they'd need to store magnetic charge at each island before they could navigate to the next one. 1. With all that back and forth travel time, could they really complete their journey in just 1 year? And that wasn't even counting the time they'd lose to battles whenever trouble inevitably found them. On top of everything else, he knew that in the Water 7 shipyards, building a proper wooden ship took time. Sure, thanks to the naturally enhanced physical capabilities of people in this world, construction could be accelerated somewhat, but it would still require at least a month or two just for things like processing the timber and polishing the finish work. Completing the first half of the Grand Line journey within a single year, no matter how he looked at it, the timeline just didn't seem realistic. 20. That's why he wasn't sure whether the current timing was normal or if something had been disrupted. If there's anything else, I guess it's about Usopp, Nami said thoughtfully, then proceeded to fill him in on what had happened at Keiya's mansion. After hearing the full story, Marcus immediately understood what had likely happened. It was probably a butterfly effect caused by his own presence in this world. He and Luffy's group had spent too much time eating and chatting on the ship, whereas in the original storyline, Usopp had run off halfway through their meal to check on Keiya. Clydor, he said thoughtfully. When something feels off, there's usually a good reason for it. From what you're describing, your friendship with Keiya has actually been good for her illness. She's gone from being gloomy and withdrawn to cheerful. If this Clydor really wanted her to recover, he might try to limit your contact with her to some degree, but more likely, like a reasonable butler, he'd turn a blind eye within certain limits. That way, you wouldn't be able to influence her too much. But to outright drive you away, that would probably have the opposite effect. It would push an already depressed young woman into even deeper despair. So you're saying this Clydor really cares about Keiya? Luffy, of course, didn't really get it. Usopp, on the other hand, immediately became alert and tense. Nami frowned after listening. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now that it had been brought up, there were indeed a lot of suspicious points. But suspicion alone wasn't enough to condemn someone, especially if the person was in a position of trust and authority. If nothing unexpected happens, something might go down tonight, Alvida offered her guess. What? Several voices asked simultaneously. Think about it. Normally, this guy just curses at Usopp and chases him away. Usopp didn't do anything unusual with Keiya, right? Nothing different from any other day. But somehow, the situation escalated to the point where Usopp actually punched him. Maybe we're just overthinking it, Nami suggested, offering an alternative explanation. Marcus shrugged. If you ask me, he probably likes Keiya. Seeing Usopp gradually make her smile and improve her health must have been eating away at him for a while. Today he finally lost control, maybe because she's getting much better, and now he can finally drive Usopp away from her. I'd bet he's planning to confess to her tonight. Put that way, everyone immediately found it plausible. Then all eyes turned to Usopp. After all, this had now turned into a love rivals war. Usopp's face turned bright red. He didn't make a sound. Clearly, someone was already fighting an internal battle. I'll go take a look, he finally said. 2. The group burst into laughter. 2 Chapter 25, Usopp the Hero 4. Night quietly descended over Syrup Village. Because of Marcus' words, Usopp had now rushed to the gates of Keiya's mansion. The mansion at night was especially quiet, almost eerily so. But when he arrived at the gate, he hesitated. The words Keiya had used to drive him away during the day still echoed in his mind, making it difficult for him to push forward. And besides, this was the first time he'd ever come to see her so late at night. He couldn't help overthinking it. What if she really didn't want to see him? What if she misunderstood his intentions and thought he was some kind of stalker? Scratching his head nervously, he still found himself skillfully pushing aside the camouflaging leaves that concealed his usual secret entrance. Then he slipped inside. But the moment he set foot on the mansion's property, he heard a scream of agony followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass. The sudden noise startled him badly, making him jump and nearly lose his footing. He turned toward the source of the sound. It was definitely a man's voice, and it sounded slightly familiar. No way. Marcus was actually right about this, Usopp whispered to himself. He quickly moved toward the sound. He cautiously leaned his head around the corner to peek inside. In the room, the butler, Mary, lay motionless on the ground, blood spreading across the floor. What the hell? He gasped, barely managing to keep his voice down. Even though he'd been mentally prepared, seeing violence was a completely different shock. The sight of so much blood made him feel sick and lightheaded. He found himself breathing heavily. This is bad. Keiya is in danger. He immediately rushed to the large tree he'd climbed countless times before. He scrambled up to a sturdy branch. The window was tightly shut, but the curtains hadn't been drawn, and through the glass he could see Kaya sleeping peacefully in her bed. She clearly hadn't been woken at all by Mary's scream, which was troubling. Even the heaviest sleeper would have been roused by such a horrible sound. Something was definitely very wrong. But before Usopp could figure out his next move, he saw Kaya's bedroom door slowly open. It was Clyodor. On one hand he wore a black glove, from which extended silver-white blades like claws, attached to the glove. Fresh blood still dripped onto the floor. Every detail of the scene told Usopp exactly what had happened. Mary lying in the hallway had been brutally cut down by this man. He immediately pressed himself flat against the tree branch, not wanting to make the slightest movement that might give away his position. His naturally timid nature left him paralyzed, his mind going completely blank. He'd never been in a situation like this before, but when he thought about what might happen to Kaya if he didn't act, something shifted inside him. He quietly reached for the slingshot he always carried. The sound of blade scraping against blade echoed through the window into his ears. No way, I won't let anything happen to Kaya. He raised his head above the branch and carefully aimed his slingshot at the figure standing beside Kaya's bed. Clyodor, well, Kuro clearly hadn't expected anyone to suddenly appear at the window, especially not the cowardly village storyteller. The iron ball shot through the glass, but just before hitting Kuro, it was deflected by his cat claw blades. Taking advantage of the distraction he'd created, Usopp immediately leaped through the broken window into the room, his slingshot firing shot after shot during the jump. Kuro was forced to defend himself instinctively. Clyodor. In an instant, the entire room filled with thick, choking smoke that made it impossible to see more than a few inches in any direction. But Usopp wasn't done. Through the smoke, more projectiles flew precisely toward Kuro, giving him no opportunity to counterattack. When the smoke finally began to clear, revealing the destroyed bedroom with its broken furniture and scattered glass, Kuro found himself alone. Usopp was already gone, carrying the unconscious Kaya in his arms as he fled. Kuro slowly raised his hand to touch the fresh cut on his cheek, feeling the warm blood trickling down his face. Veins bulged on his forehead. He had seriously underestimated that pathetic village liar. 3 years of peaceful, comfortable life as a butler had made him soft. Although he'd never completely stopped his training, his vigilance and combat instincts had indeed deteriorated significantly, allowing him to be caught completely off guard. Fortunately, his maintained physical condition had allowed him to react quickly enough to block the iron projectiles. But when that smoke bomb had exploded, he hadn't been able to defend against everything. And because he'd been afraid of taking projectiles from an unknown position, he hadn't given chase. Usopp, huh. I never expected that pathetic liar to have this kind of skill. This complicates things considerably. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mansion grounds, Usopp was running as fast as his legs could carry him with Kaya on his back, yet even so, she still hadn't woken up. If it weren't for the fact that he could clearly feel her warm body temperature and steady breathing while carrying her, he might have feared she was already dead. Fortunately, his years of running around the village telling tales had given him considerable stamina and speed. But he hadn't made it far from the mansion when he spotted a group of people approaching. It was naturally Luffy's crew. When Usopp had first left the ship earlier, Marcus had suggested they follow along to watch the excitement. After all, if Usopp ended up getting mistaken for a burglar or intruder, they could quickly step in to explain the situation and prevent any misunderstandings. Whoa, so you actually kidnapped Kaya straight out of her bedroom. Alvida called out with a grin. But Usopp was in no mood for jokes or teasing. His face was pale with shock and adrenaline, and his hands were still shaking slightly. Clyodor is dangerous? He killed Mary? And he was about to attack Kaya. Luckily I got there just in time to stop him. Usopp gave them a brief account. Nami's eyes went wide, and she immediately rushed to Kaya's side. Her first instinct was to check for vital signs. She pressed her ear close and was relieved to detect steady breathing. But this unnaturally deep sleep was definitely not normal. Kaya? Wake up? Can you hear me? No matter how Usopp shook her or how loudly he called her name, Kaya was still not waking up. This looks like the effects of a very large dose of sleeping medication, Nami said. That triggered a memory for Usopp. Come to think of it, she hasn't been able to sleep well since her parents died. That's what gradually weakened her body and made her so frail. But she definitely shouldn't be taking such a heavy dose, Nami said with a frown. This is enough to keep someone unconscious for hours, maybe even days. But it's strange, if Clyodor really wanted to kill her, why bother with all this? Her question was answered almost immediately, but not by Usopp, nor by anyone from Marcus Group. The response came from a cold, familiar voice from the shadows. The reason is quite simple, Kuro said as he stepped into view. She must remain alive, at least until she finishes writing her will. Luffy and Zoro both turned to face the newcomer. Kuro was dressed in a black suit that would have made him look like a distinguished gentleman, if you could ignore the terrifying cat claw blades still attached to his hands. Those deadly weapons, still dripping with Butler Mary's blood, gave him an aura of barely contained violence that made the night air feel thick with danger. Marcus, watching this turn in the story, found the situation fascinating. In the original events, Luffy and Zoro had confronted Kuro much later and under different circumstances, after a long build-up involving the Black Cat Pirates and a beach battle. But now, Luffy and Zoro were facing Kuro directly from the very beginning. He couldn't help but wonder how many seconds the notorious pirate would last under these circumstances, facing two of the Straw Hat crew's strongest fighters when they were fresh and ready for battle. But now, since the plan's been exposed, whether she lives or dies is no longer important. Kuro reached up and adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand. In the moonlight, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of Zoro, his clawed hand slashing toward the swordsman's throat. But Zoro's twin swords were already drawn and crossed, blocking Kuro's charge. "So you're the famous pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro," Kuro spoke as he pulled back from the clash. "Your reputation in the East Blue has grown over the past 2 years. You do indeed possess some skill. Damn, he's fast," Zoro muttered, his eyes focused on his opponent. 1. From the very beginning, he'd sensed an overwhelming killing intent emanating from this man, that's why he'd instinctively drawn his swords and prepared for battle. If he'd been even a split second slower to react, those claws might have found their mark. Luffy's expression had also turned serious. Kuro's burst of speed was impressive. Marcus found himself rubbing his eyes. He honestly hadn't been able to follow the movement at all. Kuro had moved so fast that when the sound of clashing metal rang out, he only then realized they were already fighting. Under the moonlight, the blades reflected faint glimmers. Chapter 26, Pussyfoot Maneuver 6. "Did you know?" Kuro said with a smile, "Cats are nocturnal animals." The moment those words left his lips, he vanished from where he'd been standing. But because of the darkness, only a faint afterimage remained where he'd been just a split second before. Marcus squinted hard, trying to follow Kuro's movement. He could barely make out the pirate's form as it moved through the shadows. It was like trying to track a shuttlecock during a night game of badminton. You could see the white feathers leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, but following the object was nearly impossible. 1. There were no footsteps at all. Kuro completely disappeared from Marcus' field of vision, and when he reappeared, he was already behind their group. Alvida shouted, "Marcus, I need my weapon." When Marcus spun around, he saw her cape slashed with 5 parallel gashes. Alvida's eyes burned with fury. She'd been ambushed. Fortunately, her Devil Fruit's passive ability made her immune to slashing damage, otherwise she'd probably already be bleeding out on the ground. Without hesitation, Marcus immediately pulled her iron mace from his inventory and tossed it to her. At that moment, he felt his scalp prickle. Sure, in the original story, Luffy had eventually defeated this guy, but the way Kuro fought was far from simple brute force. Luffy had been forced to use a desperate fight to trade injuries tactic to finally take him down, and even then it had been a close thing. And that had been during the day, with sunlight everywhere providing clear visibility. Now it was night, and with the added advantage of his pussyfoot maneuver. Yeah, this was the name of his signature technique. No footsteps. Nothing clearly visible. Just deadly strikes appearing out of nowhere. Shit. Marcus' scalp prickled again. This was something he hadn't really accounted. He'd foolishly assumed Kuro was just an early-stage small-time pirate who happened to know a technique similar to Zoro. With both Luffy and Zoro here, he'd figured they could easily take him down in a 2-against-1 fight. But now, thinking about it more clearly, he realized he'd been way too overconfident about their chances. Without wasting another second, he immediately began constructing wooden barriers around Kira to protect her. After all, the weakest people here were Kira and Keiya. They had to be protected first, then he could work on reinforcing everyone else's defenses bit by bit. But just as he finished encasing Kira in protective blocks, Usopp let out a scream. 5 bloody gashes had appeared across his back. Even so, he stubbornly continued shielding the unconscious Keiya with his own body, refusing to move. "Damn it!" Luffy shouted angrily. "If you've got the guts, come at me instead." Meanwhile, Zoro's frown deepened as he assessed their situation. Under the moonlight, trying to track an enemy who had no footsteps and moved faster than the eye could follow. This was going to be tricky. What made it even worse was that Kuro seemed to be attacking completely indiscriminately, going after whoever was most vulnerable at any given moment. That was the absolute worst-case scenario. Zoro couldn't protect everyone in this situation. Defense was inherently reactive. By the time the enemy attacked and he noticed, he would need to be faster than his opponent to block in time. If this had been daytime, he might have been able to just barely manage it through sheer skill and reflexes. But at night, with limited visibility, the difficulty increased exponentially. Crack. The harsh sound of wood being scraped and damaged echoed. The wooden barrier around Kira instantly developed wide, spreading cracks. One more hit, and it would shatter completely. Kuro's attacks weren't just quick, they packed serious force. At least enough to meet the minimum threshold for damaging the wood, and judging by the crack pattern, it looked like he'd already landed 5 strikes on the same spot. Thankfully, the attack frequency wasn't too high. Marcus immediately rushed to Usopp's side, preparing to construct similar barriers around him and Keiya. But before he could even start placing blocks, he caught a flash of white light in the corner of his eye. SHRRRRK? The sharp, grating sound of metal scraping against metal exploded across Marcus' chest as 5 razor-sharp blades raked across his chest. "Damn, that actually startled me," Marcus muttered, touching his chest. His clothes weren't torn or damaged, but there were 5 pale marks visible on his skin where the claws had made contact. More importantly, he could see that his chest armor's durability had dropped by 1 point. "That's scary stuff," he said, looking directly at Kuro, who had also paused in mild surprise. 1. I didn't expect that you two would both turn out to be devil fruit users, Kuro said, sounding intrigued. Devil fruits were something he definitely knew about. He'd even encountered them before during his active pirating days. It was said that Captain Smoker from Logetown was one such ability user, and he represented a major obstacle for anyone in the East Blue who wanted to enter the Grand Line. 3. Before Kuro could speaking further, Luffy struck first. Got you, he yelled, stretching his arm to grab Kuro's wrist. Ow, that hurts. 2. The moment his hand made contact, Kuro immediately retaliated with his cat claws, leaving 5 bloody gouges along Luffy's arm. Fortunately, when Luffy's arm snapped back to its normal size, the wound scaled down proportionally. What would have been long, serious gashes became 5 relatively small cuts. Clang! Zoro also seized the opportunity created by Luffy's distraction, launching his own attack with both swords drawn. Having multiple fighters was definitely proving to be an advantage, even if they couldn't match Kuro's speed. By this point, Marcus had successfully wrapped both Usopp and Kaya inside a protective barrier. After confirming that Kuro couldn't break through his defenses with a single attack, he grew bolder in his approach. He drew his iron sword, narrowed his eyes, and prepared to face the Kuro head-on. Sure, he understood the basic principle behind Zoro, stamp your feet multiple times in rapid succession to generate explosive speed. But knowing the theory was one thing, actually being able to execute the technique was something else entirely. It was exactly like this. Brain, I've got this figured out. 1. Eyes, looks easy enough. 1. Hands, no problem at all. 1. Feet, are you fucking kidding me? 11. Kuro, however, had no intention of clashing with Zoro head-on. After deflecting Zoro's initial strike, he immediately retreated to create distance. 3 devil fruit users. Kuro's eyes widened. Even dealing with 1 or 2 ability users would have been challenging enough for him. One opponent he couldn't hit, another he couldn't damage, and a third who shrugged off his attacks like they were mosquito bites. Before he could think of a plan, Zoro had already pressed forward again, not wanting to give his enemy another opportunity to use his pussyfoot maneuver. At the same time, Luffy closed in on Kuro's flank, ready for close quarters combat. He also had no intention of letting him back into the shadows where he held the advantage. The coordinated two-pronged assault left Kuro scrambling to defend himself, unable to find the time or space needed to properly execute his pussyfoot maneuver. Alvida, gripping her iron mace, watched with a complicated expression. I can't see that bastard at all. But those two can track his movements, they just can't match his speed. Still, when he gets close enough, they can fight back. She tightened her grip on the mace. Marcus scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed about his own performance. Honestly, he hadn't been able to see Kuro clearly either, especially when the pirate got close. He'd barely had time to register the attack before it landed. If he hadn't been wearing his iron armor, he would definitely have been wounded by now. The gap is so obvious, he muttered. While they talked, the situation in the three-way battle began to shift. After taking a solid punch from Luffy and a sword strike from Zoro, Kuro managed to break free from their encirclement. Without hesitation, he immediately used pussyfoot maneuver again, vanishing into the night. Shit, he's trying to escape. Alvida called out. 2. She stepped forward to help with the pursuit, but her speed simply wasn't fast enough to make a difference. Both Luffy and Zoro attempted to give chase, but Kuro's speed advantage was simply too overwhelming for them to overcome. Damn it! Luffy growled, waving his arm in frustration. Zoro's frown deepened. In terms of raw strength, Kuro was no match for him, but the enemy's speed was overwhelming. That strange footwork technique gave him an enormous speed boost, even when he couldn't execute it perfectly during close quarters fighting. The nighttime environment made everything even worse. Kuro's cat claw blades seemed to have been specifically polished to reflect moonlight. When swung quickly, they flashed. At first, it wasn't too bad, but over time, the constant flickers left countless afterimages in the eyes. It was like staring at a bright light in the darkness. Even after closing your eyes, you could still see the lingering glow. The longer the fight continued, the more strain it put on their vision, until eventually their entire field of view became increasingly blurred and unreliable. And that was exactly why neither of them had been able to take Kuro down decisively, despite their obvious advantages in direct combat. Chapter 27, Level 10. 2. After staying on high alert for a full 10 minutes and finally putting together a simple wooden shelter, Marcus dismantled the protective barriers he'd built earlier. But when he saw Nami, who had somehow come out alongside Kira, he was a little speechless. When did you start hanging out with Kira? He hadn't noticed her when he was placing blocks during the fight. Only now did he remember that she'd completely vanished during the chaos. Nami shrugged. Just the natural survival instincts of a weak, defenseless girl. 1. Marcus waved his hand dismissively, deciding not to bother with it. He freed Usopp and Kaya from their wooden enclosure. Kaya remained unconscious, but that was probably for the best given the circumstances. Usopp was grimacing in pain but trying to tough it out. There were 5 parallel gashes across his back, though fortunately none of them had cut too deep. Marcus pulled some cooked steak from his inventory. Eat this. Should help with those wounds. Usopp grabbed the meat and started chewing immediately. Damn, this is good. Meat. Luffy came running over instantly, eyes lighting up like a kid on Christmas morning. 4. Marcus sighed and pulled out 2 more pieces. He'd originally planned to save these for himself, but whatever. Luffy dug in enthusiastically. This is beef, right? So delicious. After both of them finished eating, the changes became apparent. The wounds on Usopp's back visibly began to heal. The same thing happened to Luffy's arm, where Kuro's claws had left their mark. Clearly, the Minecraft mechanic of continuous health regeneration after eating cooked food still worked perfectly in this world. Luffy stared at his arm. Marcus, you should join my crew. Sure, Marcus replied without hesitation. But only if Alvida and Kira can join too. Luffy looked at Alvida, then at Kira, and grinned as he extended the same invitation to both of them. Do you want to join my pirate crew? Alvida studied Luffy carefully. Are you sure you want to invite me? I did mock Kobe's dream, you know. But Luffy just gave his trademark smile. You're different now, aren't you? That's true. Kira, however, gave Marcus a puzzled look. What's wrong? I thought you were planning to become a pirate captain yourself. Me? Marcus scratched his head. To be honest, he had thought about it more than once. But he was also realistic about his limitations. Having spent his entire life in modern society, suddenly becoming a pirate captain would be a massive adjustment. More importantly, his current strength really wasn't impressive. He couldn't even figure out how to properly defeat a pre-timeskip character like Kuro. After the fight, one thought kept nagging him. Torchlight. If only he had placed a few on the ground, he would have had far better visibility. It was like doing an exam, you struggle during the test, and only afterwards do all the solutions come rushing into your head. 7. Maybe it sounded like a lame excuse, but in Minecraft he had only ever placed torches inside caves or dark tunnels, never out in the open, so it hadn't crossed his mind in the heat of the moment. 5. Even then, he wasn't sure if it would have actually helped. Torchlight wasn't the same as sunlight, far from it. Sunlight bathed everything evenly, but torches carved up the darkness into patches of bright and shadow. Human eyes struggled with that kind of contrast, and in the middle of a fight, shifting focus between light and dark could have made things harder for him and his group. Kuro, with his speed, would have had a field day exploiting that kind of uneven visibility. In fact, the moment he spotted the torchlight, he might have fled much sooner rather than pressing the fight. Still, the fact that he was even thinking of what-ifs after the battle only reminded him how unready he really was. He wasn't some natural-born captain like Luffy. 2. I only recently decided to become a pirate anyway. Besides, this guy's a good person. He and his crew are the ones who saved Orange Town, so there's nothing wrong with joining them, right? 6. Kira thought back to Orange Town and the joyful bonfire celebration they'd witnessed there. She smiled and nodded. All right, I'll join too. But, are you sure I'm good enough? Luffy didn't care about such concerns in the slightest. Awesome, I just recruited 3 new crewmates. Zoro and Nami both shook their heads, but neither objected to the new additions. Usopp, however, wasn't sharing in the celebratory mood. He sat on the ground looking distressed. So what do we do now? That guy's too fast. We can't just stay here until morning, can we? Everyone fell silent. It had only just gotten dark, they still had many hours until sunrise. You 4 can stay here, Marcus said, gesturing to the wooden shelter. This little bunker is pretty sturdy. If he tries to break in, Usopp can fight back with his slingshot. I'll make some modifications. He reinforced the structure again, but this time he didn't completely cover the second layer. Instead, he created a ground-level wall with one empty block space in between layers. That way, if the outer layer got broken, they'd notice immediately and could counterattack through the gap. He was confident that Kuro wouldn't be crazy enough to crawl inside after them. Usopp's firing speed was impressive. He'd probably land consecutive headshots if someone tried that. Should we head out and search the area? He asked, looking at Luffy and the others. The other 3 had no objections to this plan. He dug an opening in the ceiling of their shelter, and the 4 of them each took a different direction to search. Under the night sky, the distant village lay silent and still. Marcus jumped down to ground level and headed toward the spot where Kuro had made his escape earlier. Ding! An experience orb suddenly merged into his body, and he instantly leveled up to 10. What the hell? A massive XP gain? But why? Who had dropped it? It obviously wasn't from Luffy and the others. If one of them had died or been defeated, he would have seen it happen. That left only one possibility, Kuro. But why would he get experience from that guy? He hadn't even managed to land a single attack on him. He'd been the one getting attacked, and Kuro had simply retreated. Wait a second. At the beginning of the fight, hadn't Alvida been planning to attack but held back because of her injuries? Could that have somehow counted as a defeat? Or maybe a surrender? Marcus decided not to overthink it. He was more interested in seeing what reaching level 10 would unlock. A map system? Seriously? Wasn't this something that should have been available from the start? But there it was, a familiar minimap in the top left corner of his vision, plus a larger map he could open at will. The big map showed darkness all around him, but when he zoomed in and out, he could see the portraits of Luffy and the others marked on it. Soon, he discovered another feature. It could display the coordinates of other creatures. He enabled the hostile creature tracking option. Immediately, Kuro's portrait appeared on the map. 2. While this wasn't the kind of map that allowed instant teleportation, the function was already incredibly useful for tracking purposes. He looked in the direction where Kuro's marker indicated he was hiding. Judging by his position, after taking that punch from Luffy and the sword strike from Zoro, he was probably seriously injured and looking for a place to lick his wounds. Should he inform the others about this? Marcus hesitated for only a moment before striding forward. He could tell them, but there wasn't really any need. Right now it might seem like the enemy was hidden while they were exposed, but with this map system, Kuro had no way of escaping Marcus' detection. 2. Besides, he wanted to test his full capabilities for himself. And most importantly, he was confident that Kuro couldn't inflict any serious damage on him thanks to his armor. When Luffy and the others saw Marcus heading off in a specific direction, they exchanged glances and began moving in different directions. Meanwhile, Marcus walked straight toward Kuro's hiding spot. Should he pretend he was searching randomly? No point in that charade. He already had his iron sword drawn as he approached the exact location where Kuro was. He couldn't see exactly where the pirate was hidden, but the map marker indicated he was definitely in this area. Bushes and thick vegetation surrounded him on both sides. This was the front courtyard of the mansion, with plenty of places for someone to hide. Come out and fight me head-on, Marcus called out. If you win, I'll let you walk away. 4. No response came from the darkness. I can track you. Hiding is pointless. He wasn't surprised by the lack of response. If Kuro could be flushed out that easily, he wouldn't have earned the reputation for intelligence that supposedly rivaled Ben Beckman himself. Ding! The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. Startled, he reached up to touch his neck and found a series of white marks on his skin. 1. You really are fast. Chapter 28, Learning 2. Marcus squinted at Kuro. He showed no signs of panic. After all, his iron armor provided full body protection. There was no such thing as a weak point when you were wearing Minecraft gear. Kuro, on the other hand, looked grim but showed no fear toward Marcus. His speed was his greatest asset, and especially in the darkness of night, he was confident that catching him would be nearly impossible for anyone. Let me go? You think you can actually catch me? Marcus raised his iron sword and shrugged. As long as you're still on this island, I can track you down. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. But here's some friendly advice. Luffy and Zoro are both strong. The only reason they didn't finish you off was because of the darkness. When daylight comes, you'll lose every advantage you have. 2. He spoke with calm logic, and he could see his words hitting home. Kuro unconsciously touched his abdomen where Luffy's punch had landed. He had to admit the rubber boy packed a hell of a punch. If it had connected just a bit more, internal bleeding would have been a certainty. If he really dragged this fight out until sunrise and got cornered again, his situation would become dangerous. Still, he sneered contemptuously. Even if daylight wasn't ideal for him, he still had his pirate crew scattered around the island. He wasn't completely without backup options. He was about to deliver some cutting remarks when Marcus didn't give him the chance, striking first. The result was less than impressive. His speed was slow, his sword grip looked awkward, his swinging technique had way too many unnecessary movements, and he was relying purely on arm strength. Even if the blow had landed cleanly, it probably would have only caused a superficial wound. Compared to Zoro's strike that had nearly cut through bone, it was laughably weak. He dodged easily, his cat claws slicing across. The harsh sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. What exactly is your ability? Why is your body so ridiculously tough? The iron fruit. Marcus squinted against the moonlight reflecting off Kuro's blades. The constant glinting was uncomfortable to look at, and the attacks carried afterimages that made dodging nearly impossible. You could say that, he replied. He swung his sword again, this time putting more force behind it. This time, Kuro didn't bother dodging. Instead, he used his cat claws to block directly, wanting to test exactly how much power his opponent could generate. Clang, clang, clang. Just as I thought, completely amateur, he sneered dismissively. Marcus wasn't offended. The truth was, the most strenuous physical activity he'd probably done in his entire life was his so-called morning exercises, which really just meant rolling out of bed, stumbling to the bathroom, brushing his teeth, and maybe taking a shit if his stomach felt like it. He was a gaming nerd through and through, not some gym rat. Meanwhile, in the One Piece world, people like Luffy and Zoro had been training since childhood, and Kuro was a pirate with a multi-million berry bounty. If someone like him, who had only recently been transported here, could beat such a pirate immediately, that would have been the real spectacle. I'm actually pretty curious. How does your technique achieve the same speed as Zoro? The marine technique Zoro required stomping the ground multiple times in an instant, which made the idea of it being silent completely impossible. Some powerful users even stomped so hard they shattered the ground beneath their feet. Yet Pussyfoot Maneuver somehow achieved similar results while being soundless, which he couldn't wrap his head around. Even while talking, he kept his sword moving. He was experimenting with different techniques, trying to adjust how his body generated power. Things like using his legs to drive his waist to drive his arms, and finally his arms to drive his wrists. He understood the theory and was now testing it bit by bit. You think I'd actually tell you that? Kuro replied mockingly. Your cover's already blown. 3 years of planning have gone to waste, and you'll have to return to the pirate life whether you want to or not. Marcus paused his attacks momentarily. But I can offer you enough gold to pull you completely out of this mess. You could find some quiet village somewhere and live comfortably for the rest of your life. As he spoke, he materialized a gleaming gold bar in his free hand. Kuro froze mid-motion, his eyes locking onto the gold. What are you getting at? Pure gold. If I'm not mistaken, it's 99.99% pure. I'm not sure of the exact market price, but it should definitely be worth several million berries at minimum. 3. Kuro adjusted his glasses, trying to look calm, but the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his thoughts. That much gold could set him up for life. So, Marcus continued, tell me the difference between your technique and Soro. Why should I? Before Kuro could finish his protest, the gold bar sailed through the air toward him. He caught it clumsily, eyes wide with disbelief. The moment it settled in his hands, he could feel its weight, and from that alone, he knew it was genuine gold. 3. Even if it wasn't quite as pure as Marcus claimed, it was still incredibly valuable. He looked up. Just like that? So generous? If he'd known this was an option earlier, why the hell had they been fighting at all? Weren't they all in this for money anyway? The words he'd been preparing died in his throat, and he found himself honestly explaining the difference between the two techniques. 2. The difference between Soro and Pussyfoot maneuver is that Soro is faster overall. From what I understand, the minimum standard for Soro is stomping the ground more than 10 times in an instant. If you can achieve that, it means you've mastered the basic technique. Pussyfoot maneuver is essentially a weakened version of Soro. It's performed by quickly tapping the ground with your toes about 6 times. That's the frequency I usually use, but that's its limit. If you try to reach 10 taps like true Soro, there's a high chance your direction will become unstable. While you can roughly determine where you want to go, the precision is much worse than proper Soro. 3. He finished his explanation, looking almost embarrassed at how readily he'd given up the information. 1. Marcus nodded thoughtfully. So it was another developmental path for Soro, basically a downgraded, more accessible version that sacrificed some power for stealth. 2. Alright then, he raised his sword again. Let's continue practicing. Kuro's brow furrowed deeply. He was still holding the gold bar and didn't want to let go of it. The weight of financial security was intoxicating after years of planning and scheming. 1. He hesitated. Put it down, or keep holding it. I think we can work something out here. Keiya's father left behind a large inheritance. If you and your friends would be willing to. I'm not interested in money, Marcus interrupted flatly. That single sentence shut down Kuro's negotiation attempt completely. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he reluctantly tossed the gold bar into the nearby grass and resumed his fighting stance. But the longer the fight continued, the more frustrated he became. His attacks couldn't penetrate Marcus' defenses at all. No matter what angle he tried, what technique he used, the result was always the same. He simply couldn't inflict any meaningful damage. Marcus, on the other hand, was clearly enjoying himself more and more. He fought with pure aggressive intent, attacking without defending, charging recklessly forward. Against a normal opponent, such tactics would have gotten him killed dozens of times over. 2. What was worse, Kuro was shocked to notice that Marcus' strikes were becoming sharper and more refined with each exchange. Whether it was his sword work or his footwork, everything was gradually developing structure. And maybe it was his imagination, but he could swear that Marcus' grin was becoming more and more obvious. The guy was clearly entering some kind of battle high mode, getting more excited with every clash. 4. Meanwhile, he was still feeling the effects of Luffy's punch and Zoro's sword strike from earlier, and his combat effectiveness was steadily declining. If they kept fighting like this, there was a real possibility this crazy bastard might actually wear him down to the point of collapse. The thought of being defeated by someone so inexperienced was infuriating, but he was pragmatic above all else. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly leaped backward and vanished from sight using his pussyfoot maneuver technique. Marcus, abruptly losing his sparring partner, froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. Kuro had fled mid-fight, which pissed him off more than he'd expected. Who the hell runs away in the middle of a perfectly good training session? It was like, well, like someone promising to go all the way and then actually meaning just the tip. 1. Completely unsatisfying. It was at that moment that Luffy and Zoro walked over. I don't know if some of you read the synopsis, but it already mentions that the MC joins Luffy. Okay, the exact word join wasn't used, but if you read between the lines, things like team up with and travel with Luffy basically mean the same thing. 5. So what does it mean when the MC joins Luffy? 1. He'll be part of Luffy's crew. Pretty obvious. 2. He'll be a pirate. Also obvious if you know Luffy's a pirate, which means you've watched One Piece. Some people stopped reading because of this, but wasn't there already a warning about it? 9. Here are the warning again. Warnings. 1. MC1. One Piece. Traveling with Luffy. 3. Main character will become quite op. Chapter 29. Flying with Air Luffy. 3. Luffy and Zoro had actually arrived quite a while ago. After all, the sounds of Marcus' battle had been loud enough to hear from a great distance. The reason they hadn't intervened was because they could see that he was clearly enjoying himself during the fight. Zoro had also noticed that Marcus was using Kuro as a whetstone to sharpen his own combat skills, which was another reason he hadn't stepped forward to help. It's fine, Marcus said, waving his hand dismissively. If we want to find him, we can do it anytime, as long as he's still on the island. 1. He paused to check his equipment status, specifically examining the durability of his iron armor through his interface. He found that it had already dropped by more than a third of its maximum. The helmet's durability had turned yellow in the display, indicating serious wear. If the fight had continued for another half hour, Kuro might actually have managed to break through his defenses. You can actually track him down. Zoro asked curiously, because Marcus' tone had been so confident. Yeah, Marcus replied without going into specifics. Zoro didn't press for more details, accepting the explanation. Alvida walked over to Marcus' side and looked him up and down carefully. No visible damage anywhere, he wasn't even flushed or breathing hard. If she had gone through that kind of prolonged, high-intensity battle, there was no way she could be as composed as he appeared to be. 2. So are we still going after him now? Just then, Usopp came running over. Mary got slashed by Kuro. We should probably go check on him. Also, Kay is awake, and she's having a really hard time accepting what's happened. 1. At that moment, Kayo was pacing inside their makeshift wooden shelter. Before long, the group had regrouped and was heading back toward the villa. When Kaya saw Mary, tears involuntarily fell from her eyes. He had watched her grow up, and after her father's death, he was the only parental figure she had left in the world. Fortunately, he wasn't dead, though he was in rough shape. His body was covered in blood from multiple claw-like slashes, and the floor around him was stained red. Despite his injuries, he had already begun tending to his own wounds. 3. Seeing that Kaya was unharmed brought relief to his face. Miss Kaya, he said weakly. Mary, I'm so glad you're all right. When I saw all the blood, I thought it was Clyodor. Mary said grimly. After Mary's explanation, combined with accounts from Luffy and the others, a clear picture quickly came together. The so-called Clyodor was actually the former pirate Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, who had carried a bounty of 16 million berries. Kaya found it difficult to accept that the refined, polite, and attentive Clyodor was actually a bloodthirsty pirate who had been planning to kill her all along. But reality could be cruel, and the evidence was undeniable. At the same time, she felt deeply grateful that Usopp had come to help her when she needed it most. The horizon gradually lightened with the pale glow of dawn, painting the sky in soft pastels. Luffy's group had finished regrouping and was ready to move. As for Mary's injuries, to Marcus, they were nothing that couldn't be fixed. 2 pieces of cooked steak later, much to Luffy's envy, the butler was instantly healed. 2. I need to go warn the villagers so they can prepare for an attack, Mary said seriously. That probably won't be necessary, Marcus said, pointing toward the eastern shore. There's a group of pirates gathered by the coast, likely his old crew. They're in that direction. Nami looked in the direction Marcus was pointing, and her brain seemed to freeze for a moment. Then she suddenly remembered something that made her face go pale. Wait, that's where we docked our ship? Oh no, my treasure. Luffy, quick, we have to get over there right now, or those pirates are going to run off with all our money. When it came to treasure, she was deadly serious, serious enough to unlock hidden reserves of strength as she grabbed Luffy and started dragging him into a run. The others quickened their pace as well. And as fate would have it, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it becomes. Kuro had not led his Black Cat pirates to invade Syrup Village as he had in the original timeline. Instead, he had boarded a ship and was preparing to leave the island. Marcus could see on his map that 1 or 2 pirates had indeed made their way to Luffy's ship. While he couldn't observe exactly what had happened there, he had a feeling that Nami's 5 million berries were probably gone. Looks like they're getting ready to sail away. Nami's expression shifted rapidly from panic to fury. Luffy, get me over there? Now, you want to fly? Luffy asked, still being dragged along by an increasingly frantic Nami. All right, but you guys better be ready for this. Ready for what? A bad premonition began to settle over everyone's minds. 2. Marcus watched as Luffy stretched his arms out to grab a large tree by the roadside. You've got to be kidding me. 1. Without any further warning, he grabbed Zoro, Nami, Marcus, Alvida, Usopp, and a completely panicked, bewildered Kira, and launched them all into the air. Oh, hell no. Marcus shouted as they soared through the sky. 6. A chorus of curses and screams accompanied their flight toward the shore. Meanwhile, at the coast, Django was looking rather puzzled by recent developments. We're really just leaving like this. Kuro remained silent, absently tossing the gold bar he'd received from Marcus up and down in his hands. Django's eyes widened in surprise, quickly reaching out to touch it and check its authenticity. Whoa, this gold bar's purity must be really high. On the black market, this would easily be worth 70 to 80 million berries. It's a standard 12.5 kilograms of 99.99% pure gold, Kuro said matter-of-factly. What? Then that's worth nearly 200 million berries. 4. Django cradled the gold bar carefully. There were many gold bars in circulation throughout the various islands, but the vast majority weren't pure. After all, refining techniques differed from island to island, and compared to pure gold bars, crafting decorative items mixed with other metals was not only more expensive but also more aesthetically pleasing. Of course, there were also problems like wear and difficulty in trading, but in terms of pure liquidity, gold bars were absolutely top tier. Let's go, Kuro sighed heavily. There's nothing else here we need. If his plans had proceeded smoothly, he could have walked away with a total fortune of around 1.5 billion berries after just a few more years of scheming. But there were no what-ifs in life. With that group of devil fruit users around, there was simply no way his plan could be executed successfully. That ability user in particular, what rotten luck to encounter someone like that. As much as it frustrated him, he couldn't think of any viable way to deal with the problem they presented. Wait for them to leave and then come back? Unlikely. In another couple of days, his bounty poster would probably be circulating the seas again, making his old identity as Claudor completely useless. Ayah. Did you hear that strange sound? Django nodded, also scanning the horizon. Yeah, and it's getting closer and closer. He didn't even finish his sentence before, boom. The ship's deck exploded in a shower of wooden splinters. A straw hat figure burst through the air and crashed down, his body inflated like a balloon to cushion the impact. Several other people clung desperately to his expanded belly. Whew. I thought we were gonna fall into the sea, Luffy said, deflating and patting himself off. But hey, safe landing. Safe? How in the world was that safe? Nami demanded, trembling as she struggled to her feet. 2. Marcus also stood up slowly, feeling like his entire body was about to fall apart. Even with Luffy cushioning their landing like a human airbag at the last second, the impact had still been absolutely brutal. Watching it happen in the anime hadn't prepared him for the reality of experiencing Luffy's transportation methods firsthand. Sighing helplessly, he gently shook the thoroughly traumatized Kira awake. The poor girl had been scared half to death by the whole ordeal. Django was frozen in place at the sight of the intruders who had just crashed through his ship's deck. Kuro was slightly more composed, but only slightly, as his jaw dropped in disbelief. Come on, he shouted. I was already leaving. Do you really have to chase me down like this? Chapter 30, Kuro? At Sundara? 2. Marcus looked at their landing spot and had to admit, Luffy's aim had been precise. He immediately sealed Kira inside a protective barrier of wooden blocks, better safe than sorry. Then he drew his iron sword, turning to face both the former and current captains of the Black Cat pirates, as well as the countless crew members who were charging toward them across the ship's deck. 1. The atmosphere grew tense as battle lines were drawn. A massive fight was about to break out. Luffy faced off against Kuro. The Cat brothers, Buchi and Sham, immediately engaged Zoro in close combat, while Marcus found himself facing off against Django. Meanwhile, Usopp and Alvida took on the massive Black Cat pirates crew members who were streaming toward them. As for Nami, she had already gone at the first sign of trouble. The battle began quickly and ended even more quickly than anyone had expected. Kuro was already injured from his previous encounters, and now without his cat claws to enhance his attacks, he was reduced to fighting with bare fists. In that kind of straightforward brawl, he was simply no match for Luffy's punches. 1. As for Zoro's fight with the Cat brothers, there wasn't much to see there. One Onigiri and one Toragari, and the battle was over. Marcus' fight was equally brief, though for different reasons. After taking a direct hit from Django's iron-ringed gauntlet, which barely scratched his armor, he simply gave his opponent one clean sword strike across the torso. Nothing fancy or flashy about it, just a straightforward slash from shoulder to chest. Surprisingly, after letting out a shrill scream, Django collapsed and didn't get back up. Marcus was puzzled by this result. He was pretty sure he hadn't run the guy through completely, and he definitely hadn't hit any vital organs. It was just a surface cut across the chest and shoulder area. So why had his opponent just fallen asleep? 2. He poked Django, then pried open one of his eyelids to check. Yep, eyes rolled back and everything. Didn't seem like he was faking unconsciousness. Maybe the weapon's inherent attack power had somehow triggered a knockout effect. 2. Come to think of it, iron swords did have that kind of effect on vanilla Minecraft mobs, but it shouldn't work on beings from the One Piece world, at least that's what he'd concluded from his experience slaughtering cattle and sheep. 1. After all, he'd already established that he didn't have the critical hit mechanic, whether against Minecraft creatures or One Piece animals. But he didn't bother thinking too hard about the specifics. Whether Django was playing dead or had been knocked unconscious, he didn't really care either way. He did, however, collect the experience orb that dropped from his defeated opponent. Then he joined Usopp and Alvida's group battle, and one by one, more experience orbs began dropping as they cut through the remaining crew members. Eventually, even pirates who hadn't yet entered the fray turned and fled at the sight of their comrades being defeated so easily, leaving behind experience orbs as they retreated. Clearly, both defeating enemies and causing them to surrender yielded experience orbs, though it seemed like each person could only drop experience once. 1. The quantity and experience value were roughly the same across all the grunt-level pirates, at least. Django's experience was somewhat higher, about double the normal amount, roughly equivalent to what Kuro had dropped during their earlier encounter. Marcus' level had now reached 12. If this experience gain rate held true, he was thinking about what might happen 2 years from now on Fishman Island, when Luffy would use Conqueror's Haki to knock out 50,000 soldiers in one blast. 50,000 experience orbs. There'd be no way to collect them all in time. 2. Lost in these idle thoughts, he dismantled the wooden barrier and released Kira. But when he saw that Nami was also inside, looking completely unruffled, he was speechless. 1. Go find your treasure, it's probably. Before he could finish his sentence, Nami had vanished like the wind. Kira looked around at all the bodies sprawled across the ship's deck and swallowed hard, her face pale. When will I ever have that kind of strength? Marcus ruffled the girl's hair gently. Don't worry about it. People need time to grow. You'll get there. Dash. After the dust had settled and they'd secured the ship, Marcus pointed at the bound and defeated Kuro and his remaining crew members. So what do we do with them? Turn them over to the Marines? Come to think of it, you guys don't even have bounties yet, do you? He asked curiously. Kuro wasn't dead, but he might as well have been given his current state of mind. At the moment, tied up securely, he wore an expression of utter despair, feeling like life had lost all color. If I promised I'd never come here again, would you believe me? Everyone present looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Keiya, who had just arrived with Mary and some of the other villagers. She walked up to Kuro slowly, her expression complex and conflicted. Everything had happened so fast that she still found it hard to believe that the man who had served loyally in her home, caring for her with such attention to detail, had actually been plotting to seize her family's entire fortune. My parents' deaths, was that you? Kuro let out a long sigh and fixed his gaze directly on her face. Your parents died of illness, he said flatly. Hearing this, Keiya instinctively felt a sense of relief, but her expression remained troubled. She didn't know whether she should believe his words right now, especially because, if your parents hadn't died naturally, I probably would have eliminated them at some point anyway, Kuro added, providing a much darker alternative answer. Upon hearing that, Usopp immediately jumped up, ready to beat Kuro senseless. To say something like that right in front of Keiya? This man was truly heartless. But Keiya stepped in front of Usopp to stop him. Keiya? How can you? He's just proving that he didn't kill my parents, Keiya said softly. That's why he's saying such horrible things. She looked at Kuro directly and asked, why? Kuro stared at her. Why? What kind of question is that? I'm a pirate who has committed countless crimes over the years. I spent 3 years in this village pretending to be someone else, earning the trust of everyone around me. Everyone knew me as a good, reliable man. And then, when the time was right, I was going to claim your family's inheritance. Only then could I live freely, without restraint, and obtain true peace. Keiya stared at Kuro in disbelief. 3 years of memories flooded her mind. She could hardly reconcile the devoted, meticulous Clydor with the cold stranger standing before her now. His demeanor and tone were completely different, as if he were a stranger. Marcus, however, frowned as he watched Kuro's expression carefully. Something about the man's behavior was striking him as off, like pieces of a puzzle that didn't quite fit together. Suddenly, he thought he understood what was really going on. Kuro, you're at Sundara, aren't you? The moment he spoke those words, the air in the room fell completely silent. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp looked completely baffled. They had no idea what that word even meant. But the women present all froze, their expressions quickly turning odd. What the hell are you talking about? Kuro demanded, full of confusion. Keiya's parents died about a year ago, right? Marcus asked, looking to Keiya for confirmation. She nodded slowly. A whole year, he continued. If you'd really wanted to seize the inheritance by force, there were plenty of opportunities. Her parents died of illness, and then their sickly daughter also dying of illness wouldn't have raised any suspicions. Families catch diseases from each other all the time. If you'd truly wanted to go through with it, you could have easily done it. She's been frail and sickly since childhood, after all. 1. Yet you continued taking care of her, right up until someone else appeared. He looked directly at Usopp, who froze as he realized the implication. 1. The young lady who never seemed to get better despite all your comfort and care, suddenly showed improvement after some wild kid told her a few ridiculous lies. Her condition even came under control for the first time in years. You were jealous. But you suppressed that jealousy. After all, you wanted her to be healthy and happy. Yet seeing her smile again and again because of that wild kid, listening to her excitedly tell you about his ridiculous stories, jealousy completely consumed your thoughts. But you refused to admit it to yourself. 1. In the end, you gave up on everything, deciding to destroy it all rather than face your own feelings. So you made this decision. But in reality, you never actually intended to take her life, did you? You had your former Black Cat pirates invade the village, but the real target was always that kid, wasn't it? And you planned from the beginning that after the Black Cat pirates finished their job, you'd eliminate them too, so no one would ever know your true identity. That way, you could erase your past and get rid of your romantic rival in one move. As for Keiya, yes, you did plan to use hypnosis to get her to write a will, but there was probably another condition attached, like erasing a part of her memory. Ha, ha 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 ha. Kuro laughed wildly. That's quite the theory you've come up with. But too bad for you, I'm a pirate. There's no way I'd ever fall for some spoiled, little girl who likes to throw tantrums. 5. But to everyone else, it sounded like the stubborn denial of a man who had lost. Keiya listened to the entire exchange, then lowered her head for a moment in thought. When she looked up, she spoke seriously to Kuro. I'm sorry, Clydor, but I've always thought of you as an older brother figure. After all, there's a 16-year age gap between us. 30. With those soft, kind words, she delivered the most devastating blow possible. 2. From that moment on, Kuro said nothing more. Chapter 31, Iron Golem 7. In the end, Kuro left with his remaining crew members, though not without some complications along the way. The Black Cat pirates staged a mutiny. After Kuro was defeated, some of the scattered pirates hadn't been captured by Luffy and the others. During the aftermath, Django had been playing dead, and working together with the remaining pirates, he successfully escaped the area. Naturally, they had no intention of taking their former captain with them. Over the past 3 years, he had become the acting captain of the Black Cat pirates. During that time, the bonds and recognition he'd built with the crew were genuine and hard-earned. From their perspective, Kuro had not only failed to bring any benefits to his crew, but now he was showing up again trying to reclaim his position as captain of the Black Cat Pirates. The older members might have gladly accepted him back, after all, they had witnessed his strength firsthand, which was significantly greater than Django's. But the newer crew members who had joined under Django's leadership naturally couldn't accept this sudden change in command. The result was an inevitable confrontation between the two factions. Django suffered a crushing defeat in the leadership battle. The ship and most of the crew were taken back under Kuro's control. Marcus wasn't surprised by this outcome at all. A current captain and a former captain simply couldn't coexist peacefully on the same ship. At best, it would only be a temporary arrangement. Being an intelligent man, Kuro understood this dynamic perfectly, which was why he acted so decisively to consolidate power. As for why Luffy's group hadn't completely eliminated the Black Cat Pirates when they had the chance, the reason was surprisingly simple. Kaya had chosen to forgive them. 5. After he had exposed all of Kuro's true motivations and inner thoughts, the former butler simply couldn't bring himself to face Kaya directly. Was he planning revenge? Would he harbor resentment? But Kaya's response had been that, if necessary, she would willingly give Kuro her entire family fortune if that's what he truly wanted, as repayment for the devoted care he had given her after her parents passed away. What do the smartest villains fear most? A pure and sincere heart that refuses to be corrupted. Marcus witnessed the entire exchange, his expression unusually conflicted. Perhaps this was part of the unique charm of the One Piece world, even minor characters had their own complex stories. But he didn't really care about that. In Kaya's small courtyard, he decided it was finally time to test something he'd been curious about for a while. He summoned an iron golem. Ever since obtaining pumpkin seeds, he'd wanted to try this out. The reason he hadn't tested it on the ship was because he was worried that the golem's weight might sink their ship. In Minecraft, iron golems didn't have a set weight, but reality might work very differently. The moment the iron golem materialized, it looked exactly like its in-game counterpart. But the first thing it did after appearing was offer him a bright red poppy flower, holding it out with surprising gentleness. 5. Amazing? Amazing? Is this a robot? Luffy's eyes sparkled like stars as he stared at the golem. 1. Usopp was equally fascinated, reaching out to touch its body. The cold, metallic texture felt exactly like real iron. This is incredible. Zoro, meanwhile, sized up the iron golem. To be honest, its nearly 3-meter-tall frame was quite imposing. But its eyes, there was this clueless stupidity in them, making it hard to know what to say. As for sensing danger from it, there was absolutely none. Zoro, want to try lifting it? Don't worry, it won't mind at all, Marcus said with a grin. Zoro, who had a well-known habit of strength training, walked up curiously and gripped the golem around its waist and midsection. He strained with all his might, his face turning red. But even with every muscle straining, he couldn't lift it even a millimeter off the ground. 1. This thing is heavy, he muttered, stepping back. Marcus nodded, that was exactly what he'd expected. The iron golem was constructed from 4 blocks of solid iron, each one representing a cubic meter of metal. A single cubic meter of iron weighs approximately 7.68 tons, which meant the total weight was over 30 tons. 4. The math spoke for itself. In the future, Zoro would undoubtedly develop the strength to lift such a weight, but now, that was simply beyond his capabilities. At that moment, the iron golem turned toward Zoro and offered him a poppy flower as well, its head tilting slightly. Zoro looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning. Take it, Marcus explained. He thinks you were playing with him. 2. Zoro silently accepted it. Looking at the distinctly pixelated flower, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Marcus then did a simple test of the iron golem's intelligence, giving it various basic commands. Simple instructions like running, patrolling, and similar tasks, the golem understood clearly. It could even handle more complex orders. For example, go to the front gate and bring me the hat-wearing bodyguard with a scar on his face. Since the iron golem couldn't speak, it simply walked to the gate, identified the correct person among several guards, and carefully carried the bewildered man back to Marcus. Clearly, it could distinguish between different people based on physical appearance and clothing. Impressed by this demonstration, he made a decision and appointed Kaya as the golem's owner. The iron golem's expression fell when it realized Marcus was essentially abandoning it. But it quickly recovered and presented Kaya with a poppy flower. 5. Of course, Marcus retained the ability to give the golem commands as well, but Kaya would be its main responsibility. You should give it a name, he suggested. I built it to be your bodyguard anyway, so the naming rights should be yours. Kaya looked thoughtfully at the iron golem, then gave it what she considered a perfect name, Alfred. 6. The iron golem raised both arms, its iron head nodding enthusiastically, and even its glowing eyes seemed to convey joy. Looks like you've accepted it. Well then, Alfred, please take good care of me from now on, Kaya said with a warm smile, patting the golem's arm. The iron golem extended its 2 long, straight arms and gently patted Kaya's head in return. Marcus, why does it have moss growing on its body? Can I give it a bath? She asked curiously, noticing the green patches scattered across the golem's iron surface. You can give it a try. Kaya and the rest of Luffy's crew were completely captivated by the golem, gathering around to examine its various features. Meanwhile, Marcus was thinking about something else. Could the iron golem independently identify someone as an enemy? Would it only fight back when directly attacked, or could it take proactive defensive action? It was difficult to find an appropriate test subject for such experiments at the moment, but the golem's ability to distinguish between different people and its obedience to commands were good signs. If Kaya gave it an order to attack a specific threat, it could definitely take offensive action when necessary. It was at this point that Mary walked over to Marcus. "Thank you very much for all your assistance," the butler said formally. "I cannot adequately express how much your help has meant to Miss Kaya and this household." Now that Kaya's household consisted of just the two of them, he knew he would have to work even harder than before to ensure their safety and security. "No need to mention it," Marcus replied, waving off the thanks. "I can't take it aboard the ship, so leaving it here is the best use for it." He paused, studying Mary's features more carefully. "By the way, you're part of the mink tribe, aren't you? With injuries like yours, if it were an ordinary person, they'd be dead." Mary unconsciously touched his small ram horns. "I'm not entirely certain about my racial heritage," he admitted. "But my father once told me that my mother was half mink. So I suppose I have about 1/4 mink blood running through my veins. As you can see, though, these horns are pretty much the only feature I inherited. No issues during the full moon. If I had to say, maybe I used to feel somewhat restless during full moons when I was a child," Mary replied thoughtfully. "But that hasn't happened in many years now. Age seems to have mellowed whatever wild instincts I might have inherited." He smiled gently. As for his unusual traits, only Kaya's parents had never minded. That was also why he was willing to serve as the family's butler. Chapter 32, Full Inventory 4. Once Marcus confirmed his earlier suspicion, he chatted with Mary for a few more minutes about various things before the butler excused himself to attend to his duties. As expected, Mary was going to prepare the ship, though clearly it must have been a vessel that was already built long ago. Marcus had heard rumors that Kaya's family had commissioned a ship years before her parents passed away. Should he go modify it right now? Make some improvements with his abilities? But after thinking about it, he decided against the idea. They hadn't even been offered the ship yet. Why was he in such a hurry? It would make him look like he was desperately trying to repay a favor or something. Just then, Kaya walked over, leading an iron golem behind her. The green moss and vines that had once clung to it were completely gone after a thorough cleaning, and the spots that had looked rusty had been polished until they gleamed. The golem now looked spotless. "Doesn't it look much better like this?" she asked, examining the golem from top to bottom. 2. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, she ran back into the house. Before long, she had gathered all the women in the household and disappeared inside. The men looked at each other in confusion, wondering what was going on. A while later, Kaya emerged carrying clothes and pants that had been hastily sewn together from black fabric. The iron golem seemed more than happy to be dressed up, standing perfectly still and serving as a cooperative mannequin. 1. A few minutes later, the golem emerged wearing what looked like a black suit. And honestly, it really did look like a professional bodyguard now, the kind you'd see standing outside fancy establishments. 6. "Well, if you ignored the blocky iron head. So cool," Luffy blurted out, his eyes sparkling. 1. Usopp was equally impressed, nodding enthusiastically. Marcus, on the other hand, actually preferred the golem's original appearance. In response to all the praise, the iron golem gifted everyone a poppy flower. Being complimented even made it bashfully scratch its head with one straight, iron hand, looking unexpectedly adorable. 3. What was strange, though, was that despite weighing over 30 tons, the iron golem could walk across the ground without causing any tremors, and the earth didn't sink or crack under its weight. But its actual mass really was about what Marcus had calculated. He wasn't sure if this was some special property of the golem itself, or just how physics worked in the One Piece world. 2. If it was a special property, then he wouldn't have to worry about it sinking their ship. He could just have the golem guard their vessel in the future. While they were all having fun examining the dressed-up golem, Luffy sidled up to Marcus. "I want one too. I want it to join my crew." Marcus sighed helplessly. "Zoro can't even lift this thing, and you think our ship won't sink to the bottom of the ocean if we bring it aboard?" Luffy froze for a moment, then his face fell into a disappointed frown. The ship really was one of their biggest current problems. "Can you make it lighter?" "Sorry, but that's not how it works." 5. Luffy scowled, clearly unhappy but trying to be mature about the situation. His feelings were written plainly across his face. 2. Tell you what. If we get a bigger ship in the future that can handle the weight, I'll build one just for you. This one can stay here and protect Kaya. 4. Really? Luffy's mood immediately brightened. Really? All right. With that settled, Marcus turned his attention to other matters. He was considering whether he should do some more mining, not for iron or gold this time. He wanted to dig further down, maybe find lapis lazuli or even diamonds if he was lucky. Honestly, wearing a full set of iron armor didn't make him feel completely secure. In the relatively peaceful East Blue, he could get by just fine, but once they entered the Grand Line, there was no guarantee his iron equipment wouldn't become useless junk against the kind of opponents they'd face there. Looking down at the ground beneath his feet, he had another idea. Maybe I should dig out a proper basement too, as a shelter. He brought up the suggestion to Kaya, who immediately agreed to the plan. After all, if real danger ever came to the village, having an underground refuge could save lives. Marcus made his way to the first-floor storage room, a location they'd chosen specifically because if danger really did arrive, there would be no time to run outside to a separate shelter. Then he did what any self-respecting Minecraft player would do. He started digging straight down from where he stood again. 5. Now that he had a water bucket in his inventory, he felt much more confident about deep mining. Even if he encountered an underground lava pool or a massive cavern, he could ensure his own safety. In what felt like no time at all, he had dug down nearly 1,000 blocks. 1. The only reason he stopped going deeper was because his inventory was completely full, and his feet were surrounded by coal blocks. He didn't have enough regular blocks left to build his way back up to the surface. It was starting to give him a headache. Why is it all coal down here? From around 600 blocks down to nearly 1,000, it had been nothing but coal deposits. Above that depth, the vast majority had been stone with only small amounts of iron ore scattered throughout. Guess this is where I stop for now. Ultimately, it was his inventory's storage limitations that determined how deep he could mine in a single expedition. Man, I wish my inventory could stack up to 1,000 of each item. Wait a second. Could it be that all my future mod unlocks are going to be quality of life improvements like this? His expression turned thoughtful. The first mod he'd unlocked was vein mining, which let him harvest entire ore deposits at once. The second had been a minimap that showed his location and surroundings. If the third turned out to be an autosort function for his inventory, he honestly wouldn't be surprised. 4. After all, when he'd played Minecraft back in his old world, those were exactly the kinds of mods he'd relied on most heavily, especially autosort and increased stack sizes. Those two had been essential parts of his standard mod loadout. But now that he was actually living in this world rather than just playing a game, the idea felt somewhat strange to him. Especially the autosort function, which seemed almost too convenient. As for stacking items up to 1,000 instead of the usual 64, that would definitely be useful. If he unlocked something like that, he wouldn't complain. Still, I'm hoping for something different, preferably something like a transmutation tablet. 11. Talking to himself, he decided it was time to head back up. If he kept going deeper, he might not be able to make it back to the surface before running out of building materials. When he reached a point about 5 meters below Kaya's house, he began excavating a proper basement. He quickly carved out a 20 x 20 x 3 meter space, creating a big underground room that could serve as both storage and emergency shelter. He dumped all the coal he'd collected into one corner of the space. In Minecraft, dropped items would eventually despawn to prevent lag, but in the real world, they just stayed where you put them, piling up in neat stacks rather than floating in midair. Should he bring some back to the ship? Nah, there was no need. They already had several large chests full of coal blocks aboard their vessel, more than enough fuel to last them forever. Then he placed a furnace nearby. Others could use it as well. But they wouldn't be able to open the furnace's GUI. They could still put coal in the bottom slot and whatever they wanted to smelt on top. The fuel didn't have to be coal either. Ordinary firewood would work too, though it burned about as long as wooden sticks and didn't last nearly as long as coal blocks. After finishing the basement setup, Marcus climbed back up to the surface, installing a trapdoor to conceal the entrance. As soon as he emerged into the storage room, he found Alvida waiting for him. When she saw him, her eyes lit up. He waved her off before she could ask. It's all coal down there, no gold deposits at all. I see. Alvida's expression fell slightly. But that's actually normal when you think about it, Marcus explained. Orangetown and the surrounding area have sparse vegetation, which suggests the geology isn't well suited for plant growth. Naturally, that means less organic material underground to form coal deposits. Look at Syrup Village, though, lush vegetation everywhere, and the locals make their living through rice farming. The soil composition is completely different. 2. He had already suspected this might be the case when he dug 1,000 blocks and found nothing but coal deposits. In the game, ore distribution was uniform and predictable. In the real world, geology was much more complex and varied. 1. If certain types of terrain were rich in specific minerals, then other areas would naturally be lacking in those same resources. Otherwise, some countries wouldn't be dependent on selling iron ore just to maintain their economic partnerships with larger nations. Still, if you dug deep enough in any location, you'd eventually find different types of ore. The problem was that his inventory definitely wouldn't be able to hold everything he'd find on such an expedition. And if too many item drops accumulated in one place, he'd have nowhere to stand while mining. Still, getting 3 or 4 stacks of iron ore isn't a total loss, he said with a shrug. Alvida nodded, then changed the subject. Mary says he has a surprise for us. Luffy and the others want to wait until you're there. Alright, let's go take a look. Chapter 33, The New Going Merry 5. Once Luffy saw Marcus and Alvida, the entire group set out in high spirits toward the shore. The Going Merry was already waiting for them at the dock. Mary smiled proudly as he began giving them a tour of the ship he'd prepared. The Going Merry is 10 meters long and 11 meters high, a single-mast square-rigged sloop, he explained. She's not the biggest ship you'll ever see, but she's sturdy and reliable. 5. The interior layout was practical, if compact. On the main deck, there were 3 rooms, a cannon room at the bow, a storage room opposite it, and above the storage room was a combined kitchen and meeting area. Below deck, there were 3 more rooms arranged in a line, the men's quarters near the bow, a bathroom in the middle, and the women's quarters at the stern. 6 rooms total, not huge, but adequate. If 5 or 6 people were living aboard, it would be manageable. But now their crew had grown to 7 members. The male crew consisted of Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Marcus. The female members were Nami, Alvida, and Kira. Obviously, this arrangement was still workable, but if they picked up any more crew members, things would get seriously cramped. Naturally, at this moment, all eyes of the Straw Hat crew turned toward Marcus. I could modify it to give us more space, Marcus said thoughtfully, looking the ship over. But would that be okay with you, Mary? Of course. Mary replied without any hesitation. This is your ship now, do whatever you think is best. After all, how extensive could a modification really be? It wasn't like Marcus was planning to tear the whole thing apart and rebuild it from scratch, right? Then he watched in silence as Marcus proceeded to dismantle the Going Merry almost completely. 3. Using the original frame as a foundation, he carried out a massive overhaul that transformed the entire vessel. When he was finished, although it still resembled the Going Merry in basic design, the proportions and scale were different. The original 10-meter-long ship had been expanded to an impressive 20 meters in length. 3. If they'd had bigger sails available, he probably would have kept expanding it even further. How's that look? He asked, stepping back to admire his ship. 1. Although he wasn't exactly a master shipbuilder, he felt pretty satisfied with what he'd accomplished. Mary stared at the new and improved Going Merry. Are you sure this thing can actually move? He asked hesitantly. Yeah, Marcus replied confidently. Even though the ship looks much bigger, the blocks I used aren't as heavy as they appear. Look at how the hull sits in the water, it's barely any lower than it was before. If that's the case, Mary said, still trying to wrap his head around what he'd witnessed, then why bother modifying an existing ship at all? Couldn't you just build a completely new vessel from scratch? After all, with Marcus' abilities, as long as he had proper blueprints, he could potentially construct a ship larger than a marine warship without being limited by materials. That wouldn't work, Marcus explained. Let me give you a simple demonstration. He stacked 2 wooden planks on top of each other, then removed the bottom one. The result was a wooden plank floating in midair, defying all laws of physics. Mary touched it, then carefully climbed onto the floating platform. Even though there was nothing supporting it underneath, no matter how much he jumped or shifted his weight, the plank remained perfectly stable in the air. If I built a ship completely from scratch using my abilities, the result would be a vessel that couldn't move from its original position, Marcus explained. It would have to be carried aboard another ship like cargo. The only drawback of scaling up an existing vessel proportionally is that some of the decorative details might not align perfectly. By the time he finished his explanation, Luffy and the others had already climbed aboard to explore their newly expanded ship. Oh, right, I also need to make some glass for the windows, he said, heading toward the beach. He started digging up sand to create glass blocks using his furnace. Meanwhile, Mary stared at the angular, blocky new version of his beloved Going Merry. He chuckled and shook his head, but there was no anger in his expression. 5. How could he be upset? The ship was bigger, stronger, and more spacious than ever before. After a moment, he began planning the next phase of work. Since the ship had been enlarged, all the furnishings and interior details he'd designed would need to be scaled up accordingly. Wait here for a moment, he called to Marcus. I'll go gather some workers to help with the finishing touches. As for how non-Minecraft materials could be integrated with the blocks, as long as Marcus installed them himself, there was no need for nails or other fasteners. Even Luffy couldn't pry apart pieces that Marcus had placed, as if they had grown together naturally with the wood. The wooden components could also be painted or covered with metal sheets for additional protection and decoration. By the end of the day, the enlarged Going Merry had taken its final form. The only real weakness was that the hull remained relatively thin. After all, if Marcus completely enclosed the bottom with his blocks, the ship wouldn't be able to move through the water. 3. Time passed quickly as everyone worked together. The next day, all the supplies from Marcus' old ship had been transferred to the new vessel, and his original boat had been completely dismantled for materials. 2. For the Straw Hat Pirates, the East Blue Saga was now missing only one member, Sanji, their future cook. At the shore, Kaya stood watching them prepare to depart. She smiled warmly as she looked at Usopp. Kaya? When I've sailed all the way around the world, I'll come back for you? Then I'll tell you my own adventure stories, ones that aren't just tall tales anymore. All right, I'll be waiting for you, she called back. 1. Usopp's 3 young followers waved excitedly from the dock, shouting encouragement and promises to take care of Kaya while he was gone. Luffy stood beside Usopp, looking reluctant to leave, but not for the reason you might expect. He wasn't sad about leaving Kaya, he was disappointed about leaving the Iron Golem behind. It turned out Marcus had been absolutely right about the weight issue. The moment the golem had stepped aboard for a test, the entire ship had sunk lower in the water and immediately started tilting to one side. 4. As they sailed away, the port of Syrup Village grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Eventually, Kaya and the boys' figures disappeared completely from view. Since we're almost at full crew now, I think it's about time we officially raised our pirate flag, Luffy announced, sharing his idea. Right after speaking, he glanced at Alvida. After all, there was still another former pirate captain aboard their ship. She brushed back her hair and gave them a charming smile. I was defeated by you, so naturally I have to follow the victor's orders. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates were officially formed. When the flag bearing the distinctive skull and crossbones with a straw hat rose up the mast, Marcus looked around at his new crewmates, his gaze finally settling on Alvida. 1. In the original timeline, she should have encountered Buggy shortly after eating her devil fruit, both of them having been defeated by Luffy and sent flying. They would have joined forces, plotting revenge together. But now, she had been recruited by Marcus ahead of schedule and had even become an official member of Luffy's crew. So what would happen to Buggy? Would this change mean he ended up drowning at the bottom of the sea instead? In the original story, it had been Alvida who saved him from that fate. Still, Marcus quickly stopped worrying about it. With Buggy's absolutely ridiculous luck and tendency to survive impossible situations, he probably wouldn't just disappear that easily. 2. What are you staring at me for? Alvida teased, noticing his expression. My captain now isn't you, you know. Marcus just shrugged. I'm not cut out to be a captain anyway. Alright, let's have a party to celebrate officially becoming pirates. Luffy grinned, pumping his fist in the air. Everyone agreed enthusiastically, cheering and getting ready to celebrate. Then came an awkward realization that killed the mood somewhat. Who was going to cook? A proper party still needed good food. Surely they couldn't just drink and eat raw fruit all night, right? Don't look at me, Marcus said, raising his hands defensively. I can only provide some basic food items that come with my abilities. Going around the group, everyone else also indicated they couldn't cook either, raising their hands or shaking their heads. Then Nami smiled sweetly and said, if you're willing to pay me, I could try cooking something I can't promise it'll be delicious. What? You want money for that? Usopp exclaimed in shock. Not just him, Alvida and Kira were equally surprised. Nami, however, didn't seem bothered at all by their reactions. We really do need a dedicated cook, Zoro commented thoughtfully. Ever since he'd started sailing with Luffy, they'd been surviving on bread, dried meat, and other basic rations. He'd hoped that once Marcus joined them, there would be proper meals available. In the end, it was Marcus who saved the day by producing cooked beef, cooked chicken, cooked mutton, and an assortment of fresh fruit from his inventory. 2. As for cakes or pies, there was no sugar available, so those were out of the question for now. Chapter 34, The 5 Questions 2. The moon hung high. In the ship's lookout, which Marcus had expanded and fitted with a panoramic skylight, he and Kira now sat together, gazing out at the nighttime coastline. From time to time, a massive sea king would leap on the distant horizon. The sight was both beautiful and somewhat terrifying. First, you need to be certain of one thing, Marcus said quietly. Your own thoughts and direction. What do you mean? Kira asked, tilting her head. Think of it as the direction of your efforts, Marcus explained. A person's energy and time are limited, you can't develop every skill equally. Take Zoro and Usopp, for example. If you made Zoro practice with a slingshot, asking him to hit a bullseye from 40 meters away, he'd need to get familiar with it, train for months, and what would be the end result? His swordsmanship wouldn't improve much, and with the slingshot, he still wouldn't be as good as Usopp. On the flip side, if you asked Usopp to practice swordsmanship for the same amount of time, he'd end up mediocre at both skills. He picked up a small stone and tossed it over the side of the ship, watching it disappear into the dark water below. That's why you have to decide on your future path, then pursue it relentlessly. Focus beats talent when talent doesn't focus. 5. Kira listened, then fell into deep thought. After a long moment, she picked up the wooden sword Marcus had crafted for her earlier. She gave it a few swings, then thought back to watching Usopp with his slingshot during the battle with the Black Cat pirates. Although Marcus had protected her, after the danger passed, she saw only ruins and misery, cries of pain everywhere. It left her feeling a pang of guilt. She realized that throughout that entire conflict, she had never really faced an enemy head-on. Even though she'd made up her mind to get stronger, now that she was truly standing at this crossroads, she felt lost. What should I choose? Kira looked at Marcus hopefully, wanting him to make the decision for her. 1. If I make the choice for you, it won't be something you truly want. That's why you have to ask your own heart, do you want this? In the future, when you face setbacks and failures, will you have the belief to keep going? He leaned back against the skylight, looking up at the stars. If you still can't figure it out, I can teach you a method I learned, the questioning technique. You start by listing the important questions. Marcus held up his fingers as he counted them off. 1. What are you working hard for? 2. If you put in the effort but gain nothing, will you still keep going? 3. If the results fall short of your expectations, can you accept it? 4. Can you take immediate action? 5. If you gain unexpected rewards, will you still continue your efforts? 7. He lowered his hand and gave her a serious look. These aren't easy questions to answer. Everyone's responses are different. In the future, whenever you're lost, you can turn your confusion into questions. For example, before you met us, you could have asked yourself, do you really want to go to sea? If you went to sea but didn't find Kobe, what would you do? He smiled reassuringly. You don't have to answer right away, you can start acting and find the answers along the way. By the time you figure it out, maybe you'll have already reached your destination. Kira listened quietly. Then she began to think through the questions seriously. What was she working hard for? The answer came surprisingly easily. She wanted to change herself. The catalyst had been seeing Kobe's transformation. Even though there had been some misunderstandings, like thinking Kobe had gone out to sea and changed himself purely through his own efforts, the fact remained that he had changed. He'd fulfilled the dream he used to talk about, joined the Marines, and set out to catch pirates. And what about herself? What exactly did she want to change? Her inferiority complex and timidity. She wanted to escape from the vicious cycle of self-doubt that had trapped her for so long. And to change these things, what did she need to become? Cheerful, confident, strong, like Alvida. Once she had her first answer, she moved to the next question. If she worked hard but gained nothing, if she remained the same timid, self-doubting person. Kira sat there in silence for a long while. Marcus seemed to sense her thoughts. Could it really be worse than it is now? Kira froze, then broke into a smile. That's right. Could it actually get worse than her current situation? Only now did she realize, she was already on the road to change. Whatever the future brought, the results definitely wouldn't be worse than where she was now, right? The second and third questions, though they appeared different, were essentially both about uncertainty toward the future. But she felt more confident about them now. The fourth question, could she start immediately? Looking at the sword in her hand, yes, she could begin right away. The fifth, if she gained something unexpected, would she work even harder? Of course she would. Seeing the growing light in Kira's eyes, Marcus smiled. Clearly, she had found her resolve. Now comes another choice, not a question this time, but about what you're good at. Good at? Kira shook her head. I don't think I'm good at anything. Come on, you've been alive for years. You've never been good at anything? Cooking, singing, medicine, navigation, swordsmanship, martial arts, agility, there are plenty of options to choose from. Kira looked down, biting her lip. Maybe I'm only good at running away. Too. Running away. See, I knew it was. That's actually a great answer, Marcus interrupted. Huh. He grinned at her. What's there to be ashamed of? Being able to escape is a valuable skill. If the Black Cat pirates had been better at running away, neither Kaya nor Mary would be sleeping peacefully right now. But, is that really okay? I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. When the enemy is too strong, running isn't shameful, it's smart. Once you're strong enough, you can come back and challenge them. If the enemy's too powerful and you can't escape, that's when you're really in trouble. 1. Do you think pirates are supposed to be mindless berserkers who charge into every fight, shouting Leroy Jenkins? The good ones know their strengths. Those good at fighting should fight, those good at navigation should steer the ship. What's wrong with that? 5. You're good at running away, if we ever meet someone we can't beat, you could lead us in retreat. That's the smart move. And after we regroup, you could still distract and harass enemies, provide reconnaissance, find escape routes. You'd still be contributing to the crew, wouldn't you? His words left Kira stunned for a moment. She'd never thought of her natural inclination to flee as anything other than cowardice. But the way Marcus put it. So, how do I train this? Well, running means training your legs, squats, stretches, endurance work. 6. Marcus briefly explained some running techniques and training methods he remembered from his old world. On the ship, you can do weight training to build up your leg strength. Here, let me show you. He pulled out a small gold bar from his inventory and placed it on Kira's foot, then used some rope to secure it in place. Something like this. Tomorrow I'll ask Usopp to help make you some proper weighted training gear. Then you can gradually increase the load bit by bit as you get stronger. 3. As they were discussing training methods, the sound of someone climbing the rope ladder reached them. It was Zoro, carrying a set of dumbbells that he'd apparently left in the lookout earlier. You two can get some sleep now. I'll take the night watch for the second half. Sounds good, Marcus replied. Thanks, Zoro. Yeah, thank you, Kira added softly. The pair left the lookout, climbing back down to the main deck. Above them, Zoro stood under the moonlight, already beginning his late-night training routine with the dumbbells. They made their way back to their sleeping quarters. Although the ship had been expanded, the number of dormitories hadn't increased. There were still just 2, one for men and one for women. The rooms were just considerably larger now. Originally, the Going Merry had hammocks for the men's quarters and regular beds for the women. But after Marcus joined the crew, everyone had gotten their own bed, with wooden partitions dividing the space into small private areas, like tiny rooms in a capsule hotel. As for the age-old problem of snoring that plagued most shared sleeping arrangements, there was no need to worry. Thanks to Marcus' Minecraft-style beds, the moment anyone lay down, they'd be fast asleep within 3 seconds, sleeping as peacefully as a baby. Any snoring would be completely unnoticeable. 3. Chapter 35, Testing Milk 14. The next day, the crew gathered in the ship's dining area, enjoying a breakfast of various fruits and cooked meats. I think we really need to find a chef as soon as possible, Marcus said as he stared at his plate. Even though we've got some livestock aboard that we raise for food, they can't fully meet our needs. Plus, it'd be a waste to let all those fresh ingredients we bought just sit there unused, right? 1. As they ate different kinds of fruit, everyone nodded in agreement. While Marcus' cooking wasn't terrible, having a proper kitchen meant they should definitely recruit a real chef to take advantage of it. We also need a musician, Luffy added enthusiastically, his mouth full of roasted beef. Usopp looked at him with exasperation. Luffy, you're the captain. You should be taking the initiative on making these kinds of decisions. Then we'll recruit a musician as a crewmate, Luffy said, instantly switching from suggesting they needed one to declaring they would definitely have one. This left Usopp completely dumbfounded. Why are you so fixated on having a musician? Kira asked, puzzled. She'd never heard of pirates caring about singing and music before. Because pirates who can sing are super romantic, Luffy explained between bites. When I was a kid, Shanks had someone on his ship who could sing. The others nodded in understanding. Nami glanced at Luffy's straw hat. Speaking of which, that hat of yours, was it given to you by him? Yeah, it was. Alvida nudged Marcus with her elbow. What is it? The name sounds really familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't place where. Of course you have, Marcus said. That's red-haired Shanks, one of the Yonko. 2. This made everyone who hadn't connected the dots yet freeze in shock. That Yonko, Usopp exclaimed, nearly choking on his fruit. Even Zoro looked stunned. Nami stared at the straw hat on Luffy's head, completely dazed. She couldn't quite process that their seemingly carefree captain actually knew one of the most powerful pirates in the world. Her expression was complicated. Alvida opened her mouth, then chuckled and shook her head. No wonder you're so ridiculously strong. Wait, Usopp, why are you surprised? Marcus asked, turning to the sniper. Your dad's a member of the red-haired pirates too. What? Really? Usopp's eyes went wide as dinner plates. You didn't know? No way. All I knew was that when I was little, he left to become a pirate. Your mother never mentioned it at all. Never. That actually makes sense, Marcus nodded thoughtfully. If people knew Usopp was Usopp's son, the Marines or the world government might try to capture him as leverage. This world didn't exactly have a family members are off-limits policy when it came to hunting pirates. 3. If you really want to keep something secret, you'd hide it even from your own family. Your mother probably didn't tell you for exactly that reason, to protect you. 1. For a moment, the dining room's atmosphere turned awkward. They'd all thought this was just a crew of young nobodies going on adventures at sea, but it turned out 2 of them had serious connections to some of the most notorious pirates alive. Nami asked Luffy curiously, so, being connected to a Yonko and all, didn't Shanks leave you some kind of treasure? He did. Where is it? Nami's eyes practically turned into berry symbols. Right here. Luffy lifted his straw hat slightly, grinning. 1. Nami fell silent. Zoro burst out laughing at her expression, and once he started, the whole crew followed suit, filling the dining room with laughter. 4. Later that afternoon, the crew had spread out across the ship to pursue their individual training and activities. Marcus was chopping trees and gathering leaves for compost, working through the small grove they'd planted in pots around the ship. Kira had several iron ingots tied to her legs as she practiced stretching and basic exercises. The weights were tied under her pants, and she had to admit Usopp's craftsmanship was impressive. He'd made the training gear quickly, and it was both sturdy and comfortable to wear. They weren't using gold bars for the weights, not because she was hiding wealth, but simply because she didn't have the leg strength for that much weight yet. They were increasing the load gradually as her muscles adapted. Alvida was in the training area Marcus had constructed, swinging her spiked club repeatedly at 2 wooden practice posts. Zoro was passed out in the shade, snoring loudly after his early morning workout session. Nami lay on the rear deck of the ship, sunbathing while reading the latest newspaper and keeping an eye on their heading. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp were enthusiastically experimenting with the ship's cannon, much to everyone else's concern. Boom! The blast echoed across the entire Going Merry, drawing everyone's attention before they all went back to their activities. They'd already noticed Luffy and Usopp messing around. Still, you had to admire Usopp's natural shooting talent. Even though it was his first time operating a cannon, he managed to accurately hit a rocky outcropping on an island over a kilometer away. It was at this moment that fate intervened in the form of 2 familiar bounty hunters. The story unfolded much as expected. Johnny and Yusaku appeared, though without the scene of Johnny getting knocked flat by a single punch from Luffy. After all, Johnny's first instinct upon seeing their ship was to look straight at Zoro, recognizing his old hunting partner. After some apologies from Luffy and Usopp for the cannon scare, they brought the ill Yusaku aboard. Looking at Yusaku's ashen, blue-tinged face, Marcus immediately understood what was wrong with him. So he retrieved one of his milk buckets. He still had 2 that hadn't been used yet. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to test whether milk could remove the negative effects of severe malnutrition and vitamin deficiency. 2. Johnny didn't understand why they were offering milk to his dying friend, but he didn't question it. He was, however, curious about whether Yusaku could even drink anything in his current condition. Then something strange happened. The milk that flowed into Yusaku's mouth didn't spill a single drop. Without even seeing him swallow, the level in his mouth slowly dropped, as if it was being absorbed directly into his body. His blue-tinged complexion began to improve slightly, and the bleeding from his wounds and gums stopped. 6. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Am I still alive? Yusaku. Johnny immediately hugged his best friend joyfully, tears streaming down his face. But Marcus frowned as he observed the results. The milk had definitely worked, but the effect seemed weaker than he'd hoped. 3. Could it be that his abilities worked less effectively on other people? If so, that was understandable but quite disappointing. 2. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Yusaku's head drooped and he fainted again. Marcus examined him more closely and quickly confirmed his theory. His milk had definitely had an effect, otherwise Yusaku couldn't have regained consciousness at all. But the treatment was incomplete. Nami, who had been watching the entire sequence, pulled out one of their tropical fruits from storage. This is pretty common at sea, scurvy. It's caused by a lack of vitamin C. You guys probably haven't been eating fresh vegetables or fruit for a long time, right? Now that you mention it, yeah, that's probably it, Johnny admitted. Just give him some fruit and he should recover. She tossed the fruit over to Johnny. After just one bite, Yusaku's blue complexion began to ease noticeably. Marcus pulled out the milk again, curious to see what would happen with the combination. The results were remarkable. With the combined effects of the fruit and the milk, Yusaku, who had been lying on the deck at death's door, suddenly sat up with new strength. The bleeding from his body stopped entirely, and his color returned to normal. 1. Just as I thought, Marcus nodded, understanding the mechanics better now. The milk could indeed remove negative status effects, but reality worked differently than a video game. In a game, status ailments had set durations and would end automatically. In the real world, the milk could fix complications caused by scurvy, like the internal bleeding, but it couldn't cure the underlying nutritional deficiency itself. However, once Yusaku ate fruit to restore his vitamin levels and general health, his body began to naturally recover. When Marcus gave him milk again, it immediately cleared away the returning symptoms and complications. So it can't directly cure diseases from the body. He mused quietly. Chapter 36, The Man in the Chest 7. 2 buckets of milk were gone, so Marcus headed to the livestock area and collected 5 more buckets, storing them away for future emergencies. While this didn't solve the problem of illness, it provided valuable insight into how his abilities worked. As for the idea of soaking in seawater while drinking milk to counteract the weakness debuff, he'd never tried it, but most likely the weakness would be temporarily removed, only to return within seconds. Johnny and Yusaku, who had once been Zoro's subordinates back in his bounty hunting days, immediately perked up when they heard the ship lacked a proper cook. You should definitely check out the Baratai, Johnny suggested. It's this floating restaurant that's famous throughout the East Blue. Yeah, they've got incredible food and some seriously skilled chefs, Yusaku added, already looking much better after his fruit and milk treatment. Everything was developing exactly as Marcus remembered from the original story, which relieved him a bit. He definitely didn't want his presence to somehow prevent the original Straw Hat crew members from joining the ship. But then he heard how long the voyage would take. He froze mid-step. 7 days? It's that far away. Well, it's on one of the major shipping routes, Johnny explained with a smile. All the member nations pass through there, plus there are plenty of resources and trading opportunities nearby. It's worth the trip. Hearing this, Marcus scratched his head. He'd thought Logetown was much closer to their current position. After all, in the story, right after Sanji's arc ended, there was Nami's Kokoyasi village arc, then Logetown, and then they entered the Grand Line. 1. He opened his map to double-check their course. He watched their heading, which was pointing directly toward the northern section of the map. Although most of the map remained black and unexplored, his observations over the past few days had taught him one important thing. The red line was positioned on the western edge of the map, and right now they were sailing in the opposite direction. It seemed they would be spending quite a bit more time in the East Blue than he had initially calculated. With all this island hopping and detours, the journey would probably take at least 3 to 4 months before they even reached the Grand Line. He stopped worrying about it. Having plenty of time to prepare was definitely better than having to face someone like Crocodile immediately upon entering the Grand Line. 6. He made his way to the livestock area and went through the routine of feeding the cows, sheep, and chickens. Although he'd expanded the livestock area as much as the ship's design would allow, relying on animal breeding alone to quickly reach level 20 was still proving quite difficult. That's when he started seriously considering other people as potential sources of experience points. At present, there were 3 ways he could gain experience. The first was from his livestock breeding operation. The second was by defeating enemies in combat, even just making them surrender mentally seemed to count. The third, and most unpredictable, was gaining someone's genuine approval. This last trigger was still mysterious to him. It had happened with both Alvida and Kira before, but the circumstances weren't clear. So far, it could only be described as recognition, but the exact conditions remained unclear. What bothered him was that ever since boarding the ship, Luffy's group hadn't yielded any experience points at all. Of course, it might just be because he hadn't truly earned their recognition yet, despite being accepted as a crew member. For someone like Luffy, sharing food was usually the best way to show acceptance, and being invited aboard should have been enough to express approval. But still, no experience gain. He considered whether he should try giving Nami a gold ingot to see if that would trigger the recognition mechanic. After all, her love of treasure was known. But that wasn't really the outcome he wanted. After all, at this point in the story, she hadn't yet truly acknowledged herself as part of the Straw Hats. She was still planning to leave them once she had enough money to buy back her village. Obviously, flashing a gold ingot around could significantly affect the storyline in unpredictable ways. As he considered these options, he felt a headache coming on. Wait a minute. Storyline? Could it be that he'd gained experience from changing these people's life trajectories? In the original timeline, Alvida was supposed to be part of Buggy's crew after getting punched by Luffy. Was she important to the overall plot? Yes and no. By the time the story reached the New World, there wasn't much depiction of her, not even when Buggy eventually became one of the Yonko. If it weren't for Buggy being Oda's favorite character, Alvida might not have had any significant screen time at all. By changing her path, Marcus might have altered a character's entire story arc, thus gaining a great amount of experience. Kira, on the other hand, had never even appeared in One Piece originally. Changing her story didn't matter much to the overall world since she was essentially a completely new character. This would explain why Alvida had given so much experience while Kira's contribution was relatively minimal. One had original screen time and plot relevance, the other didn't exist in the source material. If that's the case, Marcus thought, does that mean I should invite more original characters onto the ship? Like Yusaku and Johnny? 5. But in the end, he couldn't think of anything more. After all, this was still just speculation at this point. Time passed quietly as they sailed toward their destination. On the third day of their voyage, something unexpected appeared on the horizon. Could that be the legendary Treasure Island? Yusaku pointed toward an island in the distance that was shrouded in dark, swirling clouds. His eyes burned with excitement. The legendary Treasure Island. Nami immediately perked up at the mention of treasure. Yes, exactly like it's described in all the records. Johnny quickly added. A small island that never changes, but it's always surrounded by those dark storm clouds. They say there's incredible treasure hidden there. Luffy, who had absolutely no resistance to the idea of adventure, became instantly curious. Let's go to that island? Time for some exploration. Usopp was equally intrigued, though a bit more nervous about the whole thing. But I've heard there's supposed to be a god living on the island, Alvida said thoughtfully as she gazed into the distance. Many pirates who've angered this deity were supposedly struck down by divine punishment. Among pirates, this rumor was extremely popular and widely circulated. Countless sailors claimed to have seen the god, been cursed by it, and then plagued by terrible misfortune for years afterward. Marcus, however, wasn't particularly concerned. He knew exactly what was really on that island. Just a person trapped inside a treasure chest. Actually, that raised an interesting question. If he freed that person from the treasure chest, would that count as altering the storyline? Would it trigger another experience gain? 4. The group decided to investigate the legendary Treasure Island. As soon as they set foot on shore, Marcus had to admit that compared to normal vegetation, the plant life here was extremely twisted. The patterns and growth formations were somewhat like the swirls found on devil fruits, but far more exaggerated and unnatural. Up ahead, Usopp crept forward nervously, only to jump back in shock when a plant shaped like an ear of corn suddenly opened what appeared to be a mouth, complete with a bright pink tongue. This plant has a tongue? Is this thing an animal or what? Marcus approached it curiously. He reached out to touch the bizarre plant creature, and of course, it immediately clamped down on his finger. Rather than biting him, though, it seemed more like it was gently holding onto him. 9. This gave him a bold idea, dig up its roots and see what was actually underneath. But before he could act on this plan, the plant's root system suddenly began writhing and moving. The next moment, he watched as the entire plant slithered away like some kind of vegetable snake. This sight left not only him but everyone else completely stunned. Is this some kind of hybrid between a snake and a carnivorous plant? Marcus stared blankly at the retreating organism, his eyes brimming with curiosity. In the anime, these weird plants hadn't seemed like much, but seeing them in reality made him wonder about the actual biology. How was this even possible? Was it a plant that had gained animal characteristics, or an animal that looked like a plant? Maybe it was some kind of chimera species? His curiosity was fully ignited. And it was at that exact moment that the god's voice rang out across the island. Get out of here. Leave this sacred. But before the voice could finish its threatening speech, Marcus simply reached into the nearby bushes and yanked the speaker out. The whole group froze at what they saw. There's a person growing out of a treasure chest. Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Everyone else was equally dumbfounded. He leaned in to examine the strange figure from multiple angles, then grinned widely. Are you the child of a treasure chest and a human? That's so cool. Yes, I've lived in this chest since I was a child. What the hell? How could a treasure chest give birth to a human? The trapped man sputtered. I just can't get out of this damn thing. It's been 20 years already. Are you an ID? Marcus placed his hand directly on the treasure chest. In the next instant, the chest vanished completely. 6 Chapter 37, The Hidden Devil Fruit 3. The sudden feeling of freedom hit the strange man. He stood there stunned, looking down at his body in disbelief. He tried to take a step forward but immediately stumbled, his legs buckling after years of being cramped in the same position. But before anyone could help him, the smell hit them. 2. Oh, what is that? Usopp jumped back, covering his nose. Nami had already backed away several steps, looking like she might be sick. Whoa, you smell really weird, Luffy said, tilting his head. Is that what happens when you live in a box? 20 years without a bath, Zoro stated. What did you expect? 1. The freedman's face went bright red. After so long alone, he'd forgotten how his condition might affect other people. I'm sorry, I know I must smell terrible. 4. Hey, not your fault, Marcus called out, though he was keeping his distance. Anyone would be the same after that long. He realized he should have thought this through. 20 years of, well, everything that comes with being human in a confined space. But more pressing was watching the man struggle to stand. His legs were shaking, and he looked like he might collapse any second. Here, drink this first. The man looked confused but accepted it gratefully, downing the entire bucket in one go. Almost immediately, some color returned to his cheeks and his legs seemed steadier. What was that? First-generation milk. Marcus shrugged. 7. Huh? Just milk. Don't ask. Trust me, it's healthier for your sanity. The man hesitated, then blinked. Wait. What's wrong with the milk? 5. Nothing. Marcus clapped him on the shoulder. Can you walk now? I think so, yeah, much better actually. Alvida pointed toward the shoreline. There's plenty of seawater for washing, and I saw some soap plants growing near the beach earlier. 10. Right. Luffy's natural kindness won out over the smell. Let's get you cleaned up first. The crew spent the next hour helping the man get properly washed. Marcus even scrounged up some spare clothes that sort of fit him. Only after he'd scrubbed himself thoroughly in the ocean and changed into clean clothing did he seem like a real person again. That's when the experience orbs burst from his body, easily as many as Marcus had gotten from Alvida back when he'd first changed her fate. 1. In an instant, he shot up to level 17. So that's how it works. Watching the light show, he finally understood the pattern. The way he could gain massive amounts of experience was by changing the fate and life trajectory of characters from the original story. If he kept interfering with the storyline, he could definitely rack up experience points, but he'd also have to deal with the unpredictable consequences of altering the future. 2. He filed that away for later consideration. Meanwhile, the cleaned-up man was experiencing strange emotions. After surviving under the protection of that chest for so many years, suddenly gaining freedom felt almost overwhelming. After a few minutes to collect himself, the group made their way to the spot where he had been living all these years. I really can't thank you enough. My name's Gaemon. 20 years. I've been stuck inside that damn chest for 20 full years. Honestly, I started to think my body had actually fused with the thing, but now, too. He began telling his story. 20 years ago, he'd come to this island with his captain and crew, searching for treasure. When the captain found a chest but discovered it was empty, Gaemon wasn't ready to give up. He decided to check the one spot they hadn't explored yet. It was a bare, rocky hill that stood out from the rest of the lush island. There, he'd seen several treasure chests sitting on top. But as he grabbed onto the rock to climb up, it had given way. He'd fallen down and, through sheer bad luck, gotten stuck headfirst inside one of the chests and knocked unconscious. When he finally woke up, his crewmates were long gone. After hearing his story, Luffy and the others couldn't help but wonder whether the treasure was still up there. Urged on by their curiosity, they encouraged Gaemon to climb that rocky hill one more time. Gaemon smiled and nodded readily. You know, when you heard about treasure, your first instinct wasn't to claim it for yourselves, but to help me fulfill my dream. You're good people, that's rare on these seas. The group made their way to the base of the rocky hill. Even though his body had been trapped for 20 years, people in the One Piece world had ridiculous resilience. In the real world, his bones would have set permanently, making it impossible to stand upright. But here he was, walking around like nothing had happened. After 2 decades, he climbed the same path he'd taken all those years ago. The whole experience felt surreal to him. Each step up the rocky slope made him feel like his body was returning to its younger days. When he reached the summit, he stared at the treasure chests sitting there. 5 of them, lined up neatly on the flat top of the hill. He approached them with trembling hands, and touched one of the chests. For so many years, he'd thought about this treasure constantly, imagining what might be inside. But now that he was actually here, he didn't feel the overwhelming joy he'd expected. Click. Down below, Luffy and the others waited, but they didn't hear any excited shouting. This made them a little worried. Just as they were considering whether to climb up and check on him, Gaemon appeared at the edge, carrying one of the chests with a blank expression on his face. How was it? Luffy was the first to ask. Instead of answering, Gaemon simply turned the chest upside down. Nothing fell out. Alvida shook her head. This is pretty normal. A lot of treasure maps that get passed around between pirates are like this. The treasure was probably discovered years ago, but greedy pirates keep selling the maps to make money. The suckers who buy them make up stories to add value to the maps just to cut their losses, until some poor bastard finds out the truth. Gaemon sat down on the rocky hill, gazing out at the endless blue ocean. Although he'd already suspected the treasure would be gone, the chest his captain had found back then was probably one of these. He wasn't as heartbroken as he'd imagined he'd be. 20 years of guarding an empty dream. A strange sense of relief spread through his chest instead of disappointment. But when Luffy's group saw his expression, they worried he might be about to do something drastic. Hey, don't let it get to you. Usopp called out. Sure, this treasure's gone, but there are tons of others out there in the world. Yeah, Luffy added enthusiastically. There's a lot of fun stuff out there on the sea. Gaemon just waved and smiled. Thanks. You really are good people. As they climbed down from the rocky hill, the group stopped talking about treasure. Marcus kept staring at the hill, lost in thought. What's wrong? Zoro looked over at him, who was still examining the rock formation. I actually think there might still be treasure here. Zoro looked puzzled and shrugged. Wouldn't it be better to leave whatever's left for Gaemon? I'm not talking about what's on top. I mean inside this rock. Don't you think this hill looks man-made? Marcus pointed at the structure. Hearing that, Zoro also looked it over from different angles, then surveyed the surrounding area. Sure enough, the entire island was covered in lush vegetation, but this hill was completely bare, not even moss grew on it. That was definitely unnatural. And treasures weren't usually just left sitting out in the open on mountain tops. They were typically buried underground or hidden in some concealed location. Thinking it through, he started to feel something was off too. But Marcus' suspicion didn't come from logical deduction, it was simply because his minimap was showing a treasure chest icon at this exact location. I'm gonna dig around a bit. He pulled out an iron pickaxe and started working. The small hill was quickly hollowed out, causing the 5 treasure chests on top to tumble to the ground, all empty, just as Gaemon had said. Looking at the stone blocks now filling his inventory, Marcus then focused on a patch of ground with different colored soil. Without hesitation, he kept digging. Naturally, his actions drew everyone's attention. Gaemon was the most curious of all, watching intently as Marcus dug deeper and deeper. After digging several meters down, something new appeared. A devil fruit, almost completely embedded in the surrounding rock like it had been there for centuries. He reached out and touched it. In the next instant, the devil fruit vanished from the stone and reappeared in his palm, completely intact and clean. Its appearance was bizarre. The top half was apple red, the middle section was bright yellow, and the bottom was green. At first glance, it looked like a traffic light, but when he flipped it over, the backside was deep purple. It was like someone had taken a color palette and turned it into a fruit. That's a devil fruit, Alvida exclaimed. Anyone who'd eaten one before could recognize it instantly. There was something unmistakable about the swirling patterns and unnatural appearance. Usopp crowded closer to get a better look, examining it from every angle. So this is what a devil fruit looks like. It's really weird. The top part looks like feathers, but the bottom's more like scales or something. 7. Nami's eyes lit up with berry signs. I've heard a single devil fruit can sell for as much as 100 million berries. Marcus? Can you give me that fruit? Marcus shook his head. If you're planning to eat it, I'll give it to you. But if you want to sell it, forget it. 2. Come on, Marcus. Nami tried her most persuasive voice. Don't you think our crew could really use the money? Chapter 38, EXP. EXP? 1. Nami was still planning to act cute and use her charm to convince Marcus, but he cut her off before she could really get started. If I'm not mistaken, this is a mythical zoan type, model, Chimera. Based on market value, this devil fruit would be worth at least 1 billion berries. 2. Had he read some devil fruit encyclopedia? Of course not. He was simply reading the item description that appeared in his interface. 1 billion. Marcus' casual words shocked everyone present. Even Nami's eyes went wide, and for a moment she forgot about trying to be cute. Actually, there have been strange things happening on this island for years, he continued, gesturing toward the bizarre animals they'd encountered. Haven't you noticed that all these creatures look weird? Like that pig lion thing we saw earlier? That's because of this devil fruit. Over time, it's been slowly fusing with the rock around it. The best way to describe it is like the rock itself ate the devil fruit. But since rocks don't have consciousness, the fruit's power just spread outward, affecting everything on the island. 4. Marcus' explanation suddenly made everything click for everyone listening. Especially for Gaemon, he understood it perfectly. After all, he'd lived on this island for 20 years. What was most abundant here? Not just strange animals, but also plants he'd never seen anywhere else in his travels. And their reproduction didn't follow any biological rules he knew about. Animals would just mate with whatever they felt like, regardless of species. They could give birth to live young or lay eggs, and sometimes the offspring looked nothing like either parent. Like if a pig and a goat mated, the result might be a chicken. Completely bizarre. On any normal island in the world, this would be a mind-blowing phenomenon that would have scientists flocking from all over. Now a major mystery that had puzzled him for so long finally made sense. However, when he looked at that devil fruit, his eyes showed no desire to possess it. He seemed content just understanding what had been happening around him all these years. Does anyone want to eat it? Marcus looked around at everyone present, naturally including Gaemon in his offer. Oh, by the way, he added, a person can only eat one devil fruit in their lifetime. Me, Alvida, and Luffy have all already eaten one. Me. Nami immediately shot her hand up. Are you sure? If you're planning to eat it, you have to do it right here in front of me. Can't I take it back to the ship and enjoy it slowly? Nami asked, though her eyes were already taking on the shape of berry symbols. Looking at her greed, the others just shook their heads. Marcus glanced around and saw no one else speaking up, which puzzled him a bit. Usopp, you don't want to eat it? This is a mythical zoan-type devil fruit. That's incredibly rare. Usopp scratched his head. It's really tempting. But something tells me it's not meant for me, you know. Is that so? Marcus looked at the others. His gaze fell on Zoro, who immediately shook his head. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. It was a simple answer, but he understood completely. Once you ate a devil fruit, a swordsman's path wasn't pure anymore. Many swordsmen believed that relying on devil fruit powers was a form of weakness. Then he looked toward Kira and Gaemon. Gaemon seemed surprised. Me too? Well, thanks for thinking of me, but I'll pass. 1. Finally, his gaze rested on Kira. At that moment, Kira met Marcus' eyes, and her expression was conflicted. She wanted to, but also seemed hesitant. What's wrong? Marcus naturally noticed her strange expression. It's just. I heard that a chimera is supposed to be the embodiment of fear, evil, and calamity, Kira said quietly, wrapping her arms around herself. 1. Marcus had also heard some of the chimera legends: lion's head, goat's body, snake's tail. Each animal was supposed to represent something different. The lion represented fear, the goat represented evil, and the snake represented calamity. But over time, chimera had come to mean any grotesque fusion of different animals, or creatures whose features didn't match up properly. Legends are just legends, they're stories people made up. Eating a devil fruit won't make you. He stopped mid-sentence, falling into silence. His abrupt pause puzzled everyone. What's wrong? Usopp asked. Marcus waved his hand dismissively. Eating a devil fruit shouldn't make you influenced by whatever the fruit represents. 4. But just now, he had looked at Luffy, and for a split second, he could have sworn he saw the shadow of Nika behind him. 1. He didn't know if it was because Luffy had always been that way by nature, or if eating the devil fruit had somehow been shaping him to become more like Nika over time. 1. At that moment, he also recalled something, one of the most popular theories that used to circulate online, that devil fruits had their own consciousness and would choose their own hosts. In the original story, you could see from childhood that the supernovas were perfectly matched to the fruits they would eventually eat. Kid had loved robots and mechanical things since he was little, and he ended up eating the magnet fruit. Capone Big had been obsessed with fortresses and castles since childhood, and he ate the castle fruit. 1. Scratchman Apo had loved music since he was young, and he got the sound fruit. So it wasn't unreasonable to think that devil fruits might choose their users rather than the other way around. 1. And now, here was a fruit that had never appeared in the original One Piece story. Could Kira, who also never appeared, be the one this devil fruit had been waiting for? Marcus looked at Kira carefully. She was staring at the devil fruit in his hand. Finally, she reached out and took it carefully. Can I really eat this? Marcus glanced at the others. They all shrugged, no one had any objections. Even Nami, despite her disappointment about losing out on a billion-berry payday, nodded. It's your choice. Taking a deep breath, Kira bit into the fruit. Her expression immediately twisted in disgust. What's wrong? It's so disgusting, she managed to gasp out, her face turning green. She forced herself to swallow what was in her mouth, tears streaming down her face from the awful taste. You need to finish the whole thing, Marcus said with a strange smile. If you don't believe me, ask Luffy. He ate his entire devil fruit. Alvida did too. 1. Both of them nodded in confirmation, with Luffy adding, yeah, it tastes horrible, but you gotta eat it all. 2. So with a grim look, like she was marching to her execution, Kira forced herself to finish the entire devil fruit, gagging and crying the whole time. After she'd choked down the last bite, they all waited for something to happen. But after several minutes passed, nothing seemed to change about her appearance. However, Marcus noticed something happening that the others couldn't see. From everyone present except Gaemon, a massive amount of experience was flowing toward him. In just a few seconds, he jumped to level 35. He was completely stunned by the sudden surge. Holy shit. This meant that before, Kira's changes had only slightly altered fate, not enough to significantly affect the Straw Hat's destined path. But now, clearly, a lot had changed. Whether those changes would be for better or worse remained to be seen. He quickly checked his newly unlocked features while trying to keep his expression neutral. The first upgrade was exactly what he'd expected. His item stack limit had increased from 64 to 1000, including items stored inside chests. That was going to make resource management so much easier. 2. The second unlock was also something he'd hoped for, the transmutation tablet. 14. It didn't require crafting like most things. Instead, a new interface had appeared next to his main panel, showing the familiar transmutation tablet screen from the mod. In the original mod, the left side was the charging slot, and the right was the grid for item transmutation. In the lower left was the EMC value display. But this version had some changes. EMC, Energy Matter Covalence, was still EMC, but the charging slot now had an additional label, Repair, Transmute. One glance told Marcus what this meant. Repair was self-explanatory. It would restore durability to damaged items. Transmute should allow him to convert things from the One Piece world into proper Minecraft items. Curious to test it out, he immediately sold 640 cobblestones into the system. The EMC value at the bottom became 640, just like he'd expected. Apparently, stone values were roughly the same as in the game's transmutation pricing. He sold everything he had except his armor and weapons to build up a decent EMC balance. 3. Then he placed his damaged iron helmet in the repair slot. He could see the EMC value decreasing slowly, but thankfully, repairs didn't cost much. It only took about 30 EMC to fully restore the helmet's durability. 3. This surprised him, but it also made sense. After all, this wasn't the pure Minecraft world. Game difficulty and item acquisition had to be balanced differently. In the One Piece world, if he used the exact same mechanics as the original game, he'd probably suffer badly from the increased difficulty. But when he tried to buy back an item he wanted from the transmutation tablet, he froze. Cobblestone, which had been worth 1 EMC when he sold it, now cost 2 EMC to buy back. And every other item was the same. Buyback prices were exactly double the selling price. 4. Spoiler? It seems some readers are still seeing Sanji in chapter 37. I had edited that chapter after someone mentioned in chapter 36 that Gaemon might smell, and honestly, I didn't even think of it at first. Since I was already about 30 chapters further ahead, where more crew members had joined, I mistakenly mentioned Sanji when I rewrote the beginning of chapter 37 with a new scene. The old version was just Marcus gaining EXP and Gaemon telling his story. Another point I want to mention is the transmutation tablet. I know this addition with the mod might displease some readers, but it was already added back when some said it would be too overpowered. EMC is pretty important for Nether. There have been some price adjustments, and the mod after the transmutation tablet has already been decided. 6 Chapter 39, just a lion's head? 2. Marcus had plenty to complain about regarding the transmutation tablet's pricing system, but he quickly stopped caring about the markup. Anyone who'd used a transmutation table knew that its real value wasn't about the cost. If there was no loss in the conversion process, then it was essentially a massive storage system. Hell, you could even call it a creation device. The main purpose was to avoid repetitive, meaningless time wasting by duplicating rare items. Even here in the One Piece world, doubling the price on each transaction wouldn't affect its core value in the slightest. As long as you got a single diamond, you could duplicate infinite diamonds from that point forward. That alone was worth any markup. 4. The group returned to the Going Merry, where Johnny and Yusako both looked curiously at the scruffy man who'd suddenly appeared with them. They were puzzled but didn't ask questions, more interested in whether this legendary treasure island had actually contained any treasure. 2. When they learned that the treasure chests had been empty, but they'd instead discovered a legendary devil fruit, a mythical Zoan type, no less, they offered enthusiastic congratulations to Kira. Gaemon, you really don't plan on leaving with us? Luffy asked, clearly disappointed. Even though they'd only spent half a day together, Gaemon was exactly the kind of person he liked, interesting, a former pirate who'd dedicated years of his life to protecting his dream. Gaemon shook his head. Thank you for the invitation. For years, I've guarded what I thought was my treasure day and night. But as time passed, I discovered what my real treasure actually was. He gestured toward the forest behind him, and strange creatures began emerging one by one. You could clearly see the reluctance and sadness in their eyes at the thought of him leaving. 1. Because of the devil fruit's influence over the years, these animals aren't just unusual, they're intelligent. After 2 decades together, they're my family now. If I were to abandon them, they'd be heartbroken. He rubbed the head of a pig-like creature that had a lion's mane around its neck. Seeing how harmoniously Gaemon lived with his animal family, Luffy's crew didn't try to persuade him further. It was clear this was where he belonged. Marcus crafted a small boat. It wasn't large, but it was big enough for 2 people to sit. He placed the boat on the water, then tossed over a storage chest that landed perfectly in the center. Put anything that's hard to store in here, it'll last much longer than normal storage. This boat will let you leave the island whenever you need to, whether it's to buy daily necessities or if you get some new idea for an adventure. The group said their farewells to Gaemon and his strange animal family, then set sail from the island. Back aboard the Going Merry, all eyes were focused on Kira. After all, they were eager to see her new devil fruit abilities in action, especially since it was a mythical Zoan, which was supposed to be just as impressive as any Logia-type fruit. Under everyone's expectant gazes, she lowered her head nervously. She was naturally socially anxious, but she gathered her courage and tried to activate her new powers. Then something miraculous happened, her head began growing fur, and her facial features gradually transformed to resemble those of a lion. But it was only her head. The rest of her body remained exactly the same, thin and small. Is that it? The others stared in silence. This was supposed to be a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, and all she could do was grow a lion head? Had she somehow eaten a defective devil fruit? That was the only thought running through their minds. Kira's lion face turned bright red, and yes, you could somehow tell even with her transformed features. She was embarrassed. Her entire head was glowing and steaming. 1. She crouched in a corner, looking utterly dejected. Ahaha, well, devil fruits can be tricky to control at first. A lion's head can still be very useful, Nami said, trying to console her while shooting Marcus a sharp glare. The others also offered words of comfort, but they kept giving Marcus strange looks that clearly said, "What kind of fruit did you give her?" Marcus felt completely baffled by all the stares. What's with those looks? Devil fruits are notoriously hard to control right after you eat them. Turning into just a lion head right now isn't weird at all. If you don't believe me, ask Luffy and Alvida. When they first got their powers, could they control them perfectly? 3. Everyone looked at Luffy and Alvida. The two thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Luffy had eaten his fruit when he was young, but back then his control was so poor that even throwing a simple punch could send him flying backward by accident. Alvida remembered being completely confused when she first ate the slip fruit. If Marcus hadn't explained how it worked, she might have gone months without realizing she could use it to slip off freckles and excess fat. So both of them nodded, backing up Marcus' explanation. Only then did the others stop glaring at him. Marcus felt somewhat vindicated, but also helpless at their lack of faith in him. Meanwhile, Kira's body continued to undergo changes, though losing control might be a more accurate description of what was happening. Crouched in her corner, her legs would sometimes transform into goat hooves, other times a pair of wings would sprout from her back, and occasionally a tail would appear and disappear. Her body sprouted different types of fur that looked soft and fluffy one moment, then shifted into scales the next. Finally, she even grew feathers in some places. The transformations were completely unpredictable and frankly indescribable. Kira herself was panicking, utterly confused, and frightened by what was happening to her body. Try to calm your emotions, Kira. Zoan-type fruits respond to mood, Marcus said, not surprised by the chaotic transformations at all. After all, a chimera was supposed to be a hybrid creature. There was no way it would have just one fixed beast form. If it were that simple, the fruit would be called something like mythical Zoan-type, cat fruit, model, chimera. Since it wasn't named that way, it meant the chimera transformation was inherently variable and probably one of the most difficult devil fruits to master. That explained why her body kept changing unpredictably. Honestly, he was starting to suspect this fruit might have originally been intended for Blackbeard in the future. After all, that guy was known for his abnormal body structure, and his pirate flag featured 3 skulls instead of 1. 2. He'd already consumed the Logia-type dark fruit and the Paramecia-type tremor fruit. The only type left that wouldn't conflict would be a Zoan-type fruit. 1. Many fans had speculated he'd eventually target a Cerberus fruit, but Marcus thought the chimera fruit would fit Blackbeard's image perfectly, embodying fear, evil, and calamity just like the legends described. 4. While he was considering these possibilities, Kira managed to calm herself enough to return to human form. But in the very next instant, she transformed again, this time shifting rapidly between a lion, then a goat, then a snake. And it didn't stop there. In just a few minutes, she cycled through countless different animal forms one after another. This is incredible. However, Marcus found himself feeling somewhat underwhelmed by the display. Mythical Zoan fruits were called mythical because they granted abilities that belonged in fantasy and legend, powers that transcended normal animal transformations. For example, the phoenix fruit didn't just let you turn into a bird, it granted immortal flames that could heal any injury, even if your heart was completely destroyed. The azure dragon fruit could breathe fire, control wind and storms, and even create flame clouds to fly on. But if the chimera fruit could only transform into different animals, then while it was certainly far stronger than an ordinary Zoan fruit, it was still limited compared to other mythical types. It felt almost disappointing for something so legendary. 12 Chapter 40, Fishing Rod 2. Kira, try to control those animal forms and fuse them together, Marcus said. Grow eagle wings, snake eyes, a lion's face, a honey badger's body, horse legs, gorilla arms, a cat's tail, and if you can manage it, maybe even add some cow hooves. 16. He rattled off his suggestions, and needless to say, Kira was shocked by the ambitious list. 1. Everyone else was equally stunned. You can actually do that? Usopp asked in amazement. But after a moment, the others started to think it actually made sense. After all, this was supposed to be the legendary chimera. Having all these different body parts didn't seem completely unreasonable for a mythical creature. Kira gave it her best effort. She managed to sprout eagle wings from her back and transform her eyes into those of a snake, but her body and head uncontrollably shifted into snake form. Weirdly, though, the snake's body was covered in fur instead of scales. After her struggle, she ended up as a complete hodgepodge, an abstract, indescribable existence. Overall, she looked like a winged snake, except this snake had fur and horse legs sticking out at odd angles. 1. Sorry. I'm not controlling it very well, she said in her usual soft voice, which sounded bizarre coming from her current chimeric form. It's not your fault, Marcus set the bar way too high, Nami said with a comforting smile. Though when she reached out to pat Kira's head, she hesitated. The appearance was just too abstract to approach casually. That's right. It's not your fault, it's all Marcus' fault for being unrealistic. Luffy was the first to back her up. 1. Then Usopp joined in, followed by Johnny and Yusaku, all nodding in agreement and pointing at Marcus. In an instant, the ship erupted with boos and playful jeers aimed at him. 1. Marcus' eye twitched. You guys. He clenched his fists in mock fury and chased after the laughing crew members. The laughter and teasing swept away much of the earlier disappointment and worry. Seeing this, Kira's dejected mood lifted considerably, and she broke into a smile. After the playful moment passed, Marcus sighed and took a more practical approach. You're right, setting such a high difficulty level from the start was unrealistic. Let's break this down step by step. First, just focus on growing wings and maintaining that form. Kira followed his instructions, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Good. Now hold that shape, don't let it change. While you're at it, practice flying a bit. Once your body gets used to that transformation, we'll gradually add more body parts. Oh, and according to mythology, chimeras can breathe fire too, so feel free to experiment with that when you're ready. 1. With those instructions given, Luffy and the others had already wandered off to entertain themselves elsewhere. Everyone understood Kira's situation. Too much attention would only make her more self-conscious and interfere with her practice. Usopp, however, was still concerned about her safety. He tied a rope around Kira's waist as a precaution, just in case she accidentally flew off while practicing her new abilities. Meanwhile, Marcus went off to experiment with his transmutation tablet. He found Usopp working on some of his inventions. Got any string? Yeah, here you go. Usopp rummaged through his bag and pulled out a roll of fishing line. What are you making? You'll see in a minute. Usopp watched curiously as Marcus tinkered with various materials for about half an hour, until he finally produced what looked like a very pixelated fishing rod. 1. That's a fishing rod. A fishing rod that doesn't need bait. Huh. Usopp looked skeptical. Oh, okay. Hey, Luffy, want to have a fishing competition? Marcus called out. Johnny and Yusako immediately perked up and came over, eager to join in on any kind of contest. 1. Marcus quickly crafted 5 more fishing rods using his abilities. Seriously? No bait required? Johnny asked, still stunned by the concept. Can you even catch anything without bait? By now, everyone on the ship had at least some understanding of just how incredible Marcus' devil fruit abilities were. Better than that, it doesn't even need there to be any fish in the water below us. What? Yusako was even more shocked. No fish in the water, but you can still catch them? How is that even possible? Marcus decided a demonstration was worth more than explanations. He cast his line with a flick of his wrist. The fishing line extended from seemingly nowhere, stretching out about 5 meters from the ship. Within just a few seconds, the bobber began bouncing up and down rhythmically. He watched as bubbles rose to the surface near his line. When they disappeared and the bobber suddenly sank, he yanked the rod. Got one. He shouted excitedly while the others just stared. That's it? He caught something? But there definitely weren't any fish in these waters? Then, smack, a book hit him in the face. What the hell? He checked his inventory and found an enchanted book sitting there quietly. Unbreaking 3, and Curse of Binding. He read the enchantment details. 2. On one hand, getting an enchanted book immediately was pretty lucky, especially one with Unbreaking 3, which was valuable. On the other hand, why did it have to come with Curse of Binding, one of the most annoying enchantments possible? 2. How'd it go? Luffy asked curiously. I caught some treasure. You guys might run into similar stuff. Apparently you can fish up all kinds of random things like shoes, seaweed, and other junk too. The group spent the rest of the afternoon engaged in their impromptu fishing competition. Half a day later, Marcus was staring at a chest full of rotten flesh and several pairs of leather boots. Seriously? Did I use up all my luck with that first enchanted book? Meanwhile, Usopp, Johnny, and Yusako were hauling in fish like seasoned professionals, though none of them managed to find any treasure among their catches. Luffy, on the other hand, had the same kind of luck as Marcus when it came to the fishing mechanics. Besides the occasional fish, he caught all sorts of random junk, lily pads, leather scraps, old shoes, string, and basically everything from the Minecraft fishing loot tables except what he actually wanted. But Luffy found it all fascinating and never got bored with the process. After all, he could see meat, even if it was rotten flesh. To him, the fact that you could fish meat directly out of the ocean was satisfying enough, regardless of its questionable quality. Naturally, Marcus warned him that rotten flesh was technically edible but would make him hungrier the more he ate, and it probably tasted awful. If Luffy really insisted on trying it, he should drink milk with it to counteract the negative effects. Just to be safe, he placed 2 buckets of milk in Luffy's storage chest in case the captain really decided to experiment with his catches. 3. As night fell, the 5-person fishing crew finally called it quits for the day. The ultimate winner was Usopp, who had caught over 500 fish. Johnny and Yusako each managed around 400 catches, with the gap mostly due to them occasionally reeling in junk instead of fish. As for treasure, aside from Marcus' initial enchanted book, nobody had found anything valuable all day. He also confirmed something important about the fishing mechanics. Whether it was him, Luffy, or Alvida, anyone who had eaten a devil fruit seemed to have dramatically different fishing results. Instead of catching fish normally, they almost always pulled up junk, with only a very small chance of getting treasure. 2. Despite the lack of actual fish, Luffy was absolutely delighted. He'd managed to reel in over 300 pieces of rotten flesh, which he seemed to consider a major victory. Ha ha ha, from now on, you can call me the fishing king. Usopp boasted proudly while eating some of the grilled fish from the day's catch. I'll give you that, you're definitely skilled, Marcus admitted, offering praise. Usopp's nose was practically pointing toward the sky with pride. Meanwhile, Luffy sat hugging his chest full of questionable loot, staring at Marcus. Hey, when can I try eating this stuff? Clearly, his main interest was still focused on that pile of rotten flesh, despite all the warnings about its effects. 9. Chapter 41, I'm not nobility 4. In the end, Marcus finally let Luffy start eating the rotten flesh. Let's be clear, if it tastes wrong or makes you feel sick, spit it out immediately. Got it? 1. Luffy nodded, then cheerfully pulled a piece of rotten meat from the box. He examined the clearly decomposed strips of flesh, his nose twitching as he sniffed them. Surprisingly, there was no smell at all. Without hesitation, he tossed the rotten meat into his mouth. He chewed thoughtfully, his expression growing more curious with each bite. How is it? Tastes good, just no flavor, Luffy said, continuing to chew. 4. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Then Luffy grabbed another piece and tossed it into his mouth. Clear, crisp cracking sounds filled the air as he bit down. The texture feels like crunchy bones, Luffy explained, his mouth still working non-stop. Marcus scratched his head, then decided to try some himself. He picked up a piece of rotten flesh and ate it. Sure enough, the texture was exactly like eating crispy cartilage. But the sensation reminded him of flamin' hot Cheetos. If you took away the spiciness, this would probably taste exactly the same. It really was like eating junk food, the very definition of junk. After finishing, he felt satisfied for a while, but the hunger debuff did appear in his status bar, just as expected. Fortunately, it had a duration, about 30 minutes before it wore off. 2. At least it wasn't poisonous. Still, he took out some milk as a precaution. Come to think of it, he hadn't yet tried drinking Minecraft milk in this world. He sampled it, it tasted exactly like regular milk. But oddly, drinking an entire bucket didn't fill his stomach at all, nor did it seem to quench his thirst. Seeing Luffy happily devouring piece after piece, the others grew curious and each asked for some to try. The texture was genuinely nice, though that was about all you could say for it. If we could cook this into a proper dish, it might actually taste pretty good, Alvida commented. Without hesitation, she helped herself to more than 30 pieces from Marcus' storage chest, planning to snack on them throughout the day. The others nodded in agreement, the texture really was satisfying, even if there was absolutely no flavor. 1. Marcus didn't bother restricting them anymore. If they enjoyed it, let them eat it. But he went into the kitchen, found some chili powder in the spice cabinet, and sprinkled it on a few pieces to experiment. It added some taste, but unfortunately not the right kind, nothing like the flamin' hot Cheetos he remembered. He sighed. If simply dumping spice on something were enough, anyone could make Cheetos at home. There was a reason people kept buying the real thing. 1. Still, it made for a decent little snack. For several days in a row, Usopp, Luffy, and the others spent most of their free time fishing. 1. After all, Minecraft fishing was incredibly satisfying. Cast your line, and you were guaranteed to get bites. The instant gratification was really addictive. 4. Meanwhile, Marcus handled the cleanup duty, collecting all the junk items and converting them into EMC. It was during this routine that they finally arrived at the ocean-going restaurant Baratai. Just like in the original story, they encountered a marine warship. When Luffy bounced back a cannonball with his rubber powers, one unlucky shot flew straight into Zeph's private quarters. For a moment, Marcus wondered if Luffy had done it on purpose. But the story continued to follow the familiar pattern. Luffy was made to stay behind as a chore boy to work off the damage costs. As for repairs, Marcus volunteered to help fix the destroyed room. Although the result was that the entire space became perfectly square and blocky, very obviously Minecraft-styled, it was still completely functional and actually sturdier than before. During this time, Nami, Alvida, and Kira aboard their ship all enjoyed free meals, naturally courtesy of Sanji, the cook who couldn't resist beautiful women. Night fell over the restaurant. Marcus stepped onto the deck of the Going Merry, enjoying the cool sea breeze after the day's events. At that moment, Nami was standing at the railing, gazing into the distance with a melancholy expression. What's wrong? You've been staring at the ocean since this afternoon, Marcus asked with a friendly smile. Nami turned her head and saw Marcus looking completely calm and carefree, as if he didn't have a worry in the world. Why did you choose to become a pirate? The sudden question caught Marcus off guard. Why do you ask that? You're from some wealthy family, or maybe even nobility, right? Marcus looked utterly baffled. In both this world and on Earth, he'd always been just a regular person. So why did both Alvida and now Nami keep saying this about him? Seeing Marcus' confused expression, as if she'd seen through some disguise, she continued, I've encountered too many rich brats and young nobles during my years at sea. Your clumsy attempts to hide your background can't fool my eyes. Marcus scratched his face. What exactly makes you think I'm some rich kid or nobleman? Your behavior, the way you speak, and that habit of bathing every single day. You're cleaner than most women I know. Huh. Seeing Marcus' continued bewilderment, Nami pointed toward the restaurant where Luffy was still working. Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, unless they really stink or get covered in filth, they basically never bathe. And most importantly, except when eating meat off the bone, you always use cutlery. There are lots of little details like that. For example, even when your hands are already clean, you still wash them before eating. You rinse fruit with water before consuming it. You should understand, these aren't habits you can pick up overnight. They're the kind of behaviors you only develop if you've lived in a wealthy household or noble family since childhood. 7. She began listing observations like a detective presenting evidence, building a case for his supposed privileged background. Marcus could only scratch his head helplessly. She wasn't wrong about the habits, but her conclusion was completely off base. And it's not just your daily habits. The way you speak, your knowledge base, even your literacy level, you're nothing like an ordinary person from these seas. On this point, Marcus had to admit she had a point. Ever since arriving in the One Piece world, he'd realized just how high the illiteracy rate was. Take Luffy, for example, he could recognize a few words, like his own name or the names of various foods. But ask him to read through an entire newspaper? Impossible. As for mathematics, it was even worse. Luffy could manage basic addition and subtraction up to 10, but anything beyond that was completely beyond him. Currently on their ship, only Marcus, Nami, and Kira could read properly and handle arithmetic. Everyone else could get by in daily life, but that was about it. 4. Marcus wasn't surprised by this. In the One Piece world, widespread education simply wasn't a priority for most communities. Fine, you can say I come from money, Marcus finally admitted. After all, trying to explain why he had these habits and education levels would require starting with I'm from another world, which was impossible to explain convincingly. He had probably died from too much gaming. but at least no one could dig up his old search history, thanks to Opera GX. 8. But I'm definitely not nobility. So now I'll answer your earlier question about why I'm staring at the sea. It's because I need money. Without money, I can't return to my homeland. I can't escape from. She trailed off, letting out a deep sigh without finishing her sentence. If it's money you need, I can give it to you. How much do you need? Marcus asked directly. Before, he might have let things play out slowly according to the original story, waiting for Luffy to eventually solve Nami's problems and bring her fully into the crew. But now, knowing that changing people's fates was how he gained experience points, this was a perfect opportunity to take initiative. Nami turned her head, giving Marcus a strange look. Chapter 42, Dawn Krieg 4. Nami was stunned, but then quickly waved her hands dismissively. No, I don't need it. Besides, the amount I need is huge. Huge? How huge are we talking? Hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions, you know, the kind of chest that can hold tens of millions. Before Nami could even finish explaining, she saw a gold bar materialize in Marcus' hand. I don't know exactly what this will sell for, but it's gotta be worth at least 60 or 70 million berries. 3. The sudden display of wealth left Nami dizzy, her breathing becoming rapid and shallow. Her body instinctively leaned toward the gold bar like a moth drawn to flame. She'd seen countless treasures during her years as a thief, and she could immediately tell the gold bar in his hand was pure. And if it really was a standard gold bar, then its value would be absolutely ridiculous. She swallowed hard, her eyes transforming into gold coin shapes as greed took over. You're really willing to just give this to me? On the black market, this thing would fetch over 100 million berries easy. I saw plenty of shiny jewels and gold coins in Buggy's treasure hoard. This is worth that much more. It's completely different? Those are already my treasures anyway. And most of those jewels and coins are just gold plated on the surface, mixed with lots of other metals to keep them hard. But this thing of yours. Marcus tossed the gold bar to Nami without warning. She fumbled to catch it, nearly dropping the precious metal in her panic. The moment it landed in her hands, she knew it was pure. Acting on instinct, she bit into it, leaving a clear tooth mark. 8. This was a gold bar with absolutely no impurities. 1. Only gold this pure would be soft enough to bite into. The purity is incredible. If that's the case, the price would be closer to 200 million. Do you own a mine or something? Just handing this out so casually. Nami's expression turned odd halfway through her sentence. Marcus just shrugged. To him, that gold bar was worth at most 432 EMC points, which equaled roughly 2 iron ingots. Even if he had to buy it back at double price, it would only cost 864 points. With all the junk Luffy and the others had fished up over the past few days, he could already exchange for more than a dozen bars like this one. Is it enough? If that's not enough, I've got more where that came from. Marcus produced 3 more gold bars and held them out. The overwhelming display of wealth was too much for Nami to handle. Her legs gave out completely, and she collapsed onto the deck with a thud. 34. Seeing Marcus about to continue his gold bar assault, she quickly held up her hands in surrender. 2. Stop. Any more and I won't even be able to carry them all. She looked at Marcus with complicated emotions swirling in her eyes. The problem that had been weighing so heavily on her mind, consuming every moment for years, in his eyes, it probably wasn't even worth considering a real problem. Taking several deep breaths to steady herself, she picked up just 1 gold bar and held it close to her chest. Just 1 is more than enough. I'll pay you back slowly over time, I promise. 3. Marcus watched her expectantly, hoping for some experience orbs, but nothing came. His money attack hadn't triggered any approval. So, tell me what's really going on. Do you have a seriously ill mother back home? Kids who need feeding? Is that why you went to sea alone? Nami hesitated, clearly wrestling with how much to reveal. But when she thought about how this gold bar meant she finally had enough money, how she could finally lay down the burden she'd been carrying for so long, she looked at him and made her decision. I guess I can tell you. She gave him a brief version of the Arlong situation. But it was obvious she was leaving out crucial details and painting an incomplete picture. From her words, you could even hear her trying to portray Arlong as someone who actually kept his promises and could be trusted to honor agreements. Watching this girl who was clearly trying to downplay the severity of her situation and hide the worst parts, Marcus listened quietly before giving his response. Are you sure they'll keep their word? They are pirates, you know. At least for the past years, he's never broken a promise. Have you thought about letting Luffy and the others help you? Don't be fooled by how carefree they act all the time. In terms of strength, you should know by now, considering what happened with Buggy and Kuro. Those were seriously powerful opponents. Nami shook her head. It's different with fishmen. You guys are devil fruit users, which means you're vulnerable to seawater. If those fishmen avoid direct confrontation and use hit-and-run tactics instead, and since Luffy can't stay in Kokoyashi village forever, the ones who'll suffer in the long run will be the ordinary villagers who can't defend themselves. She paused. But right now, if I just convert this gold into cash, my village will be safe. And then I can be your navigator, can't I? She smiled as she spoke, already imagining the freedom she'd longed for all these years. Marcus listened in silence, not interrupting her explanation. Up in the crow's nest, Zoro had heard every word clearly. Down by the stairwell, the other crew members had also been listening to the entire conversation. But they all remained silent. As for Luffy, he was still inside the restaurant wiping down tables as part of his punishment duty, but the cloth in his hand moved slower and slower as he processed what he was hearing through the open windows. The night at sea was quiet. Quiet like the calm before a storm. 2. The next day arrived, and the very first thing Luffy did was seek out Zeph. He stated his request directly, without any of his usual roundabout approach. I want Sanji to join my crew. So sudden? That damn brat won't come with you easily, you know. Zeph had obviously known this conversation was coming. After all, the ship wasn't that big, and Luffy hadn't exactly been subtle about his intentions. Just yesterday, when Sanji had delivered food to Jin, they'd talked at length about the legendary All Blue. He had overheard their passionate discussion about dreams and the ocean. He'd been thinking to himself that the brat was finally growing up and finding his path. And then, the very next day, this Straw Hat Kid came asking about recruitment. Talk about impatient. But he didn't dislike that kind of straightforwardness. I know. That's why I'm asking for your help. Oh, what kind of help? Luffy's expression became completely serious. Before we come back, don't let him get recruited by any other pirate crew. Zeph looked puzzled. And where exactly are you all going? Just dealing with a little trouble. Seeing the sudden shift in the young pirate's demeanor, Zeph fell silent. But before he could give an answer, a commotion erupted from the dining area above them. It's Krieg. Don Krieg. What the hell is he doing here? Didn't he head for the Grand Line? In an instant, the restaurant became a chaotic mess of panicking customers and staff. At that moment, Sanji was already carrying out a plate of perfectly prepared seafood fried rice, completely focused on his duty as a cook. On deck, Marcus and the others naturally noticed the disturbance developing inside the restaurant. Marcus nudged Zoro with his shoulder. Think you can cut through that wood steel armor he's wearing? Zoro considered the question seriously, his hand instinctively moving to rest on his sword hilts. Maybe. Won't know for sure until I try. What followed unfolded exactly like Marcus remembered from the original story. Krieg would pick up the bowl, eat Sanji's food, put the bowl down, and then immediately start a fight. He watched the familiar scene play out and shook his head. He was ready to intervene. Let things develop the same way as before? Hell no. As for Sanji's principle about letting everyone eat their fill, well, they could defeat Krieg first and then let Sanji deliver food to the half-dead pirates afterward. Problem solved, right? The moment he started moving, the others naturally followed his lead. After all, Luffy had already invited Sanji to join their crew, which meant that Cook was essentially a reserve crew member at this point. And when someone heard a reserve crew member, how could they possibly just stand around and do nothing? But Luffy was the first to actually strike. Instead of standing by and watching like in the original story, he launched himself into action immediately. Sanji gave you food to eat. Marcus saw this and felt surprised, but then realized it made perfect sense. Of course, this was reality, not a story that had to follow a predetermined script. Luffy valued Sanji for feeding him for free and treating him well. How could he possibly just stand there and watch while someone attacked the cook who'd shown him kindness? Chapter 43, The Swordsman with the Small Boat 7. The fight was about to explode into full violence, but the rest of the crew held back, weapons ready but not moving to interfere. This was the captain's fight, after all. It became clear immediately that Krieg had no intention of fighting with any honor or dignity. The moment he realized Luffy was a devil fruit user, he barked orders at his subordinate. Jin, grab the rubber boy and throw him into the sea. He wasn't unleashing his full firepower for one simple reason: he didn't want to damage this ocean-going restaurant. A ship this well-built would make an excellent flagship for his fleet. 1. Jin, whose ribs were still cracked from Krieg's earlier discipline, winced in pain when he heard the command. But despite the agony shooting through his chest, he stood up. Hey, Jin, you don't have to listen to him. He's the same guy who beats up people who give him food. Luffy shouted angrily, launching himself forward again. But fighting inside the restaurant was limiting his options. He couldn't use his usual stretching and rebounding tactics to build up momentum for his attacks. And Krieg's armor was proving too tough for Luffy's basic punches to penetrate. Before Jin could make his move, Marcus had already stepped forward, blocking his path. Right now this is a captain versus captain duel. Interference isn't allowed, he said with a smile. 1. He knew all too well what kind of person Jin was, loyal to a fault, even when that loyalty was undeserved. If Krieg ordered him to take his own life, Jin would obey without hesitation. And if Krieg were the one to die, hell, he'd probably still carry his captain's body away to give it a proper burial. When Marcus had first saw Jin, he'd actually admired that kind of loyalty. But facing it in person was a completely different story. Blocked from his goal, Jin's eyes flickered. But the hesitation lasted only a moment before his gaze hardened. On the surface, he seemed to give up, even letting out what appeared to be a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, he suddenly shifted sideways, accelerating toward the ongoing battle between Luffy and Krieg. Unfortunately for him, Marcus had already predicted exactly this move. The moment Jin broke into his sprint, he crashed headfirst into a wooden wall that definitely hadn't been there a second before. And since he'd thrown everything into that charge, he had no way to stop himself or cushion the impact. Thud. 1. Nice headbutt, Marcus muttered, shaking his head as he watched Jin slump to the floor, completely unconscious. Seeing this, Zoro relaxed and slid his partially drawn sword back into its sheath. Krieg naturally witnessed the whole scene, and his face darkened. Useless piece of trash, he snarled, then turned his full attention back to Luffy. Taking one of the rubber boy's punches directly to his chest, he swung a counterpunch that sent Luffy flying across the restaurant. Afterward, he removed a piece of armor plating from his shoulder and attached it to his wrist. Luffy, he's about to throw a poison gas bomb, Marcus warned, then fell silent again. Poison meant absolutely nothing to him. 1. Being called out didn't seem to bother Krieg in the slightest. His use of poison gas bombs was hardly a secret in the East Blue, everyone knew he fought dirty. Let's see if you can bounce this one back. With that taunt, he hurled the poison gas bomb directly at Luffy's feet. He pulled the trigger while simultaneously putting on a gas mask. Boom! A massive cloud of toxic green gas exploded outward from the point of impact. In an instant, everyone in the restaurant panicked. Customers and staff alike tried desperately to flee, but there simply wasn't enough time. The gas was expanding too fast, and the exits were too far away. It all happened far too quickly for any normal person to react. The poison spread everywhere, filling the air with a sickly sweet smell. But in the very next moment, all the poison gas suddenly reversed direction, flowing in a single stream toward one specific point. Luffy was inhaling it all into his stomach, his cheeks puffing out like a balloon as he sucked in every last wisp of the toxic cloud. 1. His entire body turned a sickly blue-purple color. This scene left not only the people inside the restaurant speechless, but even Krieg himself staring in disbelief. If Luffy had just held his breath and smashed through a window to escape, Krieg wouldn't have been surprised. The poison worked through the respiratory system, so holding your breath and breaking out made sense. Krieg had even prepared to spray him with bullets the moment he tried to flee in panic. But this? Deliberately poisoning himself to save a bunch of strangers? What kind of self-sacrificing lunatic was this supposed to be? 2. He couldn't understand it, but that didn't stop him from throwing back his head and laughing out loud. He'd thought this Straw Hat Kid would be a troublesome opponent, but it turned out he was just another bleeding heart fool. Sanji immediately threw open the nearest window. Luffy, spit it out here. Patty, Karn, find the antidote on their ship, hurry. Luffy stumbled over to the window and spewed out all the poison. But at the same moment he finished purging the gas, blood began streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. You idiot! Didn't you say you wanted to be the Pirate King? If you die, how are you supposed to achieve that? Sanji shouted, shaken by what he'd just witnessed. The cook's emotions were in turmoil. He'd never held much prejudice against pirates. Many of the people aboard this restaurant were former pirates themselves, and he was willing to help them regardless of their past. After all, in this harsh world, countless people became pirates simply because they had no other way to survive. When he'd learned that Luffy wasn't the kind of pirate who lived by pillaging and terrorizing innocent people, but rather an adventurer chasing a dream, Sanji had even shared his own aspiration as a cook, finding the legendary All Blue. But he'd never imagined this rubber boy would be willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of complete strangers. After expelling every last bit of poison from his stomach, Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Krieg, showing not a trace of fear or regret despite the poison ravaging his body. At that moment, Marcus walked up beside him, holding out a simple glass of milk. 3. Without hesitation, Luffy grabbed it and drank it down in one gulp. In just the blink of an eye, the sickly blue-purple hue faded from his face and he straightened up. 1. Both Sanji and Krieg just stared. 4. What the hell? He was cured, just like that? Hey, I might have to wreck your restaurant a little bit. Luffy called out, then whipped both arms back behind him. Gum Gum Rocket. His rubber rocket punch smashed straight into Krieg's stomach. The supposedly impenetrable wood steel armor shattered like glass. Krieg's entire body was launched through the air like a missile, crashing through the restaurant's wall and flying toward the ocean. By sheer coincidence, his trajectory took him directly over a small boat that was floating nearby. Instead of plunging into the sea, Krieg's body was casually swatted aside by the swordsman aboard that boat, sent crashing back onto his own massive pirate ship. 7. Inside the restaurant, cheers and applause erupted from every corner. The customers and staff celebrated Luffy's victory. Many of them were openly weeping with relief. If he hadn't absorbed that poison gas, every last one of them would have died horribly. The thought of such a fate was almost too unbearable. Luffy, however, looked uncomfortable with all the cheering and praise being directed his way. Sanji noticed right away. What's wrong? Luffy pulled his straw hat down onto his head, then flashed his trademark grin. Sanji, join my crew. Huh? How did the conversation suddenly jump to that? Sanji muttered, completely unable to follow Luffy's thought process. Still, he didn't want to ruin the moment, so he replied, well, maybe, just wait a. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge crash resounded from outside the restaurant, shaking the entire structure. Everyone turned toward the source of the noise in alarm. There, pressed against the hull of Krieg's massive battleship, they could see Zoro. What the hell? What was happening out there? Don't tell me, is that Dracula my hawk? One of the restaurant patrons shouted, his jaw dropping. Thanks to that cry, the rest of the crowd quickly realized what they were looking at. The World's Strongest Swordsman, Chapter 44, 44, Diamonds. Diamonds? Diamonds? 6. What the hell was going on here? This left Marcus completely confused. Shouldn't Zoro be challenging my hawk right now, getting his ass kicked, and then making that famous declaration about never losing again? Wasn't this supposed to be the battle where my hawk acknowledged his potential and gave him that scar? So why was he sent flying after just one exchange? The story was unfolding in a way that was far too different from what he remembered. But the next moment, he figured out why things had gone sideways. The ship that was supposed to have been sliced apart by my hawk was still completely intact. Without a proper fighting platform, what would Zoro have chosen to do? Try to duel my hawk on the tiny coffin boat? Of course my hawk wouldn't agree to that. And if the restaurant got destroyed in the process, then what? Sure enough, my hawk clearly didn't want to damage the ocean-going restaurant. Marcus watched as the hawk-eyed swordsman leaped onto Krieg's battleship instead. Your swordplay is too wild and reckless. My boat couldn't withstand your destructive style, my hawk said casually. Zoro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just 2 minutes earlier, everything had started normally enough. He'd seen my hawk and immediately recognized him as the world's strongest swordsman. Of course he'd issued a challenge, that was the whole reason he was out here on the seas. My hawk had accepted, but then he'd drawn that tiny cross-shaped dagger from his chest instead of his legendary black blade. 1. Sorry, but I don't have anything smaller than this on me. That single line had instantly ignited Zoro's fury. It was like being told he wasn't even worth using a real weapon against. So he charged forward with everything he had. And then he'd experienced true helplessness for the first time in his life. No matter how he attacked, no matter what technique he used, my hawk countered everything with just that small knife. 3 swords striking together, yet all of them suppressed by a blade no bigger than a dinner knife. On that tiny boat, my hawk had stood perfectly still without moving a single step. When Zoro had gritted his teeth and prepared to put even more strength into his attacks, my hawk had simply flicked his wrist and sent him flying with one strike. The force had been overwhelming, but not enough to actually injure him seriously. The blood at Zoro's mouth wasn't from my hawk's blade. It was from him biting down on his own gums. The world can't be this far beyond my reach, Zoro muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Pathetic. Even now, you still can't see the gap between us. My hawk's expression hadn't changed at all. He wasn't even breathing hard. 4. Zoro, on the other hand, was already panting, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the deck below. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his blades and unleashed onigiri. Clang! The sharp clash of metal rang out as my hawk blocked it with his tiny knife, not budging an inch. What? Zoro couldn't believe it. He'd poured all of his strength into that attack. They weren't even constrained by the small boat anymore, they had plenty of room to fight. Yet still, he couldn't make my hawk move even slightly. Zoro twisted his hips, rotated his whole body, angled his swords to avoid my hawk's knife, and pressed forward again with a different approach. But my hawk simply swung his little blade downward, and Zoro's attack was dismantled once more. This was complete domination. It was suffocating. If not for the limited space on that small boat earlier, Zoro probably hadn't even been qualified to make my hawk take a single step. Zoro thought back to his childhood promise, to become the world's strongest swordsman, to make his name resound across the world. And yet here he was, completely outclassed. Whether in technique, power, or even speed, he had lost in every category. My hawk had only been defending so far. He hadn't even bothered to go on the offensive. The frustration was eating him alive. Zoro abandoned all defense, choosing pure offense to end this farce one way or another. My hawk immediately noticed the shift and thrust his blade straight toward Zoro's heart, forcing him to choose between defending and continuing his reckless attack. But Zoro didn't stop. His guard remained wide open, completely vulnerable. My hawk had seen this kind of desperate courage countless times before. At the last second, he shifted his blade slightly, avoiding Zoro's heart. Why don't you dodge? Do you actually want me to run you through the heart? I don't know. Zoro struggled to stay upright, blood flowing freely from his wound. But I feel like if I retreat here, everything I've stood for until now will disappear. This is what defeat feels like. Then I have even less reason to back down. Even if it costs you your life. I'd rather die. My hawk studied the young swordsman for a long moment. State your name. Rorono Zoro. 1. I'll remember it. My name is Dracule my hawk. You are strong, but you still have much to learn. No matter how many years it takes, I will remain here, holding the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Until that day comes, grow stronger. Surpass this blade, overcome every obstacle in your path. And when you are ready, my hawk turned to leave. Come find me again. Zoro was defeated, just like in the original story Marcus remembered. Even though he'd already known what the result would be, seeing it happen in person carried a completely different feeling. For a moment, he considered going up to spar with my hawk himself, but quickly dismissed the thought. This had been a pure clash between swordsmen, and he wasn't even close to being a real swordsman. If he went up there, it wouldn't just be embarrassing, it would be pathetic. Instead, he walked over to Zoro's side and pulled some grilled fish from his inventory. Zoro didn't hesitate. He started eating immediately. 10 minutes later, he was able to stand up again, though the vicious scar across his chest remained glaringly obvious. A scar like this won't heal properly. It doesn't matter. This wound is proof of my defeat. I need to remember it. Zoro looked toward the small boat carrying my hawk, now drifting farther away. This scar will remind me never to lose again. Inside the restaurant, Sanji had witnessed the entire battle as well. He too had been shaken by the fight between the two men. He walked over to Zoro's side, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and asked, "You're not afraid of death? All this just for some dream and promise?" 1. I went out to sea precisely for that dream and promise. If I die on this path, I won't regret it. Zoro retied his bandana, and spoke in a calm tone. Won't regret it, huh? Sanji repeated the words thoughtfully. Zeph had seen everything from start to finish, and he'd made his decision. Sanji, from this moment on, you're fired. What? What kind of stupid crap are you saying? There's no way I'm leaving this restaurant. Sanji shot back. After a brief period of chaos and argument, the Baratai reopened for business. But this time, Sanji no longer had a place in the kitchen. The dishes he usually cooked were quickly replaced by other chefs. In the end, Sanji was truly driven out of the only home he'd known for years. The story kept moving forward. Meanwhile, Marcus had walked over to where Krieg lay embedded in his ship's wall, still half-conscious and badly injured. At this point, both Krieg and his remaining crew were on their last breath, completely defeated. He approached the fallen pirate captain with interest. "So these really are diamonds," he muttered, directly stripping off Krieg's spiked gloves. Embedded in the knuckles were one large diamond and 4 smaller ones. When he checked his inventory, they didn't show up as usable diamonds in the crafting interface, probably because they were still mounted in the gloves. Marcus didn't care about the details. He pried them out anyway and fed them into his transmutation system. 1. After spending about 500 EMC points, he now had 5 diamonds in his inventory. This surprised him more than he'd expected. He hadn't thought the 4 smaller gems would qualify as proper diamonds. After all, when he'd tried to transmute some of the tiny diamonds from Nami's treasure collection, the system had only produced a blocky, Minecraft-style ring. The diamond had indeed changed form, but it was completely useless for his purposes. Clearly, transmutation had certain minimum size or quality requirements that needed to be met. But these 5 diamonds satisfied those conditions perfectly. After logging the sale in his system, Marcus immediately began purchasing more diamonds with his accumulated EMC. He spent every point he had in one transaction. In the end, he managed to exchange for 24 diamonds total. "Why are diamonds so damn expensive?" he grumbled, looking at the 1,236 EMC value. And that was just the selling price. If he wanted to buy, the cost doubled. 1. Still, it was far cheaper than it would have been in the actual Minecraft game, where diamonds were incredibly rare. But watching roughly 60,000 EMC points vanish like that was painful to witness. Whatever. At least it's exactly enough for one complete set of diamond gear. 7. Chapter 45, Kokoyashi Village 2. With his new equipment upgrade complete, Marcus felt incredibly satisfied. In Minecraft, the difference between iron armor and diamond armor might seem like just one tier, but in reality it was a fundamental gap. In the One Piece world, diamond armor could theoretically withstand even Mihawk's flying slashes, just as Yozo had once demonstrated. Then again, Yozo's Twinkle Twinkle fruit might actually be stronger than ordinary diamond gear. Still, with that kind of defense, as long as he avoided admirals, Yonko, or their top commanders, his life probably wouldn't be in serious danger. 3. At least in the first half of the Grand Line, he should be relatively safe. He sold off his half-durability iron armor set immediately. 2. Looking at the pathetic recycle price of barely 1,000 EMC points, his eye twitched. A single iron ingot cost 216 EMC to purchase. With 24 pieces in a full armor set, that was over 5,000 points worth of materials. Yet the system's buyback price didn't even cover the cost of one diamond ingot. 1. He pulled out the food Sanji had prepared for the defeated pirates. "If you can still move, come get the food yourselves," he called out, setting the containers down near Krieg's ship. Then Marcus walked away, leaving the barely conscious crew to fend for themselves. The half-dead pirates looked hopefully at the food. After everything they'd witnessed, they'd resigned themselves to dying here. But someone was actually offering them food? After they'd tried to take over this restaurant by force? One by one, tears began streaming down their faces as they dragged themselves toward the meal. "It tastes so good," one pirate whispered between bites. "Just being alive, it's so good," another sobbed. The defeated crew members wept as they ate, overwhelmed by this unexpected mercy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the restaurant, Jin finally woke up from being knocked unconscious. He found himself lying in the corridor outside the kitchen, his ribs still aching. "You're awake." 2. Sanji was leaning against the wall nearby, smoking a cigarette. "Krieg, he lost, didn't he?" Jin managed to say. "Yeah, but he's probably not dead yet." "I see." Jin's eyes went dull. Even though he'd been unconscious, he'd still caught fragments of what had happened, like how Krieg had released poison gas while he was out cold. "You're accepting defeat that calmly." Sanji was surprised. He was here partly because he'd been banished from the kitchen, but also to keep an eye on Jin in case he did something desperate. Jin let out a bitter laugh. 50 pirate ships entered the Grand Line. Now only one broken wreck remains. We got lucky crossing the calm belt, but our failure was already set in stone. Just being alive at all, that's already more than we deserved. Seeing Jin's completely broken spirit, Sanji pulled out his cigarette pack and offered him one. "Smoke." "Thanks." Jin accepted it, but immediately started choking hard on his first puff, tears streaming from his eyes. "If you can't smoke, then don't," Sanji said with a slight chuckle. Jin covered his face with his hand, unable to tell if the tears were from the smoke or something else. After a long moment, he composed himself. Thank you. He stood up, preparing to leave for good. Sanji reached out instinctively, wanting to stop him but not knowing what to say. Looking at that lonely, defeated figure. What are you planning to do now? He finally asked. Now. Jin paused, staring out at the vast blue sea. Maybe I'll just live quietly on some island somewhere. Find a normal life. 6. He eventually left, returning to that tattered pirate ship one last time. The once feared overlord of the East Blue had become nothing more than a broken man, sailing away from the Baratai in his ruined vessel with what remained of his crew. Watching all this unfold, Marcus felt conflicted. This tiny butterfly effect had already begun stirring up a different future. And just moments ago, he'd gained a massive surge of experience points from Jin. He'd instantly leveled up to 32. Simply because Jin had chosen to give up on sailing to the Grand Line, Marcus had gained 2 full levels worth of experience. Clearly, even though Jin was an early character, he'd been destined to play some role in later parts of the story, maybe even in the New World arc. He must have been connected to future main plot lines. But now it seemed he had lost all hope and withdrawn from the sea. Whether that was good or bad, who could say? After all, in the storyline Marcus knew, Jin never appeared again anyway. Sanji, have you decided? Luffy leaped onto the restaurant's railing. Yeah, I've decided. I'll be the cook on your ship. But first, let me go say my farewells. With that, Sanji opened the kitchen door and walked inside. He went straight up to Zeph and knelt down in front of the old man. All these years, damn it, thanks for taking care of me. Sanji's sudden kneeling naturally shocked the other cooks, but then, one by one, they let out sighs of relief. Finally, they no longer had to pretend they disliked him. Yahoo Alvida, what kind of drink would you like? Your devoted knight is here to serve you with love. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts as he dropped to one knee beside Alvida like a man proposing marriage. Alvida rested her chin on one hand, watching him with amusement. Then just get me some fruit wine. Of course, my lady. And what about you, Nami? What drink would you prefer? Orange juice, Nami replied simply. Ah, lovely Kira. Seeing Sanji already hitting on every woman right after boarding, Zoro rolled his eyes in disgust. Damn perverted cook. Exactly. Perverted cook, we want drinks too. Usopp immediately chimed in. I want meat. Luffy declared. Marcus jumped in as well. Me too, meat. Alright then, I'll show you all my culinary skills. And so, the ship was soon filled with laughter and good cheer as they set sail for their next destination. Next stop, Kokoyashi Village. In the orange grove, Nojiko was carefully pruning the citrus trees, selecting the best oranges to sell at market. 1. Genzo approached the edge of the orchard with a grim expression. Genzo, what's wrong? Gosa Village tried to resist. Arlong destroyed it completely. Many people died. Nojiko's hands paused for just a moment, then calmly continued trimming the branches. How many villages has he destroyed now? Genzo let out a heavy sigh. 8 years. They'd been crushed under Arlong's boot for 8 whole years. The island, once famous throughout the East Blue for its premium fruit, had lost most of its population, dead or fled to other islands. Now Kokoyashi village itself was probably only a few years away from complete destruction. Merchants who came to buy fruit were fewer and fewer each season. Business was drying up rapidly. If this trend continued, they wouldn't even be able to pay the monthly tribute of 100,000 berries per adult. 3. And when that happened, there's no need to worry about that anymore. The sudden voice startled Genzo. He spun around, hand instinctively going to his weapon. It was Nami. There's no need to worry anymore, she repeated with a bright smile, walking up beside him. You're back, Nami. Genzo lowered his head, trying to hide the emotions on his face. I've saved enough. 100 million berries. Nami shook the heavy suitcase in her hand, grinning triumphantly. Nojiko emerged from the orange grove, dirt on her hands. Seeing Nami's joyful expression, she managed a smile too. Looks like you had quite a profitable voyage this time. Hihi. Nami chuckled mysteriously. Seeing her in such good spirits, Nojiko changed the subject. Since you're back for once, let's have a meal together. I'll make your favorite orange dishes. That sounds perfect. Nami walked happily toward her own room. Watching Nami finally able to put down her burden after all these years, Genzo let out a deep sigh of relief. The promise was about to be fulfilled at last. He was happy for her. All those years of endurance, of watching her struggle and sacrifice herself for the village, had been worth it. The sky gradually darkened over Kokoyashi village. Smoke began rising from kitchen chimneys as families prepared their evening meals. Arlong Park. What do we do? That bitch actually saved up 100 million berries. Chu looked nervously at Arlong. The moment Nami had returned to the village, the Arlong pirates had been watching. Seeing her carrying that heavy case, combined with the intelligence they'd gathered from their spies, confirmed one thing: she'd really made serious money during her latest voyage. More money than any of them had expected her to be capable of earning. Shahahaha, so is she going to march right up to me and dump all that cash at my feet? Arlong's shark-like grin showed rows of razor-sharp teeth. We could notify the Marines right now, Kurobe suggested. After all, if Nami brought the money tonight, Arlong would technically have to honor his promise. That had been the deal for years. Perfect timing. We haven't collected this month's tribute yet. Let's go handle that first. With that command, the fishmen all dove into the sea and swam away from Arlong Park. Night fell over the island. Nami arrived alone at Arlong Park. The place that should have been bright and filled with fisherman activity was completely deserted. Standing before the empty complex, she felt her hands clench into fists. Taking 2 deep breaths to steady herself, she walked step by step to her workroom. Looking at the room filled with hand-drawn maps, she brushed her fingers across them one by one. 8 years. Countless days and nights echoed in her mind. The next morning arrived as usual. A squad of Marines marched into the orange grove, their boots trampling the soil that Nojiko had worked so hard to maintain. Leading them was Captain Nezumi. Search every corner? All of this was stolen by that cat burglar from pirates and should be confiscated by Marine authority. Since when do Marines go after petty thieves? Nojiko stood in her doorway, eyes blazing. Shouldn't you be out there fighting real criminals? Nezumi let out a nasty laugh. First, let's get one thing straight. We're not here to arrest some small-time thief. We're here to recover property that rightfully belongs to the world government. And we've even brought a special commendation for that cat burglar. He held up an official-looking plaque with 3 words engraved on it: justice served fairly. This is quite the honor. Even at Marine headquarters, very few people ever receive this level of recognition. You folks sure are fortunate. Not only are you cleared of any wrongdoing, you even get a prestigious award. Truly enviable by all standards, Nezumi said, his eyes narrowed to slits. You bastard. Nojiko forced herself to calm down, then stared intensely at Nezumi. Since I'm the family of someone who's made a contribution, if I report pirates to you, will you take action? But of course. That's our duty. Then I report this: there are dangerous pirates stationed in the southwest part of this island. I demand you send your forces to eliminate them immediately. Nezumi nodded seriously and pulled out a notebook. Southwest corner of the island? Understood. We'll investigate that. He then put his notebook away and went back to watching his Marines ransack the orange grove. Search more thoroughly, men. Why aren't you going to eliminate those pirates right now? Nojiko asked. Nezumi looked confused. One task at a time, don't you think? Right now we're busy confiscating stolen property. Once we've verified that all this money belongs to those pirates you mentioned, we'll move on to the next phase of our operation. How convenient. Fine. I trust you Marines completely. Go ahead and search, Nojiko laughed bitterly. But there was nothing she could do against these corrupt officials wearing the banner of justice. Seeing that Nojiko showed no signs of resisting or interfering with their work made Nezumi slightly uneasy. Had she already hidden the money somewhere else? Just as that worry was starting to eat at him, one of his subordinates came over carrying a heavy chest. Captain, we found it. 83 million berries, plus jewelry and other valuables. Hearing his subordinate's report, he finally relaxed. His greedy eyes fixed on the chest full of blood-stained money, though the stains didn't diminish their value in the slightest. Since we've recovered the stolen goods, there's no reason to stay any longer. Pack it up and move out. The squad of Marines marched away noisily. Nojiko and Genzo, who had witnessed this entire farce, looked furious but made no move to stop them. What could they do against the supposed forces of justice? So it really turned out exactly like this. Nojiko sighed deeply. Genzo's fists were trembling. He desperately wanted to march over and pound that rat-faced bastard into the ground. Let's hope everything else goes according to plan. Nezumi boarded his warship, then took a smaller boat with a few trusted officers directly to Arlong Park. The members of the Arlong pirates were already waiting, having returned from their tax collection mission. Well, how did it go? 83 million berries, all secured. So we're doing the usual 50-50 split, right? Of course. When have I ever broken a promise? Arlong said with a grin, spreading his hands. Nezumi nodded and rubbed his hands together. Just then, the doors to Arlong Park burst open. Nami walked in. She witnessed the shady deal between the two. Arlong, don't you have anything you'd like to explain? Explain what? I'm just having a friendly discussion with our local Marine representatives. What's the problem with that? Arlong shrugged casually, as if the money spread before him had nothing to do with Nami. Nezumi added his own sickly sweet laughter to the mix. The Arlong pirates are the most well-behaved crew in our entire jurisdiction. If all pirates conducted themselves like Arlong here, the world would already be at peace. Listening to these two bastards openly colluding, Nami took several deep breaths, fighting to keep her voice calm. Are you planning to break your promise? I always keep my promises. The question is, do you have the 100 million berries you agreed to provide? Arlong's smile carried a dangerous undertone. Not only Arlong, but all the other fishmen began laughing loudly, convinced they had checkmated the human girl who'd been their slave for years. Nami said nothing. She silently walked to her workroom, retrieved her suitcase, and returned to stand before the assembled fishmen and Marines. Right in front of everyone, she opened the case. 100 million berries. Count it if you want. The laughter inside Arlong Park died instantly, as if someone had suddenly sucked all the air from the room. Only the sound of wind and waves remained. Nezumi stared slack-jawed at the 100 million berries, then back at the blood-stained money his men had confiscated. His eyes widened as he did the math. That was 183 million berries total? How the hell had this girl earned that much money? And she'd supposedly gathered this fortune during just her latest voyage? The shock was written all over his face, but the others weren't just shocked, they were completely stunned. Every single fishman in the Arlong pirates wore the same expression. This was a full 100 million berries. Arlong's own bounty was only 20 million. Where could Nami have possibly stolen this kind of money? Had she robbed an entire kingdom? After all, there wasn't a single pirate crew in the East Blue that could afford to lose that much cash, and even if there had been, there was no way she could have stolen it from them. What's wrong? Not going to acknowledge the deal. Nami's tone was perfectly calm. Chapter 46, Straw Hat Pirates vs Arlong Pirates 3. Nami's calm voice echoed throughout Arlong Park. For a moment, the air fell completely silent. All the fishmen looked toward Arlong. This was a scene none of them had ever imagined witnessing. Now only two choices lay before Arlong. First, take the 100 million berries that Nami had brought, acknowledge the deal, and watch her buy back her village's freedom. Or the second choice. His gaze slowly shifted away from the chest filled with 100 million berries. His eyes fixed on Nezumi, who couldn't help but shudder. This was the moment of truth. Would their partnership hold, or would Arlong throw him under the bus? He lowered his head, staring at the money in his arms. Then, as if sudden inspiration struck him, he stood up and cleared his throat twice. Wait just a minute. He pointed at Nami's chest of money. Isn't that the money stolen from my warship? Nami, I strongly advise you to return the 100 million berries you stole from the Marines immediately. Even if you are a member of the Arlong pirates, I won't let this crime slide. Nami looked at Nezumi. Shameless. That's what I should be saying to you? In the past you only targeted pirates, but now you even steal from Marine funds? Arlong, is this really how you control your crew members? Give me a proper explanation and hand over those 100 million berries, and I'll be generous enough to overlook this incident. 1. He delivered those words with perfect self-importance, as if he truly believed in the justice he was supposedly representing. Some of the fishmen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing them laughing, Nezumi's face twisted slightly, but he forced himself to endure it. This charade had to be maintained. Arlong, meanwhile, understood exactly what Nezumi was doing. He didn't bother hiding the contempt in his eyes as he looked at the pathetic human, but casually reached over and took Nami's treasure chest, tossing it to Nezumi like it was worthless garbage. This is my oversight. Don't worry, it won't happen again. That's more like it. In that case, I'll be taking my leave now, Nezumi said, clutching the chest as he prepared to make his exit. But before he could take more than a few steps, a sudden voice brought all laughter to an abrupt halt. Wow, no Oscar for you guys. Every eye in the park searched for the source. Then, without warning, a perfectly square opening appeared in the ground near where Nami stood. A man jumped up from the underground passage. Who the hell are you? Arlong snarled. 5. All the fishmen immediately went on high alert. Marcus completely ignored them, walking calmly to Nami's side. You ready for this? He asked her quietly. Yeah. The two spoke to each other as if no one else existed. In the next instant, the ground began to crack beneath everyone's feet. The fishmen stared as the fissures spread instantly across the entire courtyard, creating a spiderweb pattern. What the hell? Crash! The ground completely shattered and collapsed, creating a massive sinkhole. All the fishmen, along with several buildings from Arlong Park, plummeted straight into the abyss that had suddenly opened beneath them. 3. At the bottom of the pit was a square passage, and standing within it was a familiar group of people. 3. The Straw Hat Pirates had been waiting. They really all fell down. Devil fruit powers sure are incredible, Sanji said, cigarette dangling from his lips. 1. The others in the crew were already used to Marcus' abilities, but the sheer scale of this trap still impressed them. The fishmen who survived the fall, after a brief moment of disorientation, quickly scrambled back to their feet. A drop of less than 30 meters wasn't nearly enough to kill creatures as physically powerful as they were, though it certainly hadn't done them any favors. Arlong immediately spotted the Straw Hats waiting below, as well as the man who had appeared and was now helping Nami down into the pit. Nami? So these are the helpers you brought. Arlong? I'm gonna send you flying. The moment those words left his mouth, Luffy launched himself forward with a gum-gum rocket punch aimed directly at the shark fishman's face. The two clashed in the center of the pit, and the real battle began. Seeing their captain under attack, the other fishmen immediately prepared to join the fight. Kurubi squared off against Sanji, recognizing him as a martial artist worthy of his attention. Hachin found himself facing Zoro, who was already drawing his swords. But Chu didn't immediately engage Usopp as might have been expected. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Marcus from the moment he'd appeared. He immediately fired a high-pressure water bullet directly at Marcus. Splat! The water projectile hit Marcus in the head. What the fuck? I got headshotted at the very start. Marcus wiped the water off his face. 3. Chu stared in shock. His water bullets could punch through solid rock and had more power than most pistols. A direct headshot should have at least knocked the guy unconscious, if not killed him outright. What the hell was that skull made of? 3. Nami was equally stunned by what she'd just witnessed. Everything had happened so fast. One moment they were falling into the pit, the next Marcus was tanking attacks. But in the very next instant, Chu's head suddenly erupted in an explosion of smoke and flame. Usopp had recovered from his initial surprise and taken aim at Chu. Alvida heft her iron mace and laughed. I knew your body was tough, but that's just ridiculous. Kira called out with concern. Are you okay? That looked like it hurt. You're Chu, right? Usopp? Leave him to me, you handle the other fishmen. Usopp shifted his targeting away from Chu, focusing his slingshot on the other fisherman instead. He swallowed nervously as he watched the enemies falling from that height, and they're all still able to fight. These guys really are monsters. Then he pulled back his slingshot and began providing sniper cover, exactly what his role demanded. Guess we're joining the party too. I heard fishmen are 10 times stronger than humans, Alvida said as she leaped down into the pit to join the battle. Kira hesitated for just a moment, then jumped in behind her, not wanting to be left out of the fight. In the end, only Nami and Usopp remained at the edge of the pit, witnessing the battle from above. Marcus walked step by step toward Chu. So you're the one called Chu, like the choo-choo train. Despicable. Chu snarled, already preparing another water bullet attack. Despicable. Me? You fishmen rob Nami blind, then strut around handing her money to the corrupt marines in public, and I'm the despicable one? That's some serious projection there, Thomas. Oh, and by the way, Thomas is a blue train 16. Tui. Another water bullet shot out. Marcus instantly summoned an iron sword from his inventory and slashed the projectile apart in midair, the water bursting around him. Without hesitation, he closed the distance and prepared for close combat. But Chu didn't even have time to resist. Marcus slashed him multiple times, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Marcus frowned as he looked down at his defeated opponent. Seriously? That's it? And it wasn't just his fight that had ended so quickly. Sanji and Zoro were having similarly easy times with their opponents. Kurubi and Hachiin were proving to be no match for the Straw Hat Crew's combat specialists. Even Kira was managing to hold her own against the weaker fishman grunts. This was way easier than Marcus had expected based on the original story he remembered. What the hell? They're supposed to be way stronger than this. If Chu had been conscious and able to speak, he probably would have raged, try falling 30 meters yourself? We went from full health to multiple broken bones. The fact that we can still stand and fight shows how tough we fishmen are. If humans had taken that fall, they'd be dead on impact. 5. Arlong noticed how quickly his crew was being defeated, and his instincts kicked into overdrive. He broke away from his fight with Luffy and charged into Arlong Park's main building, emerging moments later with his signature weapon, a massive sawblade sword. 4. But his target wasn't Luffy or any of the other fighters. Instead, he aimed directly at the stone wall of the pit. Trapping us in an underground pit was your biggest mistake. Arlong roared as he brought his weapon down. The logic was sound, they were right next to the sea, and if he could break through the wall, the entire pit would flood. Fishmen could fight underwater, while humans would drown. He swung with everything he had, expecting the stone barrier to crumble under the assault of his powerful blade. But the expected destruction didn't happen. Only small cracks appeared in the wall, and right before his eyes, those cracks disappeared within seconds. What? What is this? He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. 6. But he didn't have time to puzzle it out, as the next instant brought a raging storm of rubber punches. Luffy's Scumgum Gatling overwhelmed Arlong's defenses, sending him flying through the air. Eventually, bruised and battered, Arlong crashed back down into the pit. 1. Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 47, Hachiin the Octopus 8. The moment Arlong hit the ground, Marcus watched as experience points erupted from every fallen fishman like golden fireworks. He shot straight up to level 36. A 4-level jump wasn't bad at all. Well, that was surprisingly easy, he said, scratching his head. He'd been expecting a brutal, drawn-out battle, but instead they'd achieved total victory. Zoro and Sanji weren't even breathing hard, let alone injured. They'd completely crushed Hachiin and Kurubi with overwhelming force. As for Luffy, his rage meter had probably been maxed out from the start. He'd opened with a full combo and never gave Arlong a single chance to counterattack. But when he thought about it, the change made perfect sense. If Luffy hadn't fallen into the water first thing like an idiot, Sanji and Zoro wouldn't have been distracted trying to fish him out of the sea. They could have focused on the fight from the beginning. And without Luffy as that chaotic wildcard factor screwing everything up, with everyone operating at full strength while their enemies were all suffering from broken bone debuffs, how could they possibly lose? So, it was all Luffy's fault for being reckless in the original timeline? 3. But this easy victory left Marcus feeling a bit frustrated. Up until now, he still hadn't experienced a real fight that pushed his limits. 1. During the Kuro arc, his opponent had escaped before things got serious. Now this had been nothing more than beating up crippled opponents. Nami stared at the entire Arlong crew lying scattered across the pit floor. She'd never imagined that the Arlong pirates, who had ruled Kokoyasi village with an iron fist for years, would be defeated so easily. The speed of their defeat was so overwhelming that it felt almost surreal to her. That's when Nezumi's pathetic figure caught her attention. 2. He was still clutching the 100 million berries she'd brought out earlier, hugging the chest like his life depended on it. If it weren't for this bastard's protection, Kokoyasi never would have suffered for so long under Arlong's boot. She pulled her staff from her chest. Damn, it was like her own personal fourth-dimensional storage space. Anyway, she walked straight toward the trembling marine captain. 3. Nezumi panicked immediately. Why you can't hurt me? I'm a marine officer. If you attack me, the marines will retaliate. Wait. Now that the Arlong pirates are defeated, I can give you all their bounty money. If you're willing, you could even join the marines. With my connections, I could get you positions at headquarters itself. With your strength, you could all be ranked as captains even at Marineford. You'd be marine heroes. Nezumi tried his best to sound persuasive, but his voice kept getting higher and more frantic. Don't come any closer, he squeaked as Nami continued her steady approach. In the end, he didn't resist at all. He didn't even draw the gun at his waist. Even Usopp, who had been on high alert the entire time, slowly lowered his slingshot. Clearly, the man had been scared senseless by Luffy and the others' display of power. He'd forgotten how to fight back. Marcus shook his head at the pitiful sight. Why don't we just? He made a throat-slitting gesture. 5. Nami finally shook her head after considering it for a long moment. The Arlong pirates were able to run rampant for years not just because of this man. From what I overheard from Hachin during my time here, Arlong is connected to Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords. If we kill them outright, that warlord might come here looking for answers. And then, too. She didn't need to finish the sentence. Everyone understood what she meant. They weren't ready to take on a warlord of the sea. Marcus really wanted to tell her that Jinbei probably didn't even know what was happening here, and if he did find out, he'd likely come to clean up Arlong's mess himself rather than seek revenge. But he kept his mouth shut. This wasn't his decision to make. 1. Alvida spoke up at that moment. Actually, remember that smoker guy I mentioned? He's one of the few decent Marines left. Word is he's a troublemaker within the Marine hierarchy, too obsessed with justice for their liking, so they exiled him to the East Blue. If we hand the Arlong pirates over to him, it might be our best option. Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette and nodded. I've heard of that smoker too. Lots of rumors about him being a pain in the ass for corrupt officials, but yeah, he's got a reputation for being righteous. Turning these guys over to him should work out fine. 7. All eyes turned to focus on Nami and Luffy. After all, one was the captain and the other was the person most directly affected by this whole situation. Luffy dusted off his hands and launched himself out of the crater. His intention was obvious, he wanted Nami to make the final call about how to handle their defeated enemies. But just at that moment, a weak voice echoed from the bottom of the pit. Nuu. I'm sorry, Nami. The speaker was Hachin the octopus fishman. He now had a distinctive X-shaped scar across his chest from Zoro's swords, but he still managed to sit up. Zoro immediately turned around, both hands resting on his sword hilts, ready for another fight. Nuu. Hachin quickly waved his tentacles in surrender. I give up. Honestly, even if you hadn't defeated Arlong, I was already planning to leave this place soon anyway. 4. Zoro was surprised by the octopus' honesty and looked to Nami for guidance. Nami didn't lash out or contradict him. And also, last night when you came back with your friends, I didn't say anything to warn Arlong. But I guess this is just our karma finally catching up to us. Seeing that Zoro was no longer on guard, Hachin sighed with relief. 3. He looked up at the sky through the opening of the pit. Nuu, don't worry about Jinbei coming after you. Even if he finds out about this, he probably won't seek revenge. He might even come here to apologize to you. What? The things Arlong did here are exactly the kind of behavior that Jinbei hates most. If he knew the truth, he'd probably come to drag Arlong away in chains himself. That's also why Arlong paid that Marine captain so much money every year. The purpose wasn't just to hide what we were doing. Nezumi's main job was writing fake reports to Jinbei, making it sound like we were behaving ourselves. Nuu, I actually tried to stop Arlong from doing the worst stuff. 2. Hachin sighed deeply, lowering his head to look at his unconscious captain. Finally, his gaze settled on Nami. Nuu, I know that saying anything now is useless, but I still want to apologize to you. I'm truly sorry, Nami, for everything. 11. The enemy's sudden apology made everyone except Nami look a bit awkward. The night before, they'd been openly discussing their plans right here at Arlong Park. That meant this octopus fishman had known everything that was about to happen, but still chose to say nothing and just wait for the outcome. They had complicated expressions as they processed this information. Nami's face showed the most complex emotions of all. If you had to pick the least evil member of the Arlong pirates, it really would be Hachin. His personality was the reason he was always left behind to guard their base while the others went out to collect tribute money. He'd never been present during the worst of their extortion runs. Marcus wasn't surprised by this revelation at all. In the original story, when Zoro had cut down all the fishmen inside Arlong Park, what had Hachin been doing? Fishing. Even at that close distance, there was no way he hadn't heard the sounds of battle. He told Zoro to stay quiet and led him away from the area. Looking back now, he'd probably known exactly what was going on but chosen to do nothing about it. In the anime, this had clearly been designed as a comedic moment. But when reality adapted itself to make logical sense, it turned out like this, a character who was complicit through inaction but remorseful about it. Marcus considered these things while the others struggled with their feelings about Hachin's confession. Nami slowly exhaled a long breath, and the tight knot of anger in her chest loosened slightly at Hachin's sincere apology. It didn't forgive everything, but it was something. Don't expect me to forgive you. You're still an accomplice to everything that happened. Nuu, I know. I'm sorry. She looked around at the defeated Arlong pirates, then up at her friends waiting for her decision. 5. Take them all with us. We're going to Log Town. Chapter 48. Experimenting with farming 3. Soon enough, all of Arlong's crew was tied up tight and hauled aboard the ship like sacks of potatoes. The fishmen were still unconscious, making the transport easier. Marcus had constructed a special prison complex, connecting it directly to the ship's hull. The main holding area was wrapped in multiple layers of stone blocks. For easier monitoring, he'd installed iron bars across the front. But there was one exception: Hatchin was being held separately. 1. His cell was just being tied with rope to the ship's anchor. Pretty casual treatment compared to the others. 2. But at the moment, nobody was on the ship to guard the prisoners. Luffy and the entire crew were in the village, and the sounds of celebration could be heard echoing across the water. In Nami's orange grove, chaos had erupted around the food. The feast Sanji had prepared was disappearing faster than he could replenish it, and what had started as a peaceful meal had devolved into an all-out war for food. Hey, that's my orange pie, Usopp protested as Luffy's stretching arm made another grab for dessert. Haha, first come, first served. Luffy shot back, already stuffing the pie into his mouth. That's it. Usopp gripped his fork like a weapon. He feinted toward Luffy, then suddenly pivoted and stabbed toward Marcus Bowl sitting unguarded beside him. Of course, he hit nothing but air. Marcus had anticipated the sneak attack and lifted his bowl clear at the last second. You think I wouldn't be ready for that? I've been watching you eye my food for the past 10 minutes. Marcus held his bowl protectively, wearing a smug grin. But his moment of triumph was short-lived. While he was busy fending off Usopp, Luffy's arm stretched from his blind spot and snatched the entire contents of his bowl. Marcus looked down at his empty bowl in disbelief. Luffy? That was the last of the roasted fish. MMPH? It's already gone down. Luffy tried to talk around his massively stuffed cheeks, desperately chewing to swallow the evidence. 2. Both Marcus and Usopp lunged at him, grabbing at his inflated face as he squirmed and tried to protect his stolen meal. Spit it out. It's cooked. Gonna spill. Luffy mumbled, his words barely comprehensible. The three of them tumbled around on the grass. Sanji walked over carrying fresh plates loaded with more food. All right, break it up. If you're still hungry, I've got more. He set the new dishes down, then turned to grab napkins. But when he looked back, the plates were completely clean, not even a crumb remained. He stared at the empty dishes in silence. Hell, in all his years as a cook, he'd never encountered people who could make food vanish this quickly. It was like watching a magic trick. Looking around the grove, he spotted the culprits. Alvida was sitting nearby. She was wolfing down food without a trace of elegance, her cheeks bulging as she chewed. Sanji wiped sweat from his forehead and rolled up his sleeves. These people ate like they were preparing for hibernation. Looks like he'd have to completely change his cooking strategy. At this rate, he couldn't keep up with how fast they demolished everything. Nami, you've joined an interesting bunch, Nojiko said, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the food wars. 1. Nami was sitting with Nojiko and Kira, all three women chatting and laughing together. It was the first time in years that Nojiko had seen Nami laugh so freely. The sound was infectious. Other villagers began sharing their own stories, memories of better times before the fishmen arrived, plans for rebuilding, dreams they'd put on hold for nearly a decade. Genzo arrived with more villagers, carrying bottles of sake and homemade dishes. The celebration quickly expanded beyond the orange grove as word spread. Is it really over? Asked an elderly woman Marcus didn't recognize. Arlong won't come back. It's over, Nami said, and the conviction in her voice seemed to convince even the most skeptical villagers. Children who had never known life without the fishman's oppression ran around the grove, playing games their parents had thought they'd never see again. As night fell, someone brought out a guitar. Soon after, others appeared with drums, flutes, and makeshift instruments. The small feast transformed into a festival. Lanterns were strung between the orange trees, and bonfires were lit in clearings. The festivities continued without pause until the next morning when sunlight finally began to filter through, and the exhausted celebrants collapsed where they stood, snoring loudly. But there was one exception. Nami had quietly slipped away to the village clinic. Neko, still wearing his sunglasses, got up rubbing his aching head from the night's drinking. You're here. Yeah, I want this removed. Nami touched her shoulder where Arlong's tattoo was branded into her skin. Well, Neko frowned. Removing tattoos was possible, but given the size of this one, it would leave visible scarring. We could redesign it based on a new image instead. Nami smiled and handed him a piece of paper she'd prepared. Neko looked at the design, a combination of a windmill and oranges, and his expression softened. But as he smiled, tears began forming in his eyes. Nami, all these years have been so hard on you. It's all right, I know. Genzo told me everything last night. This time, let's make it beautiful. Neko nodded warmly. He still remembered the day when Nami had come to him carrying Arlong's flag, asking him to tattoo it on her shoulder as a symbol of her servitude. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. That girl from back then has grown up now. Belmere would be so proud of you. You're sure you don't want to keep any of the original trees and just let me transform everything? Marcus asked as he surveyed the golden orange grove, feeling it was somewhat wasteful. Nojiko held up one of the Minecraft-style oranges in response. I've never eaten oranges so juicy with no seeds before. They look weird but these could become our village's specialty in the future. She peeled the blocky MC-style orange and took a bite, savoring the flavor. Marcus scratched his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he wasn't sure whether these orange trees would fruit just once or continue producing over time. I still think we should keep half the grove as backup, just in case. But first, try using this. Marcus handed an iron hoe to Nojiko, who tilted her head in confusion. Try using it to till the soil and see what happens. Though puzzled, Nojiko accepted the tool. The hoe that had seemed normal-sized in Marcus' hands suddenly grew much larger when she grasped it, almost as tall as she was, while maintaining the same Minecraft aesthetic. 2. Marcus wasn't surprised by this transformation. He'd already tested this mechanic back on the ship. When he gave Minecraft tools to other people, they would automatically resize proportionally to fit the user's body. 2. In simple terms, if a giant picked up one of his tools, it would scale up proportionally for them to. Give it a try. After a brief moment of surprise, Nojiko began to plow the earth. At first, the ordinary soil didn't seem to change much as she turned it over. But soon, the tilled earth transformed completely, becoming proper farmland, though dry farmland without water. Now try planting an orange sapling. Nojiko touched the slightly dry farmland. She dug a small hole and planted the sapling. But the sapling remained unchanged. No luck. Marcus scratched his head in disappointment. What's wrong? Nojiko asked. Marcus explained his concern about the trees potentially being one-time only producers. A tree that only bears fruit once, yeah, that would be a major problem. Nojiko now understood why Marcus had asked her to test the planting process. Out of curiosity, Marcus touched the small sapling and used bone meal on it. In the next instant, the orange tree began growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is incredible. In less than 10 minutes, the small tree grew to full size, bloomed with white flowers, and bore fruit. Of course, these weren't MC-style oranges, but normal ones. Nojiko picked one and tasted it. It was very sweet, the same variety she'd been growing herself, and the yield was extremely high with nearly 100% perfect fruit. This is amazing. Marcus examined both the farmland and the hoe, which had lost about 1/10 of its durability. Just as I thought. He nodded thoughtfully. His tools worked exactly like the original game when he used them, but when others used them, the durability depleted much faster, though the effects still worked perfectly. The hoe could till land, axes could fell entire trees in one swing, shovels could excavate full blocks instantly. Regular people couldn't access an inventory system, so they could only hold items in their hands. When they placed blocks on the ground, the blocks would be positioned normally. The same applied to pickaxes. However, when normal people picked up stackable blocks, they didn't feel the weight of stacking, and they wouldn't place entire stacks at once either. Apparently, their two hands were treated as two separate inventory slots. The only difference was that their stack limit was 64 instead of his 1000. Now try using the composter. Chapter 49, Food with Buffs 3. Yeah, figured it wouldn't work, Marcus said, scratching his head in disappointment. The composter was apparently his exclusive piece of equipment. To everyone else, it was just a square wooden barrel that did absolutely nothing special. Marcus could turn kitchen scraps into bone meal without any problems. But when Nojiko tried it, nothing happened. The composter just sat there like an expensive decoration. 2. Finally, he decided to test whether other people could use bone meal itself. He handed some to Nojiko and gave her instructions. Try focusing your mind and using it on the sapling. She concentrated, held the bone meal over the small orange tree, and nothing. Not even a flicker of growth. Marcus rubbed his temples. If other people could use bone meal, he could build automated bone meal dispensing systems. But if they couldn't even use the stuff manually, there was no point in building it. 1. Maybe this stuff works like regular fertilizer. Nojiko suggested, examining the white powder. 1. Yeah, probably. What if we just bury it directly in the soil? That might actually work. So Nojiko simply mixed the bone meal into the tilled earth around the sapling's roots and waited. Several minutes passed with no visible change. Doesn't seem to be working, Marcus started to say. But Nojiko held up her hand, studying the plant. Look at this branch here, it's growing. You can still see progress if you watch carefully. Marcus leaned in for a closer look and spotted a tiny flower bud that was indeed developing. The growth rate was painfully slow compared to his instant results, but it was definitely faster than natural plant growth. 1. Nojiko dug up some of the soil to check on the bone meal. The white powder had become speckled and was clearly being absorbed by the earth. Marcus nodded, understanding the mechanics now. When he used bone meal directly, it had an instant effect. Boom, fully grown plant in seconds. For non-Minecraft plants, his bone meal still worked but much slower. The whole process might take 10 minutes instead of seconds, though the final result would be just as good. When buried in soil, it worked even slower, maybe 30 minutes or an hour for full effect. He decided to test it outside the tilled farmland, just to see what would happen. The results were even more sluggish, so slow he could barely detect any change at all. It was like watching paint dry in slow motion. It was like different speed settings. Direct application was 1x speed, tilled soil was maybe 0.5x speed, and regular dirt was like 0.1x speed or slower. Plus, plants grown in untilled soil showed weaker effects overall. Poor soil quality meant poorer results, simple as that. There was another issue too, non-Minecraft plants still dealt with normal problems like aging, disease, and pests. A regular orange tree might live 20 to 50 years under good conditions, but these fast-grown ones might burn out quicker. Then again, if you could grow a fruit-bearing tree in 10 minutes, did it really matter if it only lasted a few years instead of decades? I'll leave you a couple chests full of backup hose, Marcus said, crafting the storage containers and filling them with iron tools. And I'll set up an automated composter system too. This thing only accepts plants, fruits, and small pieces of meat, nothing bigger than your fingernail or it'll jam up. For cleaning, just check this hopper. If you see weird spots or buildup, reach in and pull them out. 2. He quickly assembled an automated composting system and walked Nojiko through the maintenance procedures. For Minecraft blocks and items, it would run perfectly without issues. At worst, the hopper might get clogged and you'd just need to open the interface to clear it. But when processing non-Minecraft garbage, clogs would be visible from the outside so normal people could clean them by hand. Just then, Sanji came spinning over with his usual flair, carrying a tray of drinks. Ah, Nojiko, would you care to sample the fresh orange juice I just prepared? Thank you, that's very kind. Nojiko accepted the glass with a smile. After presenting her with the drink, Sanji's curiosity got the better of him and he wandered over to examine the composter setup. You're saying this thing can process kitchen waste? Yep, want to give it a test run? Sanji didn't need to be asked twice. He disappeared into the kitchen and returned with 2 massive garbage bags full of food scraps, peels, and leftovers. Without hesitation, he dumped both bags, plastic and all, directly into the composter's input hopper. Right before their eyes, the garbage bags shrank down and disappeared into the wooden chest component. Then they heard crunching and grinding noises as the machine got to work. The gray-brown compost material inside the barrel began slowly increasing in volume. At the same time, oil stains and white residue started appearing in the collection hopper at the bottom. The buildup kept accumulating until the entire hopper was overflowing and the machine stopped working. What's all this stuff? Sanji asked, poking at the oily residue. Things the composter can't process, Marcus explained. Just clean it out and it'll start running again. Sanji quickly cleared the hopper, and sure enough, the machine resumed its operation. Pretty handy system. Just can't handle oils and bones, huh? Or plastic bags, Marcus added, pulling a large trash bag out of a black pixel that had formed in the hopper. 4. This is so convenient. Marcus, we need to install one of these on the ship too. Sure thing. I'll build one into the kitchen area. Sanji's eyes lit up as he remembered something. Oh yeah, about that thing you mentioned yesterday, using ingredients produced by your abilities for cooking. I actually made something. Want to see? Really? Hell yes, let's check it out. Marcus was excited. He'd been curious about how Minecraft food would work when properly prepared by a skilled cook. Back in the kitchen, he stared at a plate of spaghetti, examining it from every angle. There's really food in here created with my abilities. Trust me, there is. I made spaghetti all'assassina using your wheat, beef, and fruits as the base ingredients. 1. Marcus didn't overthink it and started eating. The first bite made his eyes widen. Holy shit. This is incredible. He devoured the entire plate in record time, then checked his hunger bar. The increase was massive. A normal cooked steak restored 4 hunger points and some saturation. But this dish had given him 8 hunger points plus 12 saturation bars, way more than he'd ever seen from a single meal. 1. But then something even more surprising happened. He noticed strange text appearing in his status bar. Strength I, duration 59:59. Regeneration I, duration 59:59. How the hell did you do that? He stared in disbelief. The food had actually given him potion effects. 1. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, not fully understanding why Marcus was going nuts but clearly pleased with the reaction. I had to use everything you gave me completely from scratch. I turned your wheat into fresh spaghetti, then fried it in a hot, flavorful broth so it soaked up all the taste. I crumbled the beef into small pieces and cooked it in the pan with a hint of spice, and I added your tropical fruit to replace the usual tomatoes, giving it a bright, tangy kick. 2. He paused to ash his cigarette. If I only used 1 or 2 of your ingredients mixed with regular stuff, it still had some effect, but the taste was weird. Like distinct flavor layers that didn't quite blend right. Still an interesting experience though. Marcus nodded enthusiastically while continuing to eat. But their conversation was cut short as the aroma apparently traveled beyond the kitchen. Luffy and Alvida suddenly burst through the door, followed by the rest of the crew, all of them drawn by the incredible smell. Damn it, Luffy. That's my bowl? Go get your own. Alvida abandoned all pretense of elegance and started wrestling with Luffy for food, grabbing at his stretched arms as he tried to snatch dishes. For people who live to eat, Sanji's cooking was absolutely irresistible. Luffy grabbed an entire pot and started drinking the broth straight from it like it was soup. But after consuming less than half, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Luffy? Sanji asked, concerned that something might be wrong with his cooking. I'm full. 8. Luffy scratched his head, looking confused. It wasn't just him either. Alvida had the same expression, staring at the food she still wanted to eat but somehow couldn't. It was a bizarre experience for both of them. They could feel that their stomachs still had room, and they definitely wanted to keep eating, but the sensation of fullness was so overwhelming that Luffy literally couldn't swallow another bite. The food felt stuck in his throat, and he knew that if he forced it, he'd just throw up everything. For someone like him, who treated food as sacred and never wasted a single crumb, this was distressing. Marcus burst out laughing at the sight. He'd never thought he'd live to see the day when Luffy would actually say he was full. Then, as if remembering something, Luffy reached into his pocket and pulled out some of those rotten flesh jerky he'd somehow gotten attached to, and took a couple bites. Within moments, the hunger sensation returned. Marcus stopped laughing and started saying, "You cheat." 5. But after just 2 more bites of the proper food, Luffy hit the saturation wall again. The fullness effect from the Minecraft enhanced meal was clearly stronger than the hunger from the rotten flesh. Chapter 50. Zoro instructing noobs to. In the end, Luffy managed to finish the entire pot of spaghetti bit by bit, relying on the hunger debuff from those nasty rotten flesh strips to reset his appetite every few minutes. Marcus just rolled his eyes at the whole ridiculous display. After a while, Luffy sat back rubbing his stomach with a satisfied but slightly confused expression. The hunger debuff from the rotten meat didn't stack with multiple uses, but Marcus noticed something interesting. Each time Luffy used it, the duration seemed to be getting longer. "You know, that's actually more wasteful than just stopping when you're full," Marcus said, tossing a few tropical fruits to his captain. "That rotten stuff isn't giving you better digestion, it's just tricking your brain into thinking you're hungry again. Look, now you're hungry again for no good reason." Being accused of wasting food, Luffy was silent. It was torture for him, having delicious food right in front of him but being unable to eat it went against everything he believed in. Marcus ignored Luffy's internal struggle and turned his attention to Alvida, who was clearly getting ready for their planned sparring match. "You made up your mind?" "Yeah. I haven't had a moment's rest these past few days, and I need this." Alvida hoisted her iron mace. Ever since Marcus had opened her eyes to the reality of their situation, she'd been desperate to get stronger. But when they'd fought Kuro, she'd been completely helpless, couldn't even see his attacks coming. And while she'd gotten to fight some fishmen later, they were all half-crippled and didn't provide any real challenge. All of their victories so far hadn't been because she'd gotten stronger, they'd been because Marcus had made their opponents weaker. 1. When Marcus wasn't satisfied with his battles, how could Alvida feel otherwise? Meanwhile, Sanji stood nearby looking worried. "Damn you, Marcus. You better not let Alvida get hurt, or you'll have to answer to me." Marcus had no words for Sanji's hopeless condition. The guy was beyond help when it came to women. Ignoring the love-struck cook, he pulled out an iron sword and also retrieved a complete set of iron armor. "Put this on. How am I supposed to wear this?" Alvida looked at the tiny armor pieces with confusion. Even with her new improved figure, there was no way she could fit into palm-sized chest armor. "Just press it against your body and see what happens." Alvida picked up the iron chest plate and held it against her chest. The armor piece vanished completely. What the hell? She ran her hands over her body. She could definitely feel something was there. "So it really works like that?" Marcus nodded. He hadn't given her armor before, not because he was unwilling, but because he simply hadn't thought of this method. When he'd been experimenting with Kira earlier, he'd discovered that tools like axes, hoes, and swords would scale up proportionally when other people used them, too. But the iron armor had always remained miniature, palm-sized pieces that seemed useless. He'd tried different approaches back then, like using the armor on Kira himself or having her try to activate it through mental focus. Nothing had worked. As for actually wearing the tiny pieces, at that size, it seemed impossible, so he'd given up on the idea. But just now, watching Nojiko bury bone meal in the soil and still get results had given Marcus the inspiration to try direct contact. Seeing the iron armor merge into Alvida's body, then watching her pull it back out like taking off a hat, leaving a tiny helmet in her hand, confirmed his theory. "Amazing. Invisible armor? So this is the secret behind why you're so tough. As long as they can't bend or break iron, they won't be able to damage you," Marcus admitted freely. "Perfect. Then I can finally fight without holding back," Alvida said excitedly. Marcus rolled his eyes. "Great, now I can't even scratch you." 1. Alvida didn't deny it. Instead, she grinned wickedly and shouldered her spiked mace. Her entire aura changed in that moment, becoming more dangerous. "Then I don't need to be afraid of hurting you." They locked eyes, and then both of them charged at each other. The clash of iron sword against spiked mace rang out across the grove. Marcus could immediately feel the impact vibrating through his hands, making the webbing between his thumb and forefinger throb with pain. Alvida had always possessed monster strength, and after days of non-stop combat practice on the ship, her physical power had been steadily increasing. She'd been putting herself through brutal training sessions whenever she had free time. As for himself, while he had been training too, he hadn't pushed himself nearly as hard as Alvida had been pushing herself. She could feel the difference in their power levels immediately. "What's wrong? Can't keep up, weakling? Who are you calling weak?" Gritting his teeth, Marcus put every ounce of strength he had into his counterattack. But after several consecutive exchanges, he had to face the uncomfortable truth. His strength really wasn't on par with Alvida's. 6. Not even close. What made it worse was that the longer the fight continued, the more fired up she became. Her spiked mace moved faster and faster, and her attacks grew more aggressive with each passing moment. Eventually, Marcus found himself reduced to pure defense, desperately blocking and parrying just to avoid getting his head caved in. It was at this moment that Zoro wandered into the backyard and saw the two of them going at it. Watching Marcus' sword technique, he immediately started shaking his head in disappointment. "Your grip on the sword is completely unstable, your footwork is sloppy, and you're not using your core strength at all." Marcus naturally noticed Zoro's arrival, but he was getting annoyed by the criticism. How long had he even been wielding a sword? 2 months at most, if he was being generous. "How do I use core strength?" he asked between blocks, desperately trying to create some distance. He even attempted to use Sora by stomping the ground rapidly, though of course it didn't work. Still, he managed to burst forward with enough speed to briefly escape Alvida's assault. Core strength isn't just about twisting your waist, Zoro explained patiently. You have to twist and simultaneously drive your whole body into the motion. If you only twist at the waist, the power won't transfer properly, it'll actually weaken your strikes. Alvida was listening too, not bothering to chase after Marcus. Even though she used a mace instead of a sword, the principles of generating power were the same. 1. I'll try it. Marcus resumed his battle with Alvida while Zoro continued calling out guidance and corrections from the sidelines. It had to be said, compared to the self-taught brawlers that Marcus and Alvida basically were, Zoro, who had trained under a proper master, was actually an excellent instructor. He could see the flaws in their technique and explain how to fix them. Just then, Nami returned from getting her tattoo redone, looking refreshed and somehow lighter than before. She glanced into the backyard, confused by the sight of two people locked in intense combat. What are they doing? Having a fight? Sanji smiled and carried out a drink for her. Training session. That mosshead is giving them pointers on technique. Then what's wrong with Luffy? Nami looked over at their captain, who was sitting in a chair looking dazed. Why does he look so depressed? He's sulking because Marcus accused him of wasting food. Wasting food? Luffy. Nami could hardly believe it. From everything she'd seen during their time together, Luffy never left anything uneaten. He was practically a human garbage disposal. How could he possibly waste food? Sanji explained the weird situation with the rotten flesh strips and the saturation mechanics of Marcus-enhanced food. That's bizarre, Nami said, shaking her head. Anyway, it's about time we set sail. We need to get these prisoners to Loketown and figure out our next move. 2. Back on the Going Merry, Hachin sat quietly with all 6 of his arms bound with rope. In the stone prison Marcus had constructed, Arlong's crew had long since regained consciousness and were getting increasingly agitated about their situation. The ones guarding them were Johnny and Yusaka, though at the moment both bounty hunters were focused on fishing rather than guard duty. They were using the special fishing rods Marcus had crafted for them. Ever since they'd gotten those rods, their old equipment had felt completely useless in comparison. The difference in performance was like night and day. Hachin, take care of these 2 humans and let us out of here, shouted Chu, pressing his face against the iron bars. But Hachin just pretended to be asleep, not making any move to help his former crewmates. Don't ignore us, Octopus. We're your friends, another fishman called out angrily. Hachin continued his act, keeping his eyes closed and breathing steadily as if he were genuinely unconscious. This scene had already played out multiple times over the past day, with the imprisoned fishmen growing more desperate and angry each time Hachin refused to help them. They couldn't understand why their former teammate was ignoring their call for help. Was he really asleep?